persuaded one of the spinners to come off his long run, because he's standing well. Harmy, how far behind the stumps do you reckon Ben Foakes is standing? I'm going 15 paces, and it would normally be 25.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's possibly a little bit more. I'm trying to work out the 30-metre circle would be round about where the helmet is behind. Maybe it's that little bit more round about where the sponsor's board is. So he's probably 2/3 of that away. So you're looking at what, 20 metres back, 18 metres back at this minute in time. The one thing I will say is Mark Wood's setting up, and he's got Ravindra Jadeja on strike. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the leg side. Two on the boundary, 1 3/4 of the way back, and 1 at third on the boundary, which for me sets up for the short ball. And if this is a barrage of short balls, then I'm baffled.
You're going to go home, aren't you?
Well, I'm baffled. You're starting an innings. You're giving somebody a chance to start the innings. So this doesn't make sense to me. If Mark Wood bowls 4 overs in this spell, and he gets to this point after his 3rd over, then fair enough. But you've got to look at the top of the stumps.
Here he is, first ball of the morning, and he's into Jadeja. He pushes it up towards mid-on, sets off for the single. Ben Stokes picks up, shies at the stumps, bounces over the top of them. He holds his head in his hands. That was a cheeky single, because Ben Stokes is not giving a run. He's in a run-saving mid-on position, and I think he felt that if that had hit direct, he'd had his man. I'm not sure that's the case, actually, because Axar Patel was pretty quick. I think he was in.
Yeah, he was in, and actually it was a good single. It was a well-judged single. It was a good push from Jadeja into the gap. Axar went straight away, so I actually think it was a good single. I think Ben Stokes was in on the one, but it was a well-judged, well-timed knock into the gap, and they managed to get in comfortably.
Mark Wood then around the wicket to Axar Patel, and it's back of a length, and once again just sits up, and Axar Patel has an embarrassingly easy amount of time just to punch it out towards wideish mid-off. The strains of Jerusalem coming from the England supporters who are down below us. The majority of them are in the same stand as we are in. In fact, I think pretty much all of them are in the Muhammad Azharuddin stand from which we are commentating. They are above us, and the majority of them below us. Here is Wood once again, bowls to Axar Patel, pushes this one defensively straight back to the bowler.
And that's good. That's a good length. You were talking about beforehand, and as he's setting up the field set for the short ball as Jerusalem finishes, and all the England players hands above their heads, clap and applaud the appreciation for the Barmy Army and what the support that they give. But Wood started well. He's set up for short ball from a field point of view, but he's pitched it up. He's bowled top of the stumps. He's tried to catch, to trap Axar Patel and Jadeja back in the crease.
Here is Mark Wood again, thundering in towards us and towards Axar Patel, and it's full and straight, and he is attacking the stumps, and it's defended by Axar up towards mid-off, fielded by is that Jack Leach at mid-off?
It is Jack Leach.
Yeah,
he had a nasty knock. I was out there this morning and had a chat with Jack and just said to him, yeah, how's your luck in recent past? His leg looks massive. You know, he's I'm not sure what he's done. I think they're saying he's sort of damaged the sheath just above his knee, which is, I think it just makes your legs swell up. It's not as though I think he's got any structural damage. He's just got lots of swelling, and his leg is massive.
Here's Wood once again, bowls to Axar, and flicks this one off his pads. Actually, literally came off his pads to Johnny Bairstow, backward square leg. There's no run. Welcome to listeners on talkSPORT, as well as talkSPORT 2, and also good morning to Jarrod Kimber. How are you, Jarrod?
I'm very good, Manners. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good. Saturday
I heard
mornings.
Harmy met some fans last night for some photo opportunities outside the ground. Sounded like he was taking photos with fans all night.
Harmy?
Yeah.
There was one particular gentleman who was, I would say, frenetic with excitement about meeting Harmy He closed the play yesterday.
Older
Here's
gentleman.
Wood once again outside the off stump. Little push at this one from Axar. He's played and missed at it. Well, he was a massive fan of the 2005 Ashes series, and he actually he wanted to thank Harmy for his role that he played. Anyway, Jarrod, I've got a little project for you. It may take you 10 seconds. It might require a couple of minutes of research, but I wanted you to put some numbers on the sweeping policy of both teams. I'm guessing that England play the sweep shot as a top 6, top 7, 4 or 5 times as often as the Indian batsmen, and I wonder whether that's possible for you to research. And because like the Indian batsmen generally have played straight. I mean they have played very few sweep shots, whereas the England top order see it as an absolute staple of their approach to spin bowling.
I think as an analyst, if you look at a player who sweeps more than 5% of the time, we consider them sweepers, and Joe Root's at 30%.
And Ben Duckett?
Yeah, he would be high as well. I think there'd be a few of them. I'll have a look. But I think you're right. There's a couple of their T20 players who like to sweep, like Suryakumar Yadav, but not as much this side. We saw KL Rahul play 1, didn't we?
I think he's played 4 sweep shots, and he got 4 boundaries off sweep shots. I think he only played 4 sweep shots.
It's not a shot they play,
which is really interesting. And you know, you would think maybe that England might revisit their own strategy. Here is Joe Root bowling the second over of the day, and it's punched off the back foot by Jadeja to cover, and there's no run. On the other hand, you know, why copy if you've got your own method that works generally?
That's it. You play your way, but they're being brought up differently.
Root again, pick of the spinners so far, and that one is again defended by Jadeja. 422 for 7.
The way Indians play spin, they're not frightened of the stumps. They're not frightened of sort of exposing the stumps to sort of get themselves back deep in the crease to play through the offside and let the ball come as deeply as they possibly can.
Slip in for Joe Root, and a man on the drive at mid-on, short mid-on. It's that man who fields, Ollie Pope. This time Jadeja playing defensively again.
Kevin Pietersen used to play that way. He wasn't a massive player of the sweep shot, but because he's long levers, he could get out to the ball, smother the spin, or he can get right back in his crease and play the off spinner through the offside.
Root again around the wicket, and that one is pushed by Jadeja up to Johnny Bairstow, who's quite deep at mid-off, just deep enough to concede a single, and India's lead moves to 177. 2 runs so far.
Manners, Srinivas from CricViz was listening. He's already got the stats on this game if you want. England swept 11.8% of their shots and India 2.6%. So remember when I said 5% is what we consider a sweeping player. I think England are double a sweeping player. So they're uber sweepers, and India's half a sweeper.
Pushed away defensively by Axar. Well, that's very good to know that he's up bright and early and listening to us, and very good of him to send the stats through so promptly. So that is about 5 times as much. Is that 4 times as much?
What did I say? It was 11.8 and 2.6. Yeah, it's not far away.
Joe Root in, last ball, pushed defensively again by Axar. 35 not out. Ravindra Jadeja's obviously got his sights set on 100. I wonder, Harmy, whether if and when he gets there, that there might be a change in strategy, or whether these two will actually just bat and bat and just bat and make England bowl them out.
Yeah, I'd make England bowl us out. If I was Rohit Sharma, I think I'd make England bowl us out. I'd just keep batting as long as I can. If Jadeja gets to 100, then you can see them going through the gears, and Jadeja going more aggressive and Axar going more aggressive. Bumrah comes out and plays shots, and so will Suraj. So I think they'll naturally get bowled out. But I would keep England in the field as long as I possibly can, especially in the first test.
Here is Mark Wood continuing in the attack, second over for him, and it's nudged away by Jadeja behind square on the offside root fields, and they go through for another single.
That's better from Wood. He's bowled it into the sort of a good length, decent length, made Jadeja think about using his bat and playing. But it's the first test match. It's not as though we've got a day's rain coming. It's not as though the light's been dropping. We are going to get, they've got 5 days to sort of fulfill this test match. I'd make sure from an India's point of view, I'd keep England in the field as long as I possibly can, especially in test match number 1.
Wood once again thunders in up to the crease now, bowls, it's full and straight, and he is attacking the stumps, and I have to say that is good to see. He's very, very fast, but as I said a couple of times yesterday, the pitch just emasculates him as a fast bowler. I mean, it's every time the ball lands, I think I said yesterday, it sort of bounces like a split tennis ball. I mean, all of the energy is just evaporates. It's absorbed by the pitch.
Soul destroying as well as a bowler.
The cold squash ball's gone, is it, Manners?
Yeah, I didn't think it was appropriate in India. Outside the off stump this time from Wood, left alone by Axar Patel. It was hard for me to picture the cold squash ball on a winter morning in Hyderabad.
But I think even in, you and I both would have played squash in Australia and South Africa. Even in Australia and South Africa, you have to whack it a couple of times. You've got to wake the squash ball up.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely right. We're just seeing some footage, Jarrod. I don't know whether you seeing that as well. Jack Leach warming up this morning. His left leg is twice the size. It looks like he's got elephantiasis. His left leg is twice the size of his right leg. It's extraordinary. Here is Wood once again. Bowls a bouncer and a good one. That's it. That's the surprise. Axar Patel was genuinely surprised by that. And it was a really, really well-directed short ball. I mean, once again, all the energy's been taken out of it by the pitch, and Axar was able to sway out of the way a bit. But at least he was a bit rushed.
Yeah, that for me is the way Mark Wood's got to go. Attack the stumps because of the pace and the trajectory he's got. Attack the stumps with the odd short ball. Gough mentioned yesterday about cutters and about slower ball, the odd slower ball. But go at the batter. If you're too predictable and go short ball all the time, it's pick and choose from an Indian batter's point of view.
Here is Wood once again. Bowls full and straight, driven by Axar Patel, but it's fielded by the limping Jack Leach. You know, there are batsmen over the course of history who are sort of known to be unlucky. You know, if there's a new way to get out, they'll find it. Jack Leach is like that with injury and illness, isn't he?
He is the poor lad. He's had tough time in recent past. You know, stress fracture of his back. You know, as a stepping fetcher to get a stress fracture of your back. Yeah, so unlucky. And he's a great lad as well, Jack Leach. And you want him to do well.
Here's Wood once again, spread field, no slips. There is a gully, and it's steered just past Zach Crawley in the gully down to deep backward point. Yep, deep backward point. Rian Ahmed does the tidying up, and they go through for a single. 425 for 7. Yes?
Oh, sorry. Was it Trevor Franklin who broke bones on 2 consecutive tours of England? And the first time I think was just a normal short ball hit him, and the second time he got run over by a baggage trolley at Gatwick Airport, I think, the New Zealand opener. Like, some people just have bad luck, right?
Yeah, Gough will tell you a story about Tim Munton with Gough. He came out as night watchman and he broke his arm. And then the next ball, he hit him on the other arm, and Tim Munton came with 2 casts on his arm the next morning. Gough had bust both of his arms. So, you know, I've spoke to Muntz about that a few times, and you try to show bravery of, I'm not going to show that any pain. I'm a night watchman, and then Gough hit him in the other arm, and that one hurt.
Oh dear. I remember Tim Munton was one of the most prolific wicket takers in the late 80s. For Warwickshire, and he eventually got his England call-up. Break off as Joe Root's about to bowl the 4th over of the morning, and forward, there's some turn there. Axar Patel came forward, and that one spun, hit the outside half of the bat. But Tim Munton thrived on hard work. The more overs he bowled, the longer he bowled. He bowled through a whole session, and did so half a dozen times a season for Warwickshire, and he bowled more overs than any other seamer for many years. Here's Joe Root once again, and forward comes Axard again playing defensively. And when he finally got his call up to the England team, he was 12th man for 3 test matches in a row and didn't get to bowl, and he eventually made his debut, and he hadn't bowled for a month, and he was the ultimate thriver on hard work and rhythm. Here's defensive shot from Axard.
Yeah, big on, a great man, Tim Monton. Did a lot with a piece here. Very funny guy, very dried sense of humour, and funny guy. Another one of that Warwickshire group. Gladstone Small, he's out here at this moment in time.
Yeah, they were great teammates together for Warwickshire. Forward comes Axard again playing defensively, no run.
It was a good side as well that Warwickshire had around that time, but England had fast bowlers like that, thrive on hard work. Angus Fraser, after he had the back injury, he didn't have as much pace.
Root again. Axard defends 425 for 7.
Gus didn't have Gough will tell you more when he comes on, because Gough played a lot with Gus, but Gus, he didn't have, when he had the back injury, didn't have as much pace, and he was all about line length, accuracy, but hard work, bowl over after over after over. So England had a lot of seamers like that.
Here's Root again. Axard punches off the back foot to Duckett at extra cover, and the over comes to an end. Tidy stuff from Joe Root, but not just tidy. He's asking questions as well. He's been England's best spinner. India lead by 179, just 4 runs added this morning.
Yeah, it's been a good start from England this morning. They've challenged. It hasn't been. It always goes slow, and then goes fast forward in this part of the world. And England have just got to make sure that they're creating pressure. And for me, the first 4 overs this morning, they've created pressure.
I've got the stats in on the sweep. So England sweeps more than any team in world cricket manners. They sweep 10.5% of the time. The next best is 6.6%. India sweep 2.7% of their shots. And there is a team who actually sweeps less than them.
Here's Wood again, another over. Jadeja defends. Who's the second sweepiest team in the world then?
It's 6.6%.
Yeah.
Lay your bets. I think it's quite obvious, but I'm not sure it will be to everyone.
Australia.
New Zealand.
Oh.
They like a sweep. Ireland's quite high as well, but that's because they've got a couple of players who are very prone to the shot. But India's not the least sweepiest team. I think is more confusing. It makes more sense to me, but it might not make as much to yourself.
Sri Lanka.
Any guesses? Nope. It's not an Asian team.
Wood in again to Jadeja, hits him on the pad, little edge, little tickle onto the pad. Wood throws his arms in the air, was contemplating an appeal, but I think there was a wee edge.
Yeah, I think there was a little inside edge, but it's good from Mark Wood. He's changing his pace up. He's bowled a slower ball first up, 126 kilometres an hour, followed up by a fast one into the pads at 141. So mixing his pace up. You talk about, if you take the bounce out of the equation, like Gough was saying yesterday, bowl the slower ball, bowl the cutter, and then follow up with a quicker one to try and catch the batter on the crease. And I think that's what he's looking to do this morning.
Wood again, round the wicket bowl, short to Jadeja, hits him on the body, on the helmet maybe. Second bouncer he's bowled, and they've both been really good ones, primarily because they've been a rarity, a scarcity, and Jadeja was just very slow on that, and it's hit him on the grill, hasn't it? Has it?
I'm not sure it's hit him on the back of the head, has it? He's gone
no, I
through
think it just hit him on the side of the grill, isn't it?
It's hit him on the upper arm, which has gone onto the head, onto the grill, yeah. So it hasn't getting up as high as probably he was thinking, and it's hit him on the sort of breastbone and then onto the bottom of the grill.
Really, really good bouncer, and Ben Stokes is that he'll be saying to Woody, well, that's why I want you to bowl bouncers at them. But he's only bowled 2. He's in his 3rd over. He's bowled 2, and they've both been beauties.
Yeah, but not every ball, because then you can set yourself up to get out the way of it. And we talked about the difference of the speeds that's coming off it. So he's been checked by the physio and the medical department. England are 1 man short because I think Ben Stokes has gone off for a toilet break, thinking it was probably going to be longer than. So Dan Lawrence has had to take the high-vis bib off, and he's coming on to field. So Ollie Pope at this moment in time is captain of England as vice captain. He's on the field. Ben Stokes is trying to get back on, but it's too late.
Here's Wood once again. Another short one outside the off stump, and it's heaved by Jadeja from well outside the off stump out towards deep mid wicket. Ben Duckett fields on the square leg boundary, and they go through for another single. Put us out of him as you read and finish off the sooty and sweep conversation.
My favourite bit was watching you just think about it and get awkward, and you started playing with your collar and you couldn't work it out. It's West Indies. Indians don't usually sweep. If you follow West Indian cricket, it's a big thing. So Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and Pakistan all sweep a little bit, but West Indies don't at all. 2.3%.
Here is Wood once again up to the crease. Now bowls Axar just seems to have so much time pushing that one again out, just nudging it towards Joe Root at cover, and there's no run. 4:26 for 7.
Yeah, there's another slower ball from Mark Wood, just trying to mix things up, and I think that's important. I said Darren mentioned it about changing your pace in this part of the world and utilising that 140 to 145 ball and above, and make it that as your surprise ball. Bang, catch you on the crease. And that's what he's done very, very well in these sort of 2.5 overs this morning.
Wood again to Axar, back of a length rather than a bouncer, forces Axar to get up onto his toes and plays it away defensively on the onside. No run. Well, no early wicket for England so far this morning, but they have kept it very tight.
Good pressure.
Oh, in fact, I'm out of here. Chetan Narula will take over from me.
No early wicket, but good pressure. Good pressure from both ends. Right. 5 runs added from 5 runs this morning, and I think that's the story from yesterday, Jarrod. I think it was more about England releasing pressure, bowling 4 or 5 good balls, and then the boundary would come, and then the boundary would come first ball the next over, and then trying to bring it back. And we've had 5 overs this morning, and 5 overs of good pressure.
Yeah, it's a big difference. What did you think about Chetan Patel's comments? I know that England just puts the positive face forward no matter what now, but it seemed weird that he didn't talk about their struggles as a bowling group yesterday and how they could work. He kind of just said they bowled well and it didn't go their way, which was not true.
Yeah, I think a bit like the Ben Duckett interview the night before. I think what comes out of, I would like to think what comes out of the England dressing room isn't what's said in the England dressing room. And to be honest, I'm not really, if I was a player in there, I'm not really bothered about what's been said outside, as long as what's been message being sent inside is to the point, honest
truth,
and the truth. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'd hope what's been said inside the dressing room is a little bit different about their struggles. I would hope Chetan Patel is speaking to the bowlers, spin bowlers, about where they could get better and be more efficient.
It's Jarrod to bowl from the VVS Laxman Pavilion, and beaten outside the off stump this time. Ravindra Jadeja, who's on strike. First ball ripping outside the off stump, that one. Just back of length, but turning sharply away from the left-hander. Good start to the over from Jarrod.
Yeah, that's a good start to the over. It was a good ball, good area, great pace, nice flight, and it took off the pitch with it.
A slip and a silly mid-on in position for Jarrod this time, leaving this outside the off stump. We saw a bit of puff come off the pitch there.
Yeah, there was a little bit of the pitch, and worrying for me, Chetan, it wasn't off the footmarks. It was actually off the surface. It was off the main part of the wicket.
Yeah, the ball just landed ahead of the rough there on that last delivery. This time, fuller delivery on the off and middle, and Jadeja comes forward to drive the ball. It's not bright and sunny today in Hyderabad. It's a sort of a muggy morning. The crowd is still filing in. It's a Saturday, so you would expect a good crowd to come in. Ravindra Jadeja this time again a defensive prod, taking a very big stride forward to that delivery from Jarrod.
Might have a sleeping in off Republic Day yesterday. Celebrations last night. Do you do anything to celebrate Republic Day, Chetan?
I celebrated the fact that I reached the hotel in like 35 minutes. That's the only celebration.
Quicker than us.
Jarrod once again, this one flattered through the air, back of length, and he flicks it off his hips to Rehan Ahmed, who's fielding at deep square leg.
I think we were still dodging motorbikes and tuk-tuks after 35 minutes last night, trying to get a taxi from the highway. So you did well to get home in 35 minutes.
I just managed to grab a tuk-tuk just before the team buses left. And because they had to clear out the route, the tuk-tuk was sped along very, very nicely. Route this time, a little more loop to the ball as Akshar Patel comes forward and pushes it defensively. That's the end of the over. 427 for 7 India. But you're looking very, very happy. Is the open bar tonight the reason for that?
Yes, the drink carousel is back in. I've not had a...
No more dry day.
Yeah, everybody has a go at me about my sort of alcohol exploits. I've not had a drink since I've been out here, so we trained a little bit. We trained hard last night. We had to get Scott into the gym to stop shaking because I was waiting on I was never getting in a tuk-tuk. 6'5" and 20 stone is not a good. It's not a good thing for a tuk-tuk. Manners and Scott, our producer, got in one, and Scott is whiter. He's a pale
lighter in
he's
weight.
a pale shade of white anyway.
Let's just say lighter in weight.
When he was waiting for us at reception yesterday afternoon when we came back, he was put this way. He didn't quite hug us, but he was pleased to see us.
Yeah,
he was in one piece.
He just told me his adventures in the tuk-tuk last evening with Neil Manthorp. It's Mark Wood to bowl from the Shivlal Yadav pavilion end, and it's a back of length delivery, angled across the stumps and let go by Ravindra Jadeja.
It was quite amusing because we're standing on the side of the road. There was motorbikes and wagons and buses going, and Manners had enough. He just, come on, Scott, get in here, said something else, but can't say that live on radio. So Scott was like, I don't want to go. Oh, well, go on, I'll get in. And then he was high-fiving, cuddling us when we got to there because he was like, I'm getting through it. I've experienced the tuk-tuk ride and I'm still in one piece. So he was a bit shaken up last night, was our producer, Scott Taylor.
You come to India, you have to get into a tuk-tuk. It has to be on your bucket list. So I'm glad Scott was able to tick that one off as Wood angles this delivery outside the off stump. Back of length delivery, too much width there, and the batter is not interested. Ravindra Jadeja, well, he is currently batting on 86 not out. He was 81 not out last night at stumps. It's been a brilliant knock from him. Taken his time, waited for the loose deliveries, and his average till 2018, 31. Since then, 45.
Yeah, I was seeing a stat come up off the TV a second ago. He's got more 50s since 2018 than anybody else from an Indian player. That's more than Virat Kohli, more than Rohit Sharma.
Mark Wood once again, a wider slip in position for him. This one angled across, fuller in length this time from Wood. But Jadeja again not interested. And yeah, I mean, talking about Jadeja, 16 games, including this one since 2018. He scored 171 runs, 206 half-centuries at home, an average of 58. Clearly, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli will be jealous of that one.
Yeah, exactly. He's just a top player, and I think when it comes to the all-rounders, the difference, I think somebody else was saying the difference between his batting and bowling average, when you look at the all-rounders in the history of the game, he is right up there. And if I was picking a World 11, he'd be first pick on my team sheet every time, no matter where you play in the world.
Change of angle for Mark Wood as he bowls to Jadeja, back of length. He hops onto the front foot and plays it defensively towards the leg side. The away average, Steve, is not too bad either. 838 runs in 18 games at 36. 6 half-centuries in there as well, with 100, which he scored at Edgbaston.
The numbers are getting better. Ravindra Jadeja as a cricketer is getting better. He's getting more valuable to this Indian cricket team. He's a driving force in the field, because we talk about his batting and bowling prowess, but his fielding is unbelievable as well.
India have just added 6 runs to their lead from the last evening. The lead is now 181. Fuller delivery coming in. Wood trying to reverse that one, but Jadeja playing it towards mid-wicket for no run there.
This really has been a good spell of bowling from Mark Wood and from Joe Root. Good pressure from England. They've kept the field more or less up, and they're just showing a stat on the TV now. So was Callis, Imran Khan, Sean Pollock. The differences in batting average from a bowling average. To be mentioned in them names is quite something, especially the top three of Sobers, Callis and Imran Khan. And Sean Pollock was an unbelievable cricketer as well, but the difference in batting average to bowling average, the value for your team. He's only played 69 test matches. I would imagine that will get, by the time he finishes his career, up to 85, 90 test matches. He is a valuable member of this India cricket team.
And he's taken steps as he's gone along through his career. I remember in 2012, when he had just played at his first test, I had the privilege of asking this question to MS Dhoni, who was then skipper, that how do you see Jadeja grow over the years? As Mark Wood comes in for the final delivery, and he takes a tumble. He's taken a few tumbles in this first innings, but that one was short and going down the leg side for no run. It's the end of the over then, 427 for 7 after 117. The lead is still 181. And just to finish off that story, before I bring in Jarrod Kimber, MS Dhoni said, you know what, there's a big difference between how you play first-class cricket and you play international cricket. Yes, he's got those triple hundreds in first-class cricket, but he's got to take that step up and become a better batter. It's going to take time. It's taken time, and a decade later almost, he has become the batter that MS Dhoni saw that. My apologies, it's going to be former England international with us, Darren Gough. Darren, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful day.
What have you made of Jadeja's knock so far, Darren?
Unbelievable. I think he's a fantastic player. Love watching him play, love watching him bowl, love watching him bat, and his energy in the field. Absolutely. You would have him in your team. Anybody in the world would have Jadeja. Simple as that.
Jarrod to start the next over. This one turning in and away after pitching on for Jarrod. Akshar Patel forward with a defensive prod, and if one Jadeja is not enough, there is a Jadeja clone at the other end. Akshar Patel, 36 not out of 84 deliveries. He's done well for a number 8, number 9 batter. Fantastic outing against Australia in the 4 tests last year. Bowling with a slip now. There's a fuller delivery from Jarrod, who's driven it down the ground. Akshar Patel to the fielder, positioned at mid-off. Looking at the field for Jarrod here. 3 fielders on the leg side. There's backward short leg. Beg your pardon, that's short fine leg. And there is mid-wicket, mid-on. There is mid-off, extra cover in a shortish position. There's cover position as well. And a fielder at backward point. This one, angle in, but Akshar Patel is quite comfortable playing it defensively, coming forward. Next delivery from Jarrod, who's bowling with 1 slip. Fuller on the off stump. Akshar Patel forward once again, 36. He's on. Dot deliveries, 4 dot deliveries for Jarrod in this over. And the sun is slowly starting to come out at the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium in Hyderabad. You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. Jarrod fires this one in once again to Akshar Patel. India taking its time, settling in. It's the 5th session that they are batting in this first innings. 427 for 7, 5 dot deliveries from Jarrod. The last ball of this over. The fielder at mid-wicket has moved into a silly mid-on position. And this one again, flatter delivery through the air, fired on the off stump, and Akshar Patel is forward. End of a maiden over for Jarrod, 2 for 79 from 28. India 427 for 7, Darren.
Yeah, I mean, this is the idea. This is about building an innings, isn't it? I mean, even though you sit in there at the start of play, 421 for 7, India were, but they've got 2 guys set at the crease, Jadeja in the 80s and Akshar in his 30s. But what they've done is just been watchful, get used to the bounce again, get used to the pace, get used to the amount of turn that we've seen in this pitch over the last couple of days, and start again. And this is how you have to play on these pitches, because when you first come in, that is going to be the most difficult period, getting and adjusting to the different pace and amount of turn. And he said, once you can do that, that's when you can start and be comfortable in playing your shots.
Darren, there's a bit of difference in the way England have approached this morning. Much more consistent in line and length.
Well, they needed to be. I think they were better yesterday. I think India played really well yesterday, actually. But I thought England, kind of Chetan Patel said, but they went at it all day. That's the minimum you would expect, isn't it? You would expect them to give them 100%. They're playing in a test match. But the difference is our 3 spinners are not in the quality of India's 3 spinners. That's the biggest difference. And we always say, let's have a look when both teams have bowled and batted on the pitch. But my interesting part of this whole game now is going to be what happens when Ashwin and Jadeja take the ball and Axar Patel take the ball in the second innings. We'll get a better idea how badly we've bowled.
Not to mention, India will have almost 200 runs behind their back. That's how much the lead has swelled up to 181 right now, and you can assume that India will be batting a bit more to get that past 200. Looks like there's going to be a bowling change from the far end, and Jack Leach will be coming into the attack in just a bit. Yesterday he had some issues with his knee, took a couple of knocks. He took a knock on day 1 as well. Wasn't that bad, but yesterday's knock, in fact, sent him off field on a couple of occasions. But he's back on now, hopefully rested well, got a good ice bath, and he is going to be bowling to Ravindra Jadeja. He's going to be bowling from the Shivlal Yadav pavilion end. He bowled a lot from the other end, which is the end where the commentary box is. There's a VVS Luxman pavilion end. He's bowling with a squarish backward short leg and a slip, and there's a fielder at silly mid-wicket. As Ravindra Jadeja drives the first delivery, it was flattered through the air from Jack Leach, coming over the wicket to Jadeja on the off stump. He drives it to the fielder at mid-on, who's in a deeper position. So an easy single for the batters. India moves on to 428 for 7. The lead is now 182. Jadeja on 87, 13 runs shy of what will be his 4th Test 100. Leach with a similar field to Akshar Patel, who's coming forward and defensively prodding at that one. Bit more turn, bit more loop there from Leach. Flatter, he bowled flatter to Jadeja. Gets a bit of an inside edge there, coming off the glove. This time straighter, much flatter through the air from Jack Leach. Akshar Patel, he's come forward and defended it. Jadeja and his clone batting at the crease. It's been a good partnership, 168 balls that they have faced together, 70 runs they have put up. Similar field for both Jadeja and Akshar. This time drives it through covers. Akshar Patel. It was flatter, lot of width from Jack Leach. Big gap between the fielder at backward point and extra cover, and he had no issues finding his way through that gap. Gets that boundary, moves on to 40. Score 432 for 7, Darren.
Aye, good shot, wasn't it, from Axar Patel? Been quite economical, Jack Leach, to most of the spinners for England. But that one a little, trying to hit that rough outside the off stump of the left-hander. But it was just too full.
Straighter delivery to come back for Jack Leach, and Akshar Patel is happy to come forward and play it defensively. That's what Akshar Patel does best. You know, he's going to take his time, wait for the delivery that he's going to hit, or he wants to hit, as he showed last evening in the last over. And again, this time a little more loop from Leach. Akshar Patel's eyes lit up outside the off stump, full-blooded drive, once again piercing that big gap through the covers, another boundary. So 9 runs of that over. Akshar Patel's moved on to 44. It's 436 for 7.
Yeah, poor start from Jack Leach. We know he's got these knee issues. We saw in the warm-ups, looks quite swollen, his knee after a couple of knocks on it over the past couple of days. But 2 poor deliveries there to Axar Patel. 2 great shots, by the way. Even like I said, day 3, we know the ball, a slight little bit of turn, but 2 full, lent right into it there at Axar Patel, and 2 quality drives through the covers to bring up 2 boundaries for India. 436 for 7.
I mean, Leach can see that there's a huge gap between extra cover and backward point, and yet he was giving a lot of width outside the off stump. So not the best ploy from Leach, perhaps.
Well, it's like anything. You go for that dream delivery, don't you? The one that goes through the gate. Remember the Michael Vaughan delivery to Tendulkar, I think it was many years ago. That's the dream delivery for a spinner, isn't it? To turn it back through the gate and clip the stumps. But too full from Jack Leach.
almost 20 years ago, that incident. Was watching on television. I was just a college-going kid back then. As Joe Root starts this over from the VVS Luxman Pavilion end. Flatter delivery on the off stump, just turning away. Jadeja is happy to play it defensively, comes forward. Root bowling with a slip and backward point in position. There's also short fine leg and a silly mid-on in position. Flatter delivery again, and he's happy to play it defensively. No run. Jadeja's approach is...
we just have to be a bit mindful of Joe Root, you know, here, because remember, he's going to be our best player, he's our best batter, and we just cannot be over bowling when he's got a big job to do with the batting hand.
True that, and it's 29. Big shout there from Joe Root, and the finger goes up. Jadeja is going for the DRS. This one was turning it, bit more loop to it. Turning into the left-hander, hits him on the pads. Jadeja wanted to play it defensively. That's what he's been doing all morning.
Check the feet, and it's a fair delivery.
Huge appeal. And this is going to be very interesting. Chris Gaffney, the umpire. His finger went up straight, no doubt there from him. And there is no edge. There seems to be no edge there. But we'll have to wait for the TV umpire's final decision. The entire ground is up, watching on the big screens with bated breath. The fans have walked in early to watch Jadeja get to his 100, but they might just be disappointed here. Joe Root has been the best spinner for England. Already has 2 for 79. There's the ultra edge, and the ball is just going past. Ooh. There's a big spike as the ball is past the bat.
Okay, can you give me maybe...
Has that hit the bat and the pad at the same time? That's going to be the big question for the TV umpire, who's Murray Erasmus.
Just maybe something from the leg side.
Yeah, he's nicked it. He's nicked it. Get on with it.
There you have it from Darren Gough. But we'll have to wait for the umpire's decision. Going to be a very close call there.
Otherwise, we have to go back to the ultra edge. Yeah, yeah, this one is good. You can just... Okay.
Once again, looking at the ultra edge.
On the pad. Yes, okay, give me that ultra edge. Yeah. Okay.
We have a side angle as well.
If it's bad first, so we'll go to ball tracking, please.
Well, the umpire seems to have decided that's pad first, and they are proceeding to ball tracking.
Impact is umpire's call.
It's umpire's call on impact.
So you can stay with your out decision, Chris.
And Jadeja has to walk back. Huge wicket, that one.
Now you can signal.
Long time they took to make sure that it was pad first and not the bat. They had 2 looks at the ultra edge, front on and the side on, and finally went to the ball tracker. The ball itself was just crashing into the bails at the top of the stumps, but he's gone now. 87 of 180 balls. LBW, Joe Root, who's picked up his 3rd wicket, Darren.
He has indeed, and he's deserved it, right? It's been a good effort from Joe Root. Say the 4th spinner in this England side, but he's been consistent. 28.3 overs he's bowled now, 3 for 79. It's a big wicket at Jadeja. I actually did think he did get an inside edge there, but hey, it is what it is. 436 for 8. He brings Bumrah to the crease, but a good lead, isn't it, for India? 190 runs after 2 days and half an hour's play. What have they got left, India? Can they sneak out another 20 or 30 runs, which will be hugely important and just about put England out of the game? But this England side always believe they can win from any given situation, especially under Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum coaching and captaincy.
Ravindra Jadeja has hundreds at Rajkot in 2018, Mohali in 2022 against West Indies and Sri Lanka respectively, and against England and Edgbaston in 2022. He could not add Hyderabad to that list. He was on 81 last night. He's gone for 87. India 436 for 8, and it's Jasprit Bumrah, 30-year-old pacer, who is going to be playing his 50th innings. Just the average of 6 here, 213 runs. And the big question, as Darren Gough asked, what is India going to do here? What is Akshar Patel going to do here now? The 2 wickets remaining, lead 190 runs. It's going to be Jarrod bowling round the wicket to the right-hander, a slip and a forward and backward shot leg in position. He's bowled him fast ball. He's bowled him fast ball. Bumrah came forward, big gap between bat and pad, got him through it, and the stumps are knocked down. Jarrod picks up his 4th wicket. He's going to be on a hat-trick. 2 in 2, India 436 for 9.
Wow, it's amazing, isn't it, how it changes. We're still in a great position, India. But for Jarrod, again, he loves bowling in Indian conditions. And that's what we were talking about, the classic off-spinner's delivery. Outside off, turned through the gate, bowled him. Bumrah, average of 6.66. It's not going to improve, is it? After that, out first ball. England are happy. Lifted, the Barmy Army are happy, but poor Jasprit Bumrah, bowl route for 0, 1 ball, and India sitting at 436 for 9.
Big cheer from the crowd, the Saturday early morning crowd, because the homeboy Mohammad Siraj has walked in. But what a moment to walk into. The hat-trick ball from Jarrod. You can bet they're going to have a lot of close-in fielders here, Darren.
Well, you would say so, wouldn't you? Got an opportunity to get a test hat-trick. There's not many get them. And it's got a turning pitch. He's going to be able to get fielders around the bat now. It lifts the team, it lifts the bowler. The bowler, when you know you're on a hat-trick, if you're a fast bowler, that ball's always going to be quicker because the adrenaline's running. But for the spinner, he's got to remain calm. He's got the fielders around the bat. He's got a turning ball, a turning pitch. Just get it in the right areas.
Well, it looks like there's going to be 2 slips in position. There's going to be backward short leg, forward short leg. There's going to be backward point, which is slightly come in. There's going to be mid-off as well, just slightly walking in Rehan Ahmed. And that seems to be the catching positions for Jarrod, who's going to come in from round the wicket. He already has. And there's also going to be a silly point, so 5 close-in fielders catching. He already has a 5-wicket haul, and the backward point is also coming in. And they're going to be 2 backward short leg positions. So that's 6 fielders. 6 fielders catching for Mohammad Siraj. Hat-trick ball for Jarrod. He bowls around the wicket, and Siraj is forward and plays it defensively, bat along pad. Loud cheer from the English fans, from the Indian fans, and the hat-trick is denied. But can he pick up his 5th wicket here as well? 4 for 79 for Jarrod. The 6 fielders stay in position for Mohammad Siraj. Back of length delivery, he's again forward, and a defensive prod to end the over. 120 overs in the Indian first innings. It's 436 for 9. A word from Darren Gough, and then to take this forward, Andrew McKenna.
Well, exciting times here in Hyderabad. Jarrod 4 for 79. Superb he's been, Joe. Plays as one of the greatest batters that's played for England. But I'll tell you what, his bowling, he steps up to the mark when he gets in India. A top performance from him in an otherwise disappointing bowling performance from England. But Jarrod leading from the front with the ball, turning it. Some big wickets in there. Jadeja, Bharat, Bumrah and Jaswal. Fantastic from Jarrod, but 436 for 9. India still in a real strong position.
Morning, Dazzler. Morning, everybody. Well, 2 balls have completely changed things there. You're just thinking to yourself that, well, it's India that are dominating things still, but those 2 just completely changed it. We're going to have a bowling change at the Jarrod Pavilion end, and it's going to be Rayan Ahmed to replace Jack Leach. Jack Leach, by the way, bowling, we presume, because he was before the game with his, well, he was strapped up his left leg from thigh to ankle. You literally couldn't see any skin, and he's, I presume he's bowled it like that in the match as well as the warm-up, but he's been replaced by Rayan Ahmed. He's going to be around the wicket for the first ball to Akshar Patel. Now Akshar turns this to Duckett at square leg, and England are expecting now Akshar to go into basically T20 mode. They've got a deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. Cover is 10 metres off the boundary, and Ben Stokes is about 10 or 15 in at long off. Duckett is now going to go back to square leg about 30 metres off the boundary, so they're expecting a big one, and Akshar helps it into the leg side down to Mark Wood all along the floor. They don't take the run, so Mark Wood will do the fielding. It will remain 4:36 for 9 here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, and of course on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Rayan Ahmed around the wicket from the far end. Akshar plays it defensively, and there is no run. So Zach Crawley is still in at slip. So for the regulation, Nick, there is still someone there. Bairstow is halfway at short fine leg. Rayan Ahmed around the wicket. It's pushed into the offside. Rayan will have to do the fielding himself because there's no one else within about 40 metres there. And I think Zach Crawley is now just waving his arms to say that's 4 balls in the over, guys. We need to start coming in and applying a bit of pressure, because we don't want them getting an easy single and getting Akshar up the other end. We want to be attacking Siraj, and that is something that India missed earlier on. They allowed a few too many easy ones when Ben Stokes was batting in England's first innings, so England more alive to that this time around. Rayan is in and floats up a leg break that's pushed out on the offside. No run. Sun breaking through. It was really hazy, and in fact there's a lot of smoke from a bonfire not a million miles away from the ground when we started, but the sun has now broken through. It was a nice temperature, actually. I mean, it wasn't sort of, you know, your 5 or 6 degrees as it would be at home this morning. It was still pretty nice, but now it's starting to heat up both on and off the pitch. Final ball of the over with India leading by 190. Rayan is around the wicket and bowls Akshar with a leg break. The innings is over. 4:36 all out. Akshar bowled for 44, and Rayan Ahmed rounds things up. 2 for 105 he ends up with. It was a leg break that maybe stayed down a little bit. It did turn, and yeah, it hit about halfway up the stumps. Akshar has played for more height on the ball than that, but he's been comprehensively bowled. So India's first innings is complete. 4:36. They lead by 190. England will bat again and have, what, an hour and, well, just under an hour by the time we've had the change of innings. So just under an hour for England to bat to get them through till lunch. But Darren Gough, they've done it. They've taken those 3 wickets, and they've done it in pretty decent order in the end.
They have. It's been a good morning for England. We've won half a session, so we can be happy at that. I think it's the first time in the game, and they've still got an healthy lead, India, but England can walk off, put the feet up, rest up. It's a long, long series. But I'll tell you what we've seen in the last 10, 15 minutes is turn. We've seen turn. We've seen a little bit of uneven bounce, and it's not looking good for England. They've got to come out, they've got to fight, show determination, show quality, and decide how they're going to play against 3 quality spinners of Ashwin, Jadeja and Akshar Patel. But as you've seen, those last 3 wickets that fell this morning, a little bit of spin out there in Hyderabad, but India will be happy. 436, 121 overs in the field for England, with Wood no wickets for 47. Hartley 2 for 131 on debut. Leach 1 for 63. England's #1 spinner, but the pick for me, Joe Root 4 for 79. Macca.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's done it again, hasn't he? 4 for 79 from 29 overs, so he was the most used bowler as well. Leach bowled 26, Hartley 25, Rayan 24 overs for his 2 for 105. And yeah, Jarrod is an incredibly important part of this England bowling attack. Of course, he took that 5 for 8 in Ahmedabad 4 years ago. You just touched on the England approach. With your director of cricket hat on, what would you be saying in the dressing room?
That's a good question, isn't it? What would you be saying? What you try and do as a director of cricket is be positive. The coach is the one who actually, they've done all the work, they've decided, they've got the game plans and where they're going to try and play, what they expect from the pitch. But you have to adapt. You have to adapt to the situation. We've seen a little bit of uneven bounce. Is sweeping going to be the best form of attack on this pitch? I'm not so sure. You watched India, yes, the odd sweep. We didn't see that many from them. England were obsessed by sweeping that first day because the always theory has been the more it turns, the more you sweep. But you've still got to have an evenish pitch. I think what we've seen today as well this morning is a little bit more uneven bounce. And that's what makes it very, very difficult to play that shot, cross-bat shots, because it would top edges, bottom edges, and it's going to be a difficult one. So you're going to work out your plans and work out how you're going to keep the scoreboard rotating. That is going to be the key here. Rotating the strike, putting pressure back on India, changing the momentum, and that is not going to be easy, Macca.
Would you go for a couple of overs with the seam, or are you going straight to spin? I mean, Harmy has already said today, if you were Siraj, you'd leave your bowling boots back at the hotel. You can't see him get a go. It was interesting watching Bumrah warm up. Literally, he walked 2 steps and delivered the ball. He never even broke into a jog. He looked like a man who thought, I know I'm not going to be bowling. In fairness, now he's got his whites on. I've just watched him, he's come off 4 steps, so he's gone for a little bit more. So I would guess maybe he might get one end, but would you go spin straight away at the other?
I think they're in that good a position, India. They could probably have with a new ball a couple of overs each. You know, I don't think it'd be a bad thing. They've got a good lead, haven't they? So I think
just a small matter of 190, yeah.
No matter where you are in the world, right? A new ball's a new ball. If you get the ball in the right areas, it can misbehave. We saw from Bumrah in the first innings, yeah, both of them weren't magnificent, were they? That first morning, they were a little bit nervous probably. Bumrah struggled against the left-hander, but when he came round the wicket, he found his length, he found his line. Siraj does what Siraj does. He can swing the ball, but he's a wicket taker. But when he doesn't get it right, he can go round the park. I think India are in a position where they can have a look at both seamers, 1 or 2 overs, if it's just 1 or 2 overs each, and then get the spinners on. They've got 3 high-quality spinners. We're going to see a lot of them today. So let's have a look at some seam first, shall we?
Well, absolutely. And with the time that we've got, as I mentioned, we've got, you know, a session that's going to be under an hour. It gives you a chance to have 3 or 4 overs with the seamers and then go to the spin, and then you can make a judgment from there.
Well, they're going to be bowling the rest of the day, Macca. So let's have a look with the new ball. As I said, new ball's a new ball anywhere in the world, and you've got a chance of taking wickets. Uneven bounce, a little bit of swing, and a poor shot. Actually, we've seen plenty of poor shots from both teams today. If we go over this last two and a bit days, there's been some terrible shots. Been some great batting and bowling, but there's been some terrible shots.
Well, the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium is most definitely filling up. When we started this morning, there was a few thousand in. You can basically judge this place by the 2 stands that are either side, because they give you a ticket. You buy a ticket for it, but there's no allocated seats. So what happens is the people that arrive earliest take the front row, and then they fill up the row behind that, and then the row behind that. And just looking away to both left and right, we're about 75% of the way back up the sides of the stands as the people all file in. There's still lots and lots of either schools or cricket clubs, I would guess, because there's lots of uniforms of matching outfits. There's looks like a group over there of Nottinghamshire Outlaws. There's lots of green and gold over there. The sort of khaki coloured, I'm guessing that's a school uniform away to the nearer side of that. Barmy Army are over in that stand away to our right hand side as well. The trumpeter you can hear when they come out. They've got children all around them, so every time the trumpeter gets up, they all start to get up the kids and try and drown out the trumpeter to get some enthusiasm back in the crowd for the Indian team, and very shortly the Indian team will be taken to the field, and as I say, they've got a lead of 190 in this game. How will that fare? Well, we'll find out sooner rather than later, you would suspect, on this one. India have this phenomenal record at home, only 3 defeats in test matches in their last 45 matches. They just do not lose the games here, and the 5 venues that we're actually playing this test match on, they've not lost a test at any of them. In fairness, there've only been 12 played, but there've been 9 wins and 3 draws, and Hyderabad has been the most used of the venues, with 5 tests played here, so it's not been an overly used venue. 4 wins and a draw for India here. The first match was actually the draw when they played New Zealand back in November 2010, but they've since beaten New Zealand once again, Australia, Bangladesh and the West Indies. The last test match that was here was the West Indies test. That was 6 years ago, or 5.5 years ago, October of 2018. So it's been a while between drinks for Hyderabad, shall we say. But I think the locals have come here and are expecting plenty. Delighted to say that Kevin Pietersen's moved in alongside me and to join Gough as well. Well, Kev, in the end, England do a job. They get things wrapped up. They had to be batting before lunch today, otherwise they were going to be in a world of pain. They're going to be batting before lunch.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Whoever's joining us this early in the morning. Nice to see the boys in London are turning up. Very good, Goughy. Very, very good, actually. Mightily impressed. But it's going to be difficult. Trying to think about the words I can use to describe how difficult this is going to be for the England batters, because we saw Joe Root spin quite a few deliveries this morning. We saw Rayan Ahmed knock over Harsha Patel from around the wicket with a prodigious spin and a lack of bounce, which means that the Indian spinners will be now warming up as they are on the outfield, thinking, okay, it's just a matter of time. 77 overs England have got to bat today.
I just asked Darren, I'll ask you the same question.
Sure.
What would your approach, and what is the message in the England dressing room about their approach today? I mean, they're 190 behind. How do they go about this?
It's about skill, and you've got to trust your ability to defend, but also it's about just trying to show some sort of fight. Don't give it away. But it's easier said than done. It's damn hard. They're in a position here where it's hard to win this test match. It's hard to come back into this test match, and they've been outplayed. The Indian spinners in the first innings were incredible. Ashwin 3 for, Jadeja 3 for. Harsha got very important wickets of Root and Bairstow. Jasprit Bumrah got a couple, and he's pure quality and absolute genius with the new ball. And then the England spinners just are not good enough. It's just unfortunately the way it is.
Sorry, can I just point out, you put up something on social media last night saying anyone blaming England's preparation on this, give yourself an uppercut. This is nothing about preparation.
Nothing.
This is about talent and ability.
It's ability. They could have spent the last 6 months in India, and our spinners wouldn't have bowled any better. They're just not as good as the Indian spinners, and unfortunately, you're a symptom of your environment. And the environment in county cricket in England is not conducive to bowling on wickets like they're bowling now. You bowl to some good batters, yes, but you don't play on wickets like this. So you can go and practice wherever you want to. Go and practice anywhere. Go and practice in Vegas. Go and practice on the moon. Go and practice in Ahmedabad. Go to Rajkot. Go and spend a year in Rajkot. You are not going to bowl any better than what you've been bowling here. So it doesn't matter.
And it sounds like what England were doing in Abu Dhabi, they wouldn't have been able to do here, because they basically had the run of the place. They were scraping up wickets, pouring sand on it. They wouldn't have been allowed to do that here. So they were able to do some stuff that they wouldn't have been able to do, because they basically taken over the situation at Abu Dhabi. Anyway, look, that's
no, but it's very important. I'll make one more point. The traditionalists, and I know there are certain traditionalists are hammering England for being in Abu Dhabi. What I will say to them, you're a traditionalist. You want the survival of test match cricket. The survival of Test match cricket belongs in the hands of the players who want to play the game. There is SA20 happening at the moment. There's the Bangladesh Premier League. These guys have the ability to all go and make more money playing in T20 cricket around the world than worry about this nonsense now of having a bat against Bumrah, Ashwin, and test themselves in an environment like this. There's way more pressure. So my view is, let them enjoy Test match cricket. Let them want to play Test match cricket. They want to enjoy it, and they want to warm up in Abu Dhabi, let them do it. Why do you want to punish these guys by what they feel would be a punishment if they came and played for 3 weeks in India?
Here we go then, Jasprit Bumrah, first ball of the second innings, full and straight. Zach Crawley turns it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Second innings underway.
And that's the point that I wanted to make. You have to make the environment happy. That's what McCullum's doing. That's what Stokes doing. They want to go and warm up wherever they want to go and warm up. And I'm telling you now, it's the media that drive the golfing story. These guys have trained damn hard. Have a look at these guys. These are proper athletes. Look at the shape of these players. You can't always be practicing. You also need a break. Golf is a perfect relief.
2 slips in a gully waiting behind Crawley as Bumrah goes in. Bumrah is bowling straight. Zach Crawley plays from the crease, drops it into the leg side, no run.
So it's important that they have a break. And you've just talked about the practice that they did and the tough preparation that they put themselves in and the physical shape that these guys are in. They're not allowed, what? They're not allowed to go and play golf? Let them play golf. Let them enjoy. Let them want to play Test match cricket, because the survival of Test match cricket is up to the players.
Bumrah in from the far end. It's down the leg side. Crawley doesn't get anything on it. It's taken by Bharat, who has half an appeal, but there's nothing ever anything serious there, and he flicks it on to KL Rahul is at first slip. Shubman Gill is at second. It's Shreyas Iyer in the gully as per the first innings. India going with a pretty regulation field. And just to finish off on that, the other thing is the financial side of it. You touched that there's a lot of money to be made. Was it someone worked out that Pat Cummins has got to bowl 8 balls in the IPL, in an IPL match, to get his Test match fee for Australia? That yep. tells you an awful lot.
Yep.
That tells you an awful lot.
Exactly right. You look at the guys like Joss Butler and the players that are down in South Africa at the moment. They're earning crazy money. And they're staying in a wonderful place. They're playing golf every day. They're having a braai barbecue every night. They're having a swing, playing in colours of pink and just enjoying themselves. These guys are here now facing an absolute barrage on day 3 in Hyderabad. Let them enjoy their preparation.
Jasprit Bumrah is on the way once again. Zach Crawley's playing inside the line of that one and allows it through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, we want Test cricket to survive. We want them to thrive. There was lots of talk about the quality of the team that the West Indies have sent to Australia, because guys have said, well, actually,
look at what
white ball cricket.
Hold on. Look at what South Africa have sent to New Zealand.
Well, yes.
You've got Bavuma, who's the captain of the Test side in South Africa. He's sitting on the bench for Sunrisers Eastern Cape at the moment. Nah, I'd rather sit on the bench than go and play Test cricket. What happens if Stokes says it?
Bumrah makes his way in once again, past the umpire and bowls. Zach Crawley turns this to mid-wickets, and there is no run. England still yet to get underway. 5 balls into their second innings, 0-for-0.
And it's very easy for Stokes to say it. He's just come off a knee injury. Actually, no, I'll go and earn $500,000 playing for Mumbai franchise in South Africa, and then I'll go and play the PSL, earn another $500,000. So that's why I said that if you are criticising England's warm-up in the Middle East, give yourself a bigger uppercut.
Bumrah makes his way in for the final time, the first over. Now that one seemed to just give Crawley a little bit of discomfort there. Maybe just nip back a bit. He's kept it out. End of the first over here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. England 0-for-0. They trailed by 190 after bowling India out for 436. Having spoken about the preparation, though, Leach, Foakes, Root and Pope, did they need more preparation in terms of playing for fitness reasons? I mean, Jack Leach is coming off of 8 months out of the game. Did he need more bowling, maybe? Was there a case for sending him to go with the England Lions and playing that game against India, Ray?
You think he's going to spin it more if he'd gone and played that game? I don't think so. He's got a technical issue. He's not a spin bowler. He's a slow bowler. That's what they've talked about downstairs. He's a slow bowler. Downstairs is on TV, on the world feed. He's a slow bowler, he's not a spinner. I was very interested, just quickly, I got a monitor in front of me and I try to look for Siraj as soon as Jasprit Bumrah bowled that last delivery to see what Siraj is doing. Guess what he's doing, ladies and gentlemen? He is his flats on, and it's Ravichandran Ashwin who's bowling.
Straight to spin, it is. And it's turned by Ben Duckett just wide of short leg. Straight away, Ashwin in the game. The man, one of the highest quality off spinners, and he's not going to give Siraj an opportunity. Duckett was playing a long way in front of the pad, inside half of the bat. In fairness, that's a metre or so away from the close-in fielder, but it's the sort of thing straight away India's spinners looking threatening.
Yeah, and let's have a look and see what Crawley does. Crawley came down to Ashwin in the first innings and hit it straight to Siraj at mid-off. There's a deep mid-wicket in place, a deep square leg in place. There's a long on halfway back.
Yeah, they did take a single from that, so England underway, one without loss. It's turned to square leg, a short square leg, but straight off the pads. There's going to be a lot of this, folks. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be a bumpy ride. There's going to be a lot of appealing. There's going to be a lot of shouting, and
That's spun a long way. We've seen the replay now. This pitch is on leg stump and almost spins square.
New ball has got a proud seaman on that occasion. Zach Crawley's gone straight to the reverse and hit it through third for 4. It was a little bit wider on that occasion, hoping that it would spin back in, but Crawley was able to get down, play the reverse. He gets underway with the boundary. England 5 without loss. They trail by 185.
Yeah, they're going to employ this technique, aren't they? The sweep and the reverse sweep, and they may get a few runs, but I do think that it's fraught with so much danger. You have a look at the way the KL Rahul played, and all the Indian batters generally got in. I don't think there was any that didn't. I think Ravichandran Ashwin was the only batter, if you can call him a batter.
Ashwin is in around the stumps once again to the right-handed Crawley, who's played down to short fine leg. There's certainly a sound of pad, but I think that was bat on pad once he played the shot, so he gets the single. England 6 without loss. Crawley has 5 of them, and it brings Duckett back on strike.
The Indian batters, they just don't sweep. No reverse sweeping, no sweeping. They put a cap on and then they just go and play.
There was an inside edge onto pad there from Crawley down to fine leg. Ashwin to the left-handed Duckett, who immediately gets the sweep out, and that's missed and bounces straight over the top of middle stump. Well, Ben Duckett did say in Abu Dhabi that for him, the sweep and the reverse sweep could be as solid, if you like, as playing a forward defensive. That one didn't look it, I'm afraid, Ben. Ashwin around the wicket. Duckett is forward playing defensively, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run there. That's 2 overs gone. Jarrod Kimber has picked up his microphone, our analyst, so I'll let him bring you a quick thought. I'm getting out of the way because Neil Manthorp's taking over the ball by ball.
Yeah, I was just looking at the stats of, because I thought it was quite interesting that they went with Ashwin first and not Akshar or Jadeja. So Ben Duckett versus off-spin in Asia averages 11.66, and Crawley versus left-arm finger spin in Asia averages 7. And in his first-class career, he averages 15 against left-arm finger spin Crawley. So clearly they're going for Duckett before Crawley because they had those 2 options. Or, KP, it is possible that Ashwin just said, I'll take the ball because I like bowling up front in the second innings with a new ball, especially with a left-hander to face.
Jasprit Bumrah begins his second over, and Crawley stands tall and pushes it firmly back up towards mid-on. England 6 without loss.
Yeah, I think Ravichandran Ashwin likes the new ball. He's much better with the new ball, and it's something that he's done for a very long time. And maybe there was a toss-up, Jadeja or Ashwin, and Jadeja said, mate, with that run out yesterday, you were the only bloke who missed out yesterday. Take the new ball, have a roll, and get some early poles.
Here's Bumrah once again running towards us from the Shiv Lal Yadav pavilion end, and Crawley drives off the back foot. It's a beautiful shot. No, just momentum of the bat. I didn't move his feet a great deal, but it was just back of length outside the off stump and just used his hands, hit through the line. 4 runs to the cover boundary.
Yeah, he's good like this, Zach Crawley, with the new ball and against the seamers. It's a big stride. He's really tall, and when you're tall, batting in the subcontinent, it's a lovely, lovely place to bat against the seamers, because you know you don't get too many bumpers, so you can almost be planted on that front foot. Yes, you've got to have the knowledge that Bumrah has a bumper in him, but playing off the front foot is so comfortable.
2 slips in a gully, 3 on the offside, 2 on the onside. Here's Bumrah again, bowls. Slower ball, looked like, outside the off stump, wide. Crawley left it alone.
It was a slow ball. It was effective, wasn't it, in the first innings?
I'm dying to ask you about the sweep shot before you leave, KP. England play it more than any other team. They've got a sweep percentage above 10% against spinners. The West Indies play it the least of all the international teams. Second least is India.
Yeah.
You know, just a completely contrasting techniques. Here's Bumrah again. Forward comes Crawley playing defensively, and there's no run, fielded at mid-wicket. KL Rahul played 4 sweep shots and hit 4 fours in his whole innings.
Yeah, and he likes the sweep. Spoke to KL Rahul last night, and he just said that the sweep is determined on how much the ball is spinning and how much it's bouncing. Because if it's spinning and bouncing, you want to score those runs, and you want to try and get the bowler away from his lengths and his lines, and that's what sweeping does. I had a conversation with Rahul Dravid this morning before play, and he said he wishes his players would sweep more. And I asked the question, and I said, why?
Bumrah forward to Crawley, plays defensively, no run. I'm dying to hear the answer.
Yeah, but I said why, and he said because I mean the other teams, they do it and they do it. I said Rahul, I said, you're so far ahead of the game here now. I said Indian players just don't do it. I mean, I played against you for how long, and you don't do it. There's no sweeping that happens here, and you guys are so successful. Why do you need to sweep? Your feet are so good against the spinning ball. You're either forward, you're either back. The guys that sweep are the ones that don't really know which way it's going. And
Bumrah again to Crawley, leaves a line outside the off stump. No run, England 10 for none.
And they're fighting their own technique. That's my view, especially with DRS now. I don't think you really need a sweep.
How much of the sweep shot is premeditated?
Yeah, a lot of it is premeditated. Heck of a lot's premeditated. The one we saw from Duckett in the previous over, there's no way he thought this is the right ball to sweep. Absolutely no chance.
Do England sweep too much?
I think they might do in these conditions. If they were better on their feet, if they were more nimble on their feet, they wouldn't need to sweep as much. If they played more of the back foot, they wouldn't need to sweep as much. You only have to look at the team they're playing against and how much they sweep.
Ben Duckett's prolific sweeper, scores a lot of runs with it in England. Against Ashwin in Hyderabad, maybe more awkward this time. It goes, it almost plays from the crease. He wanted to get onto the front foot, then went back again and played defensively. Slip and a short leg. Man sweeping, well, he's actually at deep backward point as well. Here's Ashwin again, bowls. Duckett comes forward, plays defensively. So I'm slightly surprised that the field is not quite set as much for the sweep shot, given how much Duckett plays it. There is a man at mid-wicket, but nobody behind square on the leg side. So down the leg side from Ashwin, tucked away by Duckett, picked up at short leg. There's no run there. As I say, Rohit Sharma at slip. There's a backward point, extra cover, deepish mid-off, conceding a single. Man at deep backward point on the boundary. Here's Ashwin again, bowls. There is a Sir Duckett sweep shot down towards deep backward square, fielded by Akshar Patel. And Duckett backs it. I mean, he feels completely and totally comfortable with the sweep shot, both orthodox and reverse. Jarrod Kimber?
Is that because he sweeps 28% of the time to spin, do you think, Danny?
Well, does he sweep because he's comfortable with it, or is he comfortable with it because he sweeps so much?
There is one England player who sweeps more than him, and both of you should know who that is.
More than 28% of the time?
Mm-hmm.
In
it's a
international...
really obvious one once you think about it.
KP's picked his microphone up, he's got the answer. Here's Ashwin into Crawley, hits him on the pad. Yelps of catch it, don't think he got an inside edge.
Is it Brute?
No, Brute's right up there as well.
Broad.
Broad is a very good one. You're on the right one, but you've forgotten the obvious person.
Jimmy Anderson.
Who only has one shot, and the sweep and the reverse sweep. who I think was he told at the Australian Academy after facing a couple of the Australian spinners, don't worry about any other shots, Jimmy, just try this.
Ashwin into Crawley again, no run.
So we've got the Indian as well. The Indian player who sweeps most is Bumrah, 9.6%, so nowhere near. Anderson's at 35%. KS Barrett at 6.7%, and you've got Foakes at 2.4%, which is the lowest England player, and Kohli at 0.6% of his shots. So about 1 every 200 balls of spin, Kohli goes, why not? I'll just try a sweep.
Yeah, and that just goes back to my point that if you don't really know which way it's going, just employ the sweep. And you're not confident in your technique, employ the sweep. And you've got 2 tail enders there that are leading the sweep percentages because they have no idea which way it's going, and also they don't trust the defence. I think if you trust your defence, you don't need to go to it.
Jasprit Bumrah's work for the day is done. Bumrah's 2 overs, cost 4 runs. He didn't take a wicket. Take a breather, Jazz. We'll see you in Vizag.
Yeah, I think he's just on his way to the airport, actually, Bumrah. He's had enough. Him and Siraj, they're sitting in 1A and 1B.
It's Akshar Patel who will bowl the 5th over of the innings. We've had 2 overs of seam, and that may be it. Akshar Patel into Ben Duckett, who's forward, pushing square of the wicket on the offside, just trickles away defensively. I must say that, you know, there have been some pitches over the years that have deteriorated. Here's Akshar Patel again. Duckett goes for the reverse sweep, totally the wrong length, and was nowhere near it. It's just turned and bounced way over the top of his bat as he played the reverse sweep. I mean, nobody even got excited. That's how much he missed it by.
You know, the key difference already, you've seen 2 balls, one from Ashwin and one from Akshar.
Duckett plays the next one defensively.
That have bounced. When England was bowling, it was almost that side spin, that undercutting spin, and the ball just wasn't bouncing. So there's just a big difference here in the quality of spin bowler. That's just the difference in the teams.
Here's Akshar once again from the pavilion end. Duckett plays it defensively out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I just want to point out that Duckett, it sounded like I was chuckling at that missed reverse sweep. It wasn't anything like the amount of laughter that Ben Duckett was producing at himself when he missed that. He was howling with laughter at himself. Tucks this one nicely off his pads for a single to long leg.
Yeah, and I think Ben Duckett will be fairly happy with him bowling around the wicket too. I think Akshar Patel, if he wanted to attack a little bit more to the left-hander, he'd be bowling into the footholes. Ran Ahmed got a ball to spin prodigiously against Akshar Patel that knocked him over, and sort of opens up the offside, yes, for a little bit more of an attacking stroke through the offside if it's there for it, but spinning through the gate. The great Shane Warne used to come around the wicket on occasions to left-handers and really rip it out of the rough. That famous ball of knocking Strauss over at Edgbaston in 2005, he did on many an occasion.
Akshar into Zach Crawley, massive change in the field for the right-hander, and he too, though, pushes it out behind square on the offside and sets off for a quick single. Just a reminder, if you're waking up early on this fine Saturday morning, well, it is here in Hyderabad anyway, India have bowled out for 436 for a first innings lead of 190. Joe Root was outstanding, picking up 2 of the last 3 wickets this morning to finish with 4 for 79. And for the first time ever in Test cricket, in 2,400 odd Test matches, it was the first time that 3 of the top 6 were out in the 80s. Ravi Jadeja went for 87, and yesterday Jaiswal 80 and KL Rahul 86, but Joe Root outstanding, 4 for 79, lead of 190. England have begun their second innings with a mountain to climb. They're trailing still by 177. Ashwin continues now. Crawley uses his feet, not to go big, but just to get to the pitch of it. Clips it off his pads out to Jadeja at square leg for another single.
Yeah, and that's why I not so sure about this bowling around the wicket for Ashwin to the right-hander. He's around the wicket to Ben Duckett. Yes, I understand that, but it's quite easy for the tall guy to come down the wicket and to just push it into the leg side.
worked for Joe Root, didn't it? I thought he was just doing that as a sort of a look-see initially, but he bowled, I think, pretty much all of his overs to the right-handers from around the wicket. And he had a clear plan, didn't he? He was looking for the slider. He had a slip on, a slip in place, but you wouldn't have thought Ashwin would do that necessarily all the time. Oh, this one fizzes past Duckett's outside edge. Bit quicker, that one, from Ashwin.
I think a part-timer, it's a technical thing for a part-timer to be able to just get fully through your action. When you're a right-arm off-spinner bowling around the wicket, you actually feel like you've got to get all the way around your action to get the ball on the right line.
I'd like to recall that last comment. Duckett withdrew his bat. He wasn't a play and a miss. This time he reverse sweeps, hits it very nicely as well, but straight to backward square leg, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Yeah, but that one from Ashwin that fizzed past Duckett's bat, he withdrew it inside the line. Here is Ashwin again, bowls Duckett forward, playing defensively, but for a single, just gentle trickle out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary. 15 without loss, Crawley 11, Ben Duckett 4. We've had 2 overs of seam, and that could be it for the innings. Jasprit Bumrah, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. And we're going to have a festival of spin, you suspect, for as long as England can bat. If they can knock off that deficit of 190. I think for them to have a chance of winning this game, they need to score 350. Yeah, to have a chance. To have a good chance of winning, I think they probably need 400. Here's Ashwin once again to Crawley. He too plays the reverse sweep, hits it very nicely. He's middled that, really effective, and he's got 4 runs for it. Akshar Patel chases for about 20 or 30 yards. He thought that he had a good chance of cutting it off, but it just seemed not to lose any pace over the outfield, which has been under a hot sun for well, 4 or 5 days since its last watering, and it's certainly getting quicker and quicker. That was very nicely played from Crawley. He moves to 15, and Ben Duckett has 4, England 19 for none, trailing by 171. This one from Ashwin hits Crawley. Well, no, actually, he's just come forward there, and it wasn't really a forward defensive shot with a great deal of conviction, but he opened the face of the bat and again steered it away for a single behind square on the offside. Deficit of 190 on first innings, 20 without loss. Deficit of 170 now. More from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be Chetan Narula.
Yeah, good start from England. 170 runs behind, but Crawley and Duckett, they've getting over that initial passage of 2 from Bumrah, and Ashwin's bowled a good line, a good length, and he's been challenging in around the front pad. Both Crawley and Duckett utilising the reverse sweep more than the conventional sweep, largely down to the fact that there's bigger gaps on that side of the field than obviously on the leg side. So again, Akshar Patel ready to come in.
You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, and if you've just joined us, India were bowled out for 436 as Akshar Patel starts a new over from the N. Shivlal Yadav Pavilion End. Fuller delivery on middle and leg, and Zach Crawley sweeps it to deep square leg for 2 runs. England move on to 22 without loss.
Yeah, good use of the paddle sweep, use of the pace of Akshar Patel.
Akshar Patel once again, he's bowling with the silly point and a slip in position. Rohit Sharma at slip and Yashasvi Jaiswal the silly point. Moves on quickly to 18. And England still trailing by 168 runs. So this is going to be a game of cat and mouse now until lunch. We have just about half an hour to go. Akshar Patel once again to Crawley, who comes down the ground and hoists it down the ground, up in the air. And it clears the rope at long on for 6. The first 6 for Zach Crawley. He's moved on to 24. England 28 without loss.
Yeah, that's a good shot from Zach Crawley. Akshar Patel bowls obviously a lot flatter, a lot quicker in trajectory, but Zach Crawley coming down the wicket. Don't think it's turned as much for the Indian bowlers as what it did in on day 1, and I think because of that, Zach can get out to the ball.
Akshar Patel once again This time back of length, and he's on his back foot and plays it off his hips towards square leg, where Mohammad Siraj is the fielder. That's the most work he's done in this innings, and that's what you would expect from him in the second innings as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do too much work. I'd be surprised if he gets 1 or 2 overs. Home boy, but no sentiment when it comes to trying to get the wickets for India. I don't think he's going to bowl too much.
Forward short leg and a silly mid-wicket, and a slip in position for the left-handed Ben Duckett. Fuller delivery from Akshar Patel, flatter, and he pushes it defensively. You mentioned about slow turn. Last night, KL Rahul in his TV interview said that there is slower turn on this pitch. It's not turning as quickly as it was on day one. I'll get your thoughts on that in just a bit. As reverse sweep from Ben Duckett, fetches it. It was back of length, and it's gone for a boundary. That's his first 4. He's moved on to 8, and a good over for England there. 33 without loss.
Yeah, good shot from Ben Duckett. He's gone early, showing Akshar that he is going to reverse sweep. It was more like a right-handed conventional sweep, because he was in position literally before Akshar Patel had let go of the ball. He was standing more or less in a right-hander stance, and because there's such a big gap on that side, it's more of a free hit, because even if he just gets top edge on it or he cloths it, there's no real danger in front of square on that side. So good shot, well executed, just relieving the pressure, a little bit like what India did to England. Every now and again, every over, every 10 balls, there was a boundary just to stop the sort of constant pressure coming from the bowlers department.
Backward short leg, forward short leg, and a silly mid-wicket in position, as well as a slip as Ashwin bowls to Zach Crawley, who brings out the sweep, but the ball loops up and goes to slip, where Rohit Sharma catches it, but it came off the pad, so no damage done there. Faster delivery from Ravichandran Ashwin, much flatter through the air.
Yeah, flatter through the air, a bit quicker, but Zach Crawley got outside the line, which was a good thing for the England batter.
94 clicks that one, this time outside the off stump. A lot of width, again flat, but good pace. He's bowling at that consistent 90 plus pace. 94 clicks.
He's trying to change his pace because the ball's not spinning as sharply as it did in the first innings.
Ashwin Fuller this time, much more loop as Crawley drives it down the ground towards long on. Shreyas Iyer, the fielder there, and a single. And that's what I want to get your thoughts on. KL Rahul saying this is now turning slowly. It's not as much quick turn as there was on day one. That might just help England in its second innings.
Oh, absolutely, it'll help England, because obviously the sharp spin, the bounce that was in offer, possibly the moisture that was in the surface on day one, which obviously you always keep, the ground staff always have a little bit of moisture going into the start of the Test match.
Ashwin comes round the wicket to the left-hander Ben Duckett. And Duckett brings out the reverse sweep straight away, Fuller delivery, and he's played it straight to the fielder at backward point. No run there.
Another well-executed reverse sweep. He's in control, his head is down on the ball, he's keeping his body weight going towards the ball, his legs out the way, hands are free.
As expected, Duckett showing his intentions very clearly. This one slower through the air and on the middle leg, and Duckett plays it towards short leg region for a single. It's 35 without loss. It's a good start from England. Crawley on 26 not out, Duckett 9 not out. You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, and you can also join us on talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. Do leave your comments on X, formerly Twitter, as also on YouTube, and we will give you a shout out. This time outside the off stump, and he's driven it. Zach Crawley, true extra cover, and that's another boundary. So England getting a move on, picking boundaries at will. It's 39 without loss, and with me is former England international Darren Gough. Good start from England, Darren.
A great start. If we had any doubts of the way England were going to attack the day, this is it. They've come out there. We just had KP on talking about there's no need to sweep on here. Well, reverse sweep has been the chosen shot from both Crawley and Duckett, and they've managed to play it pretty well so far, as well as the orthodox shots there. Cover drive from Zach Crawley. Good start, 39 for none off just 8 overs. And it's going to be interesting, isn't it? And you're right, listen, we all know when it turns and bounces, that's what the spinners like, a little bit of bounce, don't they? When it seems to be lower. The only problem England might face is if it gets uneven bounce and starts rolling.
Akshar Patel from the end, Shivlal Yadav end, and he's round the wicket, flattered through the air. Ben Duckett punches it through the offside. Ravichandran Ashwin is at mid-off and he's going to give it a chase. And in the meantime, the batters are going to cross over for 3 runs. It's 42 without loss.
2 very, very good shots there. First ball of the Axar Patel over and the last ball of the Ashwin over. An excellent cover drive from Zach Crawley in total control. Got his foot to the pitch of the ball. Just caressed it for 4, and then there, Ben Duckett just waited for it that little bit longer off the back foot and punched it through the offside.
Akshar Patel to Zach Crawley, straighter delivery this time on the off stump. He comes forward and defends it. And you know what? It's cut into India's lead very, very quickly. India were leading by 190 runs. It's down to 148 now as a silly point comes in for Zach Crawley, who goes back in his crease and pushes it on the offside defensively.
Yeah, they've got into the lead, and you know, they've not really got a look at the scoreboard. You know, scoreboard is pressurised.
As Akshar Patel bowls again to Zach Crawley, who's coming forward, plays it towards backward point. Ravindra Jadeja in the deep, so a single. It's 43 without loss now.
And the challenge is always going to be for the England batters is getting started and getting in and making sure that when you do get in, take responsibility. And that was always going to be the challenge of Bazball, because the way of England play, the high risk that they do when they do get in.
Round the wicket to the left-hander as well from Akshar Patel, as Ben Duckett is forward and plays it off his pads, but straight to the fielder at forward short leg. That's young Yashasvi Jaiswal.
So when the batters do get in, they've got to take responsibility and steer there and build an innings. Make sure you go big, because don't give it away once you're sort of 25, 30, 35, 40.
Akshar Patel and the Sims Fuller again, and Duckett plays it on the full, gets it past Jaiswal at forward short leg and to the fielder in the deep at backward square leg. That's the end of the over. 44 without loss in 9 overs. Darren, I'm very interested in England's approach here. Obviously, they're going to be attacking, but with the second innings and a bit of turn available, is it going to be a little bit of watchfulness that's going to creep in their approach?
Well, I think there's no doubting, but Duckett, especially Duckett, is going to reverse sweep and sweep. Like I say, I've known him since he was 13, 14 years old, and hockey has always been his preferred sport. He was an unbelievable little hockey player, and you can tell with some of the shots he plays. Remember, A.B. de Villiers, exactly the same, right? And there's no point changing your game, and I think that's the theory that they have. But if you've got a game, back yourself to play. Those are the shots you've played and got runs doing. Carry on doing it. And like I said, 44 for none. England are off to an absolute flyer here.
Ashwin continues to Duckett, who goes back into his crease and plays it off his hips, with Mohammad Siraj getting to work at deep square leg. And to start the over, it's a single. Ravichandran Ashwin bowling from the VVS Laxman Pavilion end. And if you're wondering about the approach, there's no change, absolutely no change from the openers. At least they're going at 4.88 and over. Zach Crawley has a strike rate of 96.
Yeah, Gough is right. They've got to keep their natural approach and their natural way of playing. And I think they've been aggressive without being reckless, and that's the challenge.
True.
Can you stay aggressive without being reckless?
Backward short leg and forward short leg, both in position, and that's edged and taken at first slip. Ravichandran Ashwin coming round the wicket, flattered through the air. 88 clicks, just bowled it a touch slower. Moving away from the outside edge, takes a thickish outside edge. Rohit Sharma was straighter at first slip and catches it comfortably. The first wicket down for England. It's that man, Ravichandran Ashwin. Zach Crawley gone.
Yeah, good ball from Ashwin, just rolling it across him, coming from around the wicket, rolling across Zach Crawley. Took a little bit of the pitch with him. There was a little puff of dust when the ball pitched, and it's just slid on with the arm and hasn't turned. Zach Crawley's playing for turn, which is natural thing for him to do. I don't think he's done a great deal wrong there, Zach Crawley. He's gone towards the ball, his body weight's there, he's not fallen over, he's kept his bat straight, and he's playing for turn, which you'd expect on this surface, and the ball's just slipped on with the arm. A little bit like the Keel Rowell one off Joe Root a little bit earlier, a little bit about the same time as yesterday. When the ball went on, it nicked. Ben Foakes didn't take the catch, but it didn't turn back, flicked the outside edge, and an easy catch, a comfortable catch for Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, and that's going to be the difficult thing for England batters, because we know the ball does turn, the odd ones turn big and kept a little bit low. But when you've got someone like Ashwin, who we know he can bowl that straight on her, and it makes it, he can beat the batter on both sides of the bat, and that's what makes him the quality he is. But this is a big innings, isn't it, for young Popey, the vice-captain of England, coming to the crease. He looked a bit nervous, didn't he, in that first innings? He's coming in at 45 for 1, a decent start from England, but England still trailing by 145, and he's going to have to get runs. You don't want to start the series with too low scores.
Yes, it's Oli Pope who's come to the crease. 69th test innings this one. 2,137 runs so far, an average of 33.9. 11 50s and 400s in there, but not the best of records in India, as Ashwin continues to bowl round the wicket to Oli Pope, who's the right-hander. And this one on the off stump, a little fuller, and Oli Pope is off the mark straight away. He drives it through extra cover and takes 2 runs. Like I said, off the mark straight away. It's 47 for 1. And India would be happy to have seen the back of at least one of those openers, because they were making a very rapid start, Steve.
Yeah, good start from England, and a good bit of bowling from seasonal campaigner R. Ashwin.
Rohit Sharma very pumped with that catch. This time, Oli Pope going for a reverse sweep on the very second ball he's faced. The ball looping up, not reaching Rohit Sharma probably. We just have to wait and see if there was an edge in there.
He's just tried to reverse sweep this, and it's nearly gone between the wicketkeeper and first slip. And the first slip to his left hand, it's nearly gone back, or it actually has, it's gone back towards Bharat, and it's hit Bharat's pad and gone up in the air.
It just got the last bit of piece of wood on it. Didn't really get the middle of the bat in trying to reverse sweep it. Next delivery outside the off stump, much fuller, and he drives it in the backward point region where Mohammad Siraj fields it. So he moves on to 4 now, does Oli Pope. It's 49 for 1, but that would have been dangerous.
Yeah, dangerous. And again, he's come out, if Oli Pope, he's come out facing 3 balls. He likes to be proactive. He likes to come out and show that he's got energy, and he's trying to force himself onto the bowler, but sometimes it becomes frantic. And that's the challenge for Oli Pope. Can he exert himself without being frantic?
Ashwin again, much more loop on this one. Fuller delivery, he's tentative, is Oli Pope, comes forward and plays it defensively. That's the end of the over, 49 for 1 in 10 overs. Darren, you said Oli was slightly nervous in the first innings, given his record in India and the nerves and the kind of start he's made here. Is it the best strategy to just throw caution to the wind and go attacking against Ashwin?
Well, he gets excitable, doesn't he? He comes to the crease. But sometimes there's nothing wrong with being busy. I mean, Paul Collingwood, remember him? He used to be busy. He'd come at the crease, you know. You knew you had a battle on your hands. But with Oli, sometimes he's a little bit too excitable. You can tell when he's really, really nervous. But I think what we've seen so far from the England batters is, but the reverse sweep is going to be the chosen shot, not the actual orthodox sweep. And that's probably to take out where the fielder's at, that top edge.
Yeah, Jarrod, that's why they've gone for, people listening at home thinking, why are they going reverse sweep? It's a high-risk shot. It's actually not a high-risk shot because there's no fielder in front of square. There's a massive gap between Ashwin and the man in the deep. So, they've got a slip. They've got a 6-3 leg side field. So from a reverse sweep point of view, you just got to get something on it, and it's in the gap.
Not to mention, Akshar Patel is bowling round the wicket to the left-hander as Duckett. This one was angled across the stumps on the off stump and driven by Ben Duckett. As mentioned by Steve, there is nobody, huge empty space between mid-off and deep backward point, and Rohit Sharma at first slip had to go and chase it in the cover region. And in the meantime, the ball didn't get far, but in the meantime, the batters were able to take 2 runs. 50 up for England. It's 51 for 1.
Yeah, good 2 runs. And the method that they're going with, England.
Akshar Patel to Duckett, and he's already into the reverse sweep and will find the gap far away from Mohammad Siraj at deep backward point. As Steve mentioned, it's not that risky, and it's a good percentage shot to get those runs. 55 for 1.
Yeah, well executed again by Ben Duckett. And the reason why they're doing this and they're going for this, because it's a 6-3 leg side field. So if Ben Duckett can get one of the fielders to come, so it'll be either the catch in mid-wicket or the guy at Rahul, who's at 45 on the leg side. If they keep executing that and doing that well, then one of them has to go onto the other side, and then there's a single available on the leg side.
Akshar Patel this time on the leg side, and he's played it off his pads. fielded at forward short leg by Yashasvi Jaiswal. He's growing more confident in the way Akshar is bowling, and he can get early into his stride to play that reverse sweep.
Oh, all his eggs are in one basket. He's going very, very early. I don't even think, I think Aksar's not even past the umpire, and Ben Duckett standing right-handed.
Akshar Patel once again to Duckett, who is forward this time and playing it defensively. And is that the right thing to do, just preempting and trying to play that reverse sweep?
Yes, because you're in position early, and because there's such a big gap, even if the ball is thrown down leg side, because Ben Duckett's got such good hands, all he has to do is just help it round the corner, and it's into the gap.
And once again, that reverse sweep comes out, fetches it. The ball was on the leg stump, so he's fetched it. Mohammad Siraj will have no chance to cut it off. He doesn't even move, really, when the ball hits the boundary. It's 4 more to Ben Duckett, who's moved on to 24.
Yeah, very good execution. Again, gone down early, kept himself low, knowing that he's just got to get a good piece on it. But Akshar Patel, that time there, he's asking Rohit Sharma man across. That's what Ben Duckett wants. The ball before, Rohit Sharma saying no.
Yeah.
No, I'm quite happy with this. Quite happy. This is high risk. In Rohit Sharma's eyes, as Indian captain, this is high risk with the runs they've got on the board.
Akshar Patel this time angling it across the stumps onto the off stump, and he's played it defensively, pushed it forward towards the mid-off region for no run. End of the over, 59 for 1. Just recapping this, Ben Duckett is now 24 not out of 29 deliveries. Ollie Pope's just joined him, 4 not out of 4. England have lost Zach Crawley. They're 59 for 1, trailing trailing India by 131 runs, Darren.
Yeah, I mean, this is the right approach, absolutely, from Ben Duckett. That's his favourite shot. Like I say, he's been playing it for years, and he executes it really well. There's no point doing this orthodox left-handed sweep with a 45-man and an orthodox sweep man out where you could top edge. So it's the right shot to do. England 59 for 1 off 11 overs. If you think back just 4 years ago, England might have been 15 for 2 now off 11 overs, you know. We're already cutting that lead down. So 59 for 1 off 11 overs. Well done, England, so far.
Well, Ashwin continues from the VVS Luxman Pavilion end, and he bowls to Ollie Pope, back of length delivery onto the leg stump, who's played it off his thighs towards the square leg region. Jadeja, the fielder there, and Ashwin again single on that delivery, and Ashwin again bowling with that big gap on the offside, inviting that reverse sweep.
Yeah, India are quite happy for the reverse sweep. They're saying that in our eyes, on this surface, turning ball, it's a high risk shot, but it's a different field now. They've gone for a different field. They've gone for 1 man extra on that offside because of obviously Ashwin's turning the ball, away from Ben Duckett.
He has a change in field for the left-hander, slip and forward short leg still in position. This one darted down the middle, not much loop on it, and he comes forward and defends it. So there is mid-off and a very straightish extra cover. There's backward point, and then there is a deep backward point in position as well. Ashwin, as the reverse sweep comes out, and he beats the fielder at short deep point, and this is going to be another boundary. So a low risk shot, as Steve said, but it's fetching high results now for England. 64 for 1.
Well, it's more of a high risk shot against our Ashwin because the fielders are on that side, and our Ashwin has seen Ben Duckett go early there. So because of that, he's thrown a full toss in. He's gone a little, so instead of going shorter, he's gone higher, and Ben Duckett's seen that and just utilised the speed of the ball.
This time onto the leg side, played with soft hands away from the fielder at extra cover, and they will hop across for a single. 65 for 1. So England making a really good start. A run rate now of 5.5. Steve, is it also because the ball isn't turning very quickly off the pitch, and that's why the reverse sweep, they're much more comfortable playing the reverse sweep?
No, I just think because of the field and the way the field's set, I think it's more comfortable that you're hitting the ball into an area.
Around the wicket continues to Ollie Pope, who is into the reverse sweep as well. This was angled across the stumps. Bit of width outside the off stump, which allowed Ollie Pope to smash it towards third man. And just a single, he moves on to 6.
So from a reverse sweep point of view, there's nobody within a 50, 60 yard space. So that's the area. So as long as you get something on it, even if it goes in the air, it's safe.
Ashwin to Duckett. Again, the reverse sweep coming out towards the backward point position. Jadeja, the fielder there. So now it's a case of who's going to blink first, as that's the end of the over. 67 for 1 after 12. Darren, As long as the English batters can keep those reverse sweeps down, no problem.
No problem at all. It's like watching a computer game, isn't it? I mean, it's unbelievable. A run rate of 5.58 from England. Fair play to Zach Crawley and Duckett. Yeah, it's a shame we've lost Zach Crawley to one off Ashwin that went across him. But Ollie Pope's come to the crease. There's a bit of positivity about his play as usual, and it looks like both of these are going to attack with the reverse sweep. India and Rohit Sharma have got to calm it down. They've got to find a way to stop England keep rotating the strike. Again, that's half the battle in these conditions. England just keep rotating the strike, taking off the pressure and putting the pressure onto India. But they do still trail by 123.
And now Rohit Sharma has given that protection to Akshar Patel, so there's now a fielder for Ben Duckett at deep point, but he's also put in a fielder at short third man. So the reverse sweep, first of all, there was nobody in the deep in the previous over, just a fielder at third man, and there was Ravichandran Ashwin at mid-off. Now there is protection in the deep, so it'll be interesting to see what Ben Duckett does here. My money is that he will still find a reverse sweep to play, this time on the leg stump, and he has flicked it towards the fielder at square leg, and that's a single.
But the fielder that's been brought from the leg side, there's now a gap for Ben Duckett to hit with the spin on the leg side, so more comfortable. There's a gap for him to find so he can rotate the strike and get the single. The reverse sweep is still on, but he's just got to be careful that the little top edge, so now the man backward point, is in the game. Guy on the boundary, it doesn't really matter. He's not in the game from a catching point of view because Ben's not hitting it that hard in the air.
Akshar Patel to bowl to Ollie Pope with a silly point and a slip in position. He comes forward and plays it defensively. Since the start of Bauer's ball, in the second innings, English run rate has been around 4.52 in the first 15 overs. Currently, after 12 overs, they're scoring at 5.58. Akshar Patel this time trying to sweep it. This time a conventional sweep from Ollie Pope for a change, as the ball was darted on the off and middle, but completely missed it.
Yeah, that's the sort of frantic side of Ollie Pope. He's not got his head down. He's not watching the ball. He's gone up with it. He's not really got out to the pitch. Ball's turning away from him. When it's turning away from you like that, you have to get right on top of the ball. But the weight transfer wasn't quite there. He was going backwards. His head was up. He was actually looking for the ball before he actually hit it.
Yeah, the ball turned away from him, which was quite advantageous because he completely missed it. This time flatter from Akshar Patel. He's driven it, found the gap through extra cover, and that will be a boundary. In fact, it's the first boundary for Ollie Pope through extra cover. He moves on at double digits, 10 of 9 deliveries.
Good shot from Ollie Pope. That's better for me if from Ollie Pope's point of view, being comfortable getting in and getting started. What's happening with Ben Duckett is working for Ben Duckett. For me, I'd be encouraging Ollie Pope to hit it like that through the offside. He's a stylish batter through the offside. Go with the spin, go with the turn. You block it in defensive, there's a gap there now for you can defend it for one. And if he over pitches like he did there, he's a stylish right-handed batter.
Akshar Patel once again, this one keeping low as Pope has to go back into his crease and play off his pads. Brings Mohammad Siraj at square leg into action for a single. And that previous shot, he was really forward, leaning into the delivery, driving through covers. That should give him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, confidence, and hopefully it just calms him down, because when he comes in, like Gough was saying before, he does get frantic. He does look as though he's trying to be busy, but sometimes it gets reckless, and that's when he's always vulnerable in them first 20-25 balls. Once he gets past that and he calms down, he is such a good player as Ollie Pope, and he hits the ball in correct areas. The old textbook manual, the V of extra cover through mid-on. He hits the ball in good areas, and I would encourage him to do that. Then he can, once he gets in, then he can start utilising around the field. But playing straight down the ground, playing through extra cover against Akshar Patel's turning ball.
Akshar Patel now coming over the wicket, change of angle. As this time it doesn't work. Conventional sweep from Ben Duckett. Again for a change, and he smashed it through mid-wicket for a boundary. England cantering along. It's 77 for 1 after 13 overs, in fact. and it's Ben Duckett who's 35 off 35 balls, Darren.
Well, just to me, sat with Jarrod here doing a bit of research on this. We've scored 26 already this innings from reverse sweep, and we scored 7 now from conventional sweep. So there you go. There's your plan of attack, and it's working so far for England. So that conversation we had at the end of the innings about Indian players not sweeping, England are totally throwing it out of the window and sweeping. And so far, it's working.
It's Ravichandran Ashwin to continue from the VVS Laxman Pavilion end as Ollie Pope comes forward. He's actually down the track to a short of length delivery. He plays it past the fielder at mid-wicket. It's chased down in the deep by Ravindra Jadeja, running all the way from square leg. Pope wanted a double, but then Ben Duckett said no, it's 78 for 1.
No, I don't think there was 2 on there against anybody. Never mind
Against Jadeja.
Yeah, so, but what we were saying before, the reason why Ben Duckett went reverse was to bring the man over from the leg side, and that last sweep shot was where the man was. So that's his game plan. It worked, and he's getting full value for his shots now.
Ben Duckett facing Ashwin, who's ball flattered through the air, back of length delivery on the off stump. He's cut it away towards Jadeja once again at deep point for a single. It's 79 for 1. So again, Ashwin has also been given that kind of security like Akshar got in the last over against the reverse sweep. So, you know, Rohit Sharma was asking Akshar Patel to calm him down when those 2 boundaries in an over were struck 3 overs ago. But since then, he's given that protection to his spinners. This time outside the off stump, fuller delivery, less loop, and Pope is able to direct it down to third man for a single.
That's good from Ollie Pope. Just keep rotating the strike, not look sort of too far ahead. Try and take the next sort of 2-3 balls in a way which you just try and find the gap, as opposed to trying to sort of go for the boundary and go for the reverse sweep. Let Ben Duckett do that.
Ashwin to Duckett as the sweep, reverse sweep comes out. He misses it. It was going down leg. Big shout from Shrikar Bharat, the wicket keeper. Was there an inside edge? The umpire says no.
I thought there was a noise.
Yeah, there was a noise.
I thought there was a noise. Whether Ben Duckett on the way back has clipped his pad, but there was definitely a noise, and the noise could only have been.
He was bringing his bat down.
Yeah,
he was bringing his bat down to keep the ball down in case he made contact with the ball. So guess with the pad there, this time he plays it a forward defensive stroke as Ashwin lands the ball on middle. We're looking at the replay. And, well, yes, he was quite forward, but...
there was a noise and I couldn't have hit anything else, so it'll be interesting to see what Snicko says.
Ashwin to Duckett. Fuller looped up this time on the middle and off. He was interested, just raised an arm to the umpire, Chris Gaffney. But no other interest there. That's the end of the 14th over, 80 for 1. And will we get a replay of that inside edge, as Steve says? We'll have to wait and watch. Darren, it's important for England to not lose a wicket. We're just 5, no, not even 5. It's like 2.5 minutes away from lunch, maybe 1 more over.
No, it's been a positive morning, hasn't it, for England? I think it's session 1 so far, but India get another wicket. Obviously, that's how quickly it can change, but they've done really well. They're going to bring Jadeja into the attack now, see if he can have the golden arm and pick up a wicket before lunch on day 3. But England so far fantastic today. Well done.
Jadeja clone off the attack, and the original Jadeja comes into the attack from the N. Shivlal Yadav Pavilion end. 278 wickets in 69 tests. And let's see what different can he do. It's Ollie Pope facing with a silly point and slip in position as fuller delivery on the off stump much quicker, 92 clicks, and Pope's driven it through covers, through that gap in covers, and got a single.
Yeah, that's good from Ollie Pope. That's good. Take the ball with the spin, your body shape, momentum, everything going with it. Not go against your body where he's trying to play a reverse sweep, especially against the ball that's turning away from him. So that's better from Ollie Pope. We can get through 10 balls. We've just seen a replay of the Duckett Ashwin catch. It wasn't a deflection. There was a noise, but there was no deflection. So, well done for India. Didn't review it like England.
And Jadeja coming around the wicket. This was short of length. It was going down the leg side. Tried to play a paddle sweep there. Ben Duckett completely missed it. Or did he get a bat on it? We'll have to wait. The umpire signaling 4 because Shrika Bharat completely missed that one.
Yeah, 4 byes. Everybody missed it. It went through the whole lot. I think Jadeja sees Ben Duckett go early for what was going to be a paddle round the corner. I don't think he was looking for a sweep. He's just looking for a little paddle round the corner. Sarasaya is a touch wider down at sort of fine legs, split between fine leg and deep backward square leg. So Jaiswal, who was bat pad, has now gone to 45 for that little flick round the corner. Jadeja seen Duckett go early, so he's fired it in quickly and it's missed everybody.
It's kind of India chasing the ball at the moment, and it just goes to show that Jadeja will continue to bowl that leg stump line. He's bowling round the wicket. This time onto his back foot is Ben Duckett and plays it towards square leg for a single.
India are chasing the ball because of how well Ben Duckett and England have played, Zach Crawley and Ollie Pope. They've come in, they've looked for the gap in the field, and they've found a way of getting the ball into that gap in the field, manipulated the field in a way that Rohit Sharma's had to bring men across, now making it more comfortable.
Jadeja to Pope, who's back in his crease, fuller delivery on the middle stump, and he's flicked it towards square leg for a single where Mohammad Siraj is in action. 87 for 1, and definitively, Steve, this has been England's session. They were trailing by 190, and that's down to 103 now. It's 87 for 1. That's quick work.
Absolutely, and I think that's not only that, I think England bowled well this morning, which gives them a huge amount of confidence.
And Jadeja this time to Ben Duckett on the middle stump. He's forward and prodded it towards the field at square leg. That's Shreyas Iyer for a single. It's 88 for 1, and we have just the 1 ball to go before lunch.
You talk about England being reckless, or the shot selections are high risk. They're not high risk. Reverse sweep is not high risk with the field the way it was.
Silly point and slip waiting, but Jadeja fires it onto the middle and leg this time, and Pope plays it towards Siraj at square leg for a single, and that's 89 for 1. England in its second innings after 15 overs at the stroke of lunch on day 3 of this first test match. You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, as also on talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. Big cheer from the English fans present at the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium. England have done great work, Darren, to get to this position at lunch.
Superb. England win a session. Absolutely brilliant from them to finish off India's lower order batters this morning, and then gone in there and been positive. So you can imagine that team talk, Stokesy. Go out there, play yourselves. This is how we play. No fear. Go out there, play the shots you play. Don't worry about the sweep. Do what you do. And the reverse sweep has come out. Loads of runs being scored by it. Another good session. It's a long way to go, by the way, but you think about another session, 100 runs scored in between lunch and tea, and we're up there with them. We're up their level. Still a long way to go, but well done from England this morning. Fantastic cricket.
Steve, 104 runs in this session, 4 wickets, action-packed once again, but England will be the happier side.
Yeah, England the happier side, and that came from setting the tone. Joe Root, Mark Wood were fantastic this morning. Joe got the 3 wickets, and then England have come out and played their natural game, and while they're playing their natural game, they've give India the run around. They've chased the ball, India, and that's largely down to the way Jack Crawley, Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope have played. So positive so far. They've got to start again, and that's always the challenge in this part of the world, starting your innings again, whether you come in on ball 1 or you come in after a break. If England can still be in the positive mood 30 balls into the next session, then you'd feel as though England have got a slight glimmer of hope of getting to a point come tea time where England might be close to being level with India.
Well, to sum up the day's play so far, it's day 3. The morning sessions just ended. India had started at 421 for 7 after 110 overs on day 2. They were bowled out for 436 in 11 overs this morning. Joe Root bowling fantastically and finishing with 4 for 79 in 29 overs. Ravindra Jadeja, who was overnight 81 not out, he was out LBW to Joe Root at 87, and then Jasprit Bumrah was out bowled first ball for a duck. He was on a hat-trick but couldn't complete it. Akshar Patel out for 44 after 35 overnight. So India bowled out for 436 in 121 overs, took a lead of 190 runs, and then England came out and reverse swept everything in sight. Slow spin on offer for the second innings for India, and then England found their way to 89 for 1. Zach Crawley 31 of 33 with 4 fours and a 6. He was caught at first slip off Ravichandran Ashwin, but Ben Duckett is still there, 38 not out of 42 deliveries with 5 boundaries in there. And Ollie Pope was a bag of nerves when he came to the crease, but he's made his way to 16 not out of 15 deliveries with 1 boundary in there. So 89 for 1 for England. They're still trailing by 101 runs, but a very, very good session for them. Time for me to go and get some biryani, but coming up during the lunch break, it's Jarrod Kimber who will be joined by Steve Harmison and Darren Gough to discuss England's spin options and where the quality red ball spinners are coming from. You're listening to us on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. Don't go anywhere.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test match live from Hyderabad.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
The PGA Farmers Insurance Open, live on talkSPORT 2. Tonight from 8. As the world's golfing elite go head-to-head at Torrey Pines South, hear full swing-by-pitch-by-putt commentary of all the action direct from San Diego, California. The PGA Farmers Insurance Open, tonight from 8. Live on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test match live from Hyderabad.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
For both Jadeja and Harsha this time, drives it through covers. Akshay Patel, and it's 29. Big shout there from Jarrod, and the finger goes up. Jadeja is going for the DRS. This one was turning it, bit more loop to it.
Yeah, he's nicked it. He's nicked it. Get on with it.
It's umpire's call on impact, and Jadeja has to walk back. Huge wicket, that one. It's going to be Jarrod bowling round the wicket to the right-hander, a slip and a forward and backward shot leg in position. He's bowled him first ball. He's bowled him first ball. Hat-trick ball for Jarrod. He bowls around the wicket and Siraj is forward and plays it defensively.
Rain is around the wicket and bowls Harsha with a leg break. So India's first innings is complete. 436. They lead by 190.
Akshay Patel once again to Crawley, who comes down the ground and hoists it down the ground, up in the air. And it clears the rope at long on for 6. Backward short leg and forward short leg, both in position, and that's edged and taken at first slip and catches it comfortably. The first wicket down for England. It's that man, Ravichandran Ashwin. Zach Crawley gone. Ashwin, as the reverse sweep comes out, and he beats the fielder at short deep point. And this is going to be another boundary. And that's 89 for 1. England in its second innings after 15 overs.
Those are the highlights here on talkSPORT 2 for live and exclusive coverage of India versus England in the first test from Hyderabad. We're at lunch on day 3. Well, England won a session. And if you're just waking up and you need to hear that again because it sounded confusing, England have won a session. India started at 412 for 7, bowled out for 436. Joe Root bowled the equal most overs he's ever bowled in an innings and ended up with 4 for 79. Jadeja was unluckily out for 87 when he probably nicked the ball, and also was just getting LBW on the DRS for impact and also for the line of the ball. And England bowled as well as Chetan Patel said they did yesterday. Jack Leach also bowled despite having a knee the size of WG Grace's. And England then came out to bat and they raced. I don't know if raced is the right word. It was a bit more crazy than a race, but they reverse swept their way to 89 for 1. So they only trail by 101 runs. Crawley is out for 31 from 33. That was to Ashwin. But they have certainly reverse swept like madmen, and Duckett is 38 from 42, and Pope is more than a run a ball for his 16 as well. But we are now going to talk about spin and England's struggles with spin of recent times. For instance, Jack Leach, as I said, currently has a leg about the size of, well, I don't know, Gough's and Harmy's put together. Probably, he might have to throw mine in there as well. It looks like he's got someone else. It looks like he's got Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's leg on Jack Leach's body at the moment. Because he bowled today, we're hoping it's just a little bit of swelling and he will be fine to play for the rest of the series. But the spin bowling stocks in English cricket at the moment, Goughy, are not particularly strong, are they?
No, you only have to look at one of the biggest counters in the country. I mean, Lancashire. They've gone and signed Nathan Lyon, right? They've got Tom Hartley, who's plays for them. They had Matt Parkinson, the leg spinner, and they felt that it was best, but Matt left, and Matt's left and gone to Kent. He was on loan at Durham last year, and I thought he was brilliant for Durham, by the way. They got Tom Hartley. They don't see him as their first spinner, so they went and signed Nathan Lyon, which is not a bad signing, by the way. He's probably the best. Well, him or Ashwin are the best off spinners in the world. So yeah, that's where we're at. And at Yorkshire, we've got Don Bess, who is a good performer. He struggled the last couple of years. I think it's a little bit to do with something, probably to do with some of the pitches he's played on. At Yorkshire, and also the disappointment of England, you know, trying to find that way back into the England side. So we've gone and got a left armour. We went and got Moriarty in from Surrey, who I think is a good talent to create competition, and hopefully that can lift both of their performances going forward. And we've signed a young leg spinner from Saka. Tom Brown recommended him. We'd seen him on a couple of occasions, and we signed a guy called Jaffa Chauhan, who played for us in the Blast. But again, it might be a couple of years before we see the benefits of him playing in red ball cricket. He's not played much of it.
Harmy, England love depth charts. And, you know, like looking at this. So if you've got Leach at number 1 on the depth chart, we'd have to say that Rayan Ahmed is number 2 on the depth chart at the moment. If you look at stats in county cricket, Dan Moriarty's right up there. He's got very good stats. That's why Gough is smiling beside me that he signed him. Callum Parkinson is currently being smashed by India A, but has been a decent bowler. Then you've got Shoaib Bashir and Hartley. That's kind of it. There isn't really that, you know, there's no real experienced guys out there unless you look at the batting spinners when you've got Liam Dawson, Will Jackson, probably Don Bess almost fits as a batting spinner now as well. The problem is that of the bowlers I've just said, Leach, Dawson and Moriarty, pretty similar. I'm not sure how often you'd be able to play more than one of those in a side, and then everyone else is either inexperienced or doesn't have a particularly good record.
Yeah, that's the problem. We've got a couple of bowlers who are very similar, and we only have this conversation, Jarrod and Goughy, when we come to this part of the world, because we only need one, really. We only get kind of in the sort of cold sweats when we come to this part of the world. And it's like when we go to Australia, we got to pick tall bowlers. We went with the basketball team and we got beat 5-0. So, look, when you look at what England have got at this moment in time, that's why I'm finding it hard to criticise the bowlers that are out here and the way they're performing. I think Joe Root's bowled more balls in Test cricket than Hartley and Rayan has bowled in first-class cricket put together. So to ask them to come out here, it's very, very difficult. Could England have been prepared a little bit earlier to get themselves in a position to get 3-4 spinners to come out here and be successful? When you look at the Lions game that's going on, mentioned that the other day. You've got Callum Parkinson, who is a quality operator who's now gone to Durham. He bowled a lot. He's bowled a lot of overs over here without success. I think in the last game between Parkinson and I think Ollie Price, he bowled 12 overs. I think, and Parkinson bowled, what did he bowl, 23, and it was 1 for 99, and that was the Lions game against the next best India side. So you look at cabs off the rank and the next one's going, and you're talking about depth charts. I quite like Jack Carson when I seen him last year or the year before, but they're all young, they all need to develop. Dawson and Jacks, they're a little bit more experienced when it comes to the international arena, so dropping them into this would probably be more, they'd be more suited to be dropped into this than possibly a Bashir or Hartley, because of they play white ball cricket, they play in the big atmosphere, and they understand the situation, the equation. That's why they took Liam Livingstone to Pakistan. So we're throwing names around here that are what England would pick from a... So Rob Key would pick, and Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes would pick the next best cab off the rank from a spin bowling point of view with the county stats, and what you see on your computer there is not actually what Rob Key, Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes are thinking to pick to come into the cauldron of the battle of this arena. Well, saying that, if truth was be known, Will Jackson, Liam Dawson said, no, I don't want to come because of I haven't got a central contract. The money that's on offer in the SA20 and the IL20 is too good to turn down to go and possibly carry drinks, possibly play 5 test matches in India. The maths from a financial point of view doesn't add up. So I think nowadays you've got to put that all into the equation. But to say the cupboard's bare, I think there's a valid argument to say yes, the cupboard is bare. But I think at the bottom of the cupboard, I think we've got quite a few with potential. And I think Goughy's just mentioned the likes of Moriarty, and even Bess is still young. Parkinson's young, Carson's still young. Cole's left arm option, who is a batting all-rounder, I think, from Sussex. All these young players, along with the 3 that we've brought out here to accompany Leach, I think the future could be bright, but it's still a long way away.
It's interesting. You almost need 2 different kinds of spinners now, right? So Jack Leach is your kind of all-surface spinner, whereas a couple of years ago we probably thought he was an Asian specialist, right? And when we talk about what Rob Key's looking for, Hartley is clearly not about to play in a test match in New Zealand, right? Like, he has been brought here. So when you're looking at spinners now, you're looking for something very different at Yorkshire than what Rob Key is looking for when he's coming to Asia.
Well, what we're looking for, what we've struggled, you look at the stats, right? It will tell you in the 4th innings, Yorkshire has struggled to bowl the opposition out twice in the 2nd innings, whether that's our seamers or spinners. So we have lacked a spinner who can take wickets in the second innings, and we've lacked a quick bowler who can knock over teams in the second innings. So that's what you do. You do all the homework, you do all the stats, and you try and find out what's best for you going forward. Now, everybody wants that, right, in county cricket. Same in Test cricket. You want someone, whether you're playing T20 spinner now, 50-over spinner, or you're wanting a Test match spinner. And it depends then when you're going in the world to which sort of spinner you take, right? Hartley is purely picked because of the situation. They wanted someone who kind of mirrored an Axar Patel or a Jadeja. And that's what he's gone to India for. Now, we've got lots of spinners. Like I said, whether they are world class or whether they can do jobs required for which country they go to. Asia's totally different. We go to Australia, we're going to play one spinner. If we play one spinner, right? That's what we've always done. We got Callum Parkinson, 50 wickets he got last year for Leicester. He's now gone to Durham. It's a good signing for Durham. Rayan Ahmed, the leggy. He could play all format, 50, 20 over or Test match cricket. And he could probably play anywhere as a second spinner in a Test match. Moriarty, left armour. Matt Parkinson, leggy, still a good bowler. Did well for Durham last year. Now gone to Kent. Let's see how he performs. Bessie, still got a lot to offer. Can bat at 7, easily bat at 7, and be your spinner as well. So he's got to come back. Ollie Price, you've got. Remember, I think he's on the A tour, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
he is.
He buzz on. Luke Benkenstein, have you seen him from Essex?
Yeah,
unbelievable. He could be an unbelievable cricketer.
Goughy, can I just jump in there?
There's loads of them, Army. Loads of them.
Yeah.
Jack Carson, Liam Dawson, Will Jacks, Bashir. You've got Amir Verdi. We were talking about him being the next Sacklin Mushtaq, weren't we, a few years ago?
He was on the Lions squad with Moriarty in 2018. But before you sort of go any further, me throwing it to you with your sort of director of cricket hat on, I think we're missing a point a little bit as well. It's the surfaces that these guys are playing on to learn how to bowl, and I think there has to be a little bit of a change. I've said out here, this England spin attack or this bowling attack, playing on this surface against any first-class team from England we're getting 2, 4, 6 first innings. England will get a lead. England will get a lead. You know, the surface that you're playing on, this surface will get docked 15 points in first-class cricket. But what we've got to remember is we're coming here more often now in the world, in the world calendar. England are going to come to India a lot more often than they go to the West Indies, to go to South Africa. So I think there has to be a little bit of a change, and I don't want to be one of these ones again that jumps on the bandwagon, because I'll always defend county cricket. And I'll always defend the amount of counties that's in, but I think there has to be a little bit of a shift on what we play and what we deem is the correct surfaces and what is allowed to be a correct surface. So if we play on a spinning pitch, don't think, because we've lost 15 wickets, 18 wickets, 20 wickets in a day on a spinning pitch. Let's learn how to play on these pitches. That for me is better. You know, we go to Australia, get beat 5-0, and all of a sudden county cricket's the problem. The ball's the problem. This and the ball's the problem. La 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 la. I disagree with that, right? But what I do emphasise the point is, if we start playing on pitches, or if we identify pitches that are good for cricket because they turn, then one, we'll produce better spinners, and two, we'll produce better batters at playing spin. An all-round game. Now, the problem we've got with that, and I'm answering my own questions, sorry, Darren, but the problem we've got with that is we play first-class cricket in May and we play first-class cricket in September when it's less than 10 degrees and it's very, very difficult for a spinner to get his hand around a ball on a seaming pitch. So I think there's a fine balance. But as much as we want to talk about spin, and we want to talk about young spinners and what's next cabs off the rank, I think there is it's not a problem. It's a solution we need to understand that playing on turning pitches can benefit first-class cricket and benefit our first-class cricketers without us going, well, that's wrong for the game. That's doctored pitch, because that's what we get. Go to Essex, go to Taunton. That's a doctored pitch. Well, no, just go and play on that surface and test yourself as a cricketer.
Well, Harmy, I'll throw this to you actually, Goughy. It's all well and good for a few counties to have wickets that spin a little bit more. But by that stage, you're still talking about 18, 19, 20, 22-year-olds who won't have played on many spinning wickets domestically. They're not growing up on spinning wickets, right? Who are the two countries that are having the biggest trouble producing spinners? It's England and New Zealand. Australia, wickets sometimes spin a little bit. South Africa has started getting spinners. The conditions in those countries, probably through global warming, means that there's a little bit more spin on offer on those pitches. The real issue is, how do you train 15 and 16-year-olds to play spin well and also bowl spin well when that's not what they're going to be growing up on?
Oh, come out to India and practice. There's loads of training camps. I mean, we sent some of our players out last year. Sachin does a training camp. There's a couple of counties going out there in pre-season. I think Lancashire are going out. Northern Diamonds, the girls team at Yorkshire are going out there as well to India pre-season. So there's easy to get there now. It's not that expensive to send the players out for these training camps. And Army's got a good point on the pictures. It is. I mean, I'm there and I'm seeing it every day. You go to some grounds and you look around some of the scores and games. Some counties, because they haven't got no spinners, they're preparing pitches that finish in 2 days because of the bad weather. Now, Yorkshire is one of the few counties that do play on proper high-quality pitches every single game. Every game goes to 4 days right at the end because we're trying to make our cricketers better.
Oh, I thought you were going to say milk the spectators for more.
No. It's all. You don't make that much money. Not when you get 1,000 people
You're
watching.
Desperate for cash. You're not that desperate for cash, are you, Darren?
No. Yeah, we do need the cash, but I think it's a case of we're trying to produce better cricketers that can perform in Test match conditions. But you look around the grounds, you only have to see there, and you'll look at some of the scores and see the bowlers that are taking 70 wickets, right? And the type of bowler they are. You don't see many spinners on that list. But on the other side of it, you've talked about, depends where you go, and they think they're doctored pitches or whatever. Jack Leach and Bessie were both playing at Somerset, bowling out everybody.
Exactly, yeah.
They suddenly both got picked for England because they were playing on turning pitches. And there's a lot of spinners out there who'll say, hang on a minute, why were they getting picked before us? Well, the reason they were getting picked because they were playing on pitches that were turning, and what gets you in the England team? Getting 5-wicket hauls, right? And Bessie were doing it, and Leachy were doing it.
And to carry on, just a quick one on the back of that, Gough, you talk about Nathan Lyon coming. If Lancashire play on dry surfaces and Tom Hartley's at one end and Nathan Lyon's at the other end, wow, that's a great learning curve for Tom Hartley to have Nathan Lyon. You know, that for me is. I mentioned a couple of times.
We get a good summer then.
Yeah,
because it depends on the weather. But first 7 games are going to be played in April and May. You've just answered your own question, and the rest of it in September it will turn at Old Trafford. There's no doubt about that.
But they will learn off players that go. And a young Essex spinner. Can England? All these central contracts. You know, I remember I got a phone call off the chief executive Durham all them years ago when Scott Borthwick played for England. It's in Sydney that time, and somebody said to me, "What would you do with Scott?" I said, I'd central contract him and loan him to Sussex for the first half of the season because there's no way in the world he's going to bowl a ball at Durham. Now, that obviously my home county, Chief wasn't too happy. This is one of our good players. But why not? If you've got good young spinners, go and learn off Simon Harmer. Go and play on pitches that identify that. Because for me, I think there needs to be a little bit of a mindset shift in how we look at how county cricket's played on pitches. And I think that is, because there's nothing wrong with county cricket, but how the mindset shift is, the minute we see a turn and pitch, we automatically think something's gone wrong. Now we need to make that as a positive and challenge our players to play on them, because we'll make the game better. Darren, Jarrod, we're watching a game of cricket here with 3 unbelievable spinners on it. Right, and we are licking our lips watching it, aren't we?
Forward Joe Root.
Forward Joe Root. We are licking our lips watching Jadeja, Ashwin and Axar. Now, if we have that mentality when it comes to our county game, that we've got Simon Harmer bowling on a turner at Essex, well, if he bowls them out, well, the opposition aren't equipped to play spin. Then they need to go and learn how to play.
Everybody admires Harmer. Everybody thinks every county side in England would have him. And what the ECB are trying to do, and when you talked about the ball there, the Kookaburra, one of the reasons they brought the Kookaburra in, because he doesn't swing as much, and they're trying to take the seam movement out of it. And I think every county will suddenly play 2 spinners, but they won't, because most counties haven't got 2 spinners. But
give the spinners a chance. Give the spinners a chance to play in the county system on pitches which will help them every now and again. let them learn their craft on a green seamer when they've got to work hard, and learn, and then put them under pressure. Then you say to Tom Hartley,
it's not going to happen.
I know
They're
it's
not
not
going to prepare
happen.
pitches that are going to turn, because Durham, it's like asking Durham to prepare a pitch that's going to turn when you've got 5 or 6 seamers on your staff that are all quality. So you're going to play to your strengths. And unfortunately, there's too many counties out there who've got a lot of bowlers who bowl between 70 and 78 miles an hour, who need green, damp pitches to take wickets.
I'm not asking for turning pitches.
A seamer would never get a wicket.
I'm not asking for turning pitches. I'm asking for the mindset of when we get a spinning pitch, we don't all run to the ECB and say this place needs docking 15 points.
Well, I think that's fair enough, Harmy, and that's been talked about a lot. How about preparation, though? I would say the vast majority of county teams have a bowling coach who is a seam bowler. It's and I've been saying this in international cricket for years. I remember when they went to Bangladesh one time, and there's a batting coach for Alistair Cook to go and chat to, and they had some random spinner who didn't have a bowling coach who was actually a spinner. Again, if every bowling coach is a seamer and thinks as a seamer and trains as a seamer, and used to be, and is like that, how are the kids going to develop anyway, unless Simon Harmer or Nathan Lyon take them aside?
I agree with that, and I think the problem is, financially, the game, the counties do lack a bit of money.
There's no way the counties are going to be able to afford that, are they?
And it's like having, as a luxury, is to have a fielding coach, right?
Yeah.
It's a luxury. We had one a couple of years ago. We couldn't afford it this last year. But in an ideal world, you look now and you think, right, where can we take it next? What I would like, I'd love a spin coach to come in. Yes, we could probably get one in short term, can come in once a month or something like we do with the keeping. Keeping's another area that we don't have.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, wicket keeper coach. Yeah, if he can come in once a month, that'd be great. Keepers will be happy. But they need to be exactly the same as the bowlers and the batters, the work every day. You've seen every county as a batting coach. They're there throwing for hours and hours and hours at some of these young kids. They'll come in for 4 hours a day, some of them bat.
Could that come from the ECB, Darren? Could that? Because if you've got young,
going to have to.
Yeah,
yes.
But if you've got young bowlers, spin bowlers, such a niche market, you'd think that if you're a young spinner under the age of 23, I would imagine the ECB know everything. I mean, everything about you, and you've been in the program and everything that goes with it. So you've got Chetan Patel. They got another spin bowling coach. That person
Swanee.
looks after
They're using Swanee now, aren't they, on the air? He's a classic. He should be used more, probably.
Absolutely.
Going around the counties.
Going around the counties with young bowlers. Do as he says and not as probably as you do, sort of thing with Swanee. But his knowledge of the game.
Don't follow him into the bar.
Just follow him on the field. But his knowledge of the game is ridiculous. His knowledge of the game and his ability was unbelievable. So if you're a 19-year-old spinner, who wouldn't want to work with Swanee? So we're just trying to throwing ideas to make things better. The minute we have a bad time, we blame county cricket. That should never ever happen, because like Rob Key's done in this tour, not really took much notice of county cricket and picked 3 spinners that go back up. Jack Leach has got no real county record, and I don't have a problem with that. But what I have a problem with is when I see a spinning pitch. Me and Manners do the sort of following on what used to be the Cricket Collective, and we hear pitches are because wickets have tumbled in a day and they're going to get dock fined and whatever for the ball turning. That really upsets me, because do you know what? Out of 14, 15 championship matches you play in a season, you should be able to play on everything.
Yeah, and I think what we're really saying here is that we're okay with Rob Key finding these spinners from nowhere, because we understand that they're trying to match certain conditions and find certain kinds of bowlers. But the bigger issue isn't what Rob Key or Brendan McCullum is trying to do. The bigger issue is that these young spinners aren't being backed enough themselves. They're not day in, day out. Hartley doesn't have a professional spin bowling coach available to him, and Bashir won't have the same, and those sorts of things. So when you're picking them, they're sort of being picked already behind the curve, because they're not playing enough, they don't have the pitches, and they don't have the coaching at domestic level.
Yeah, and we just talked about that. In an ideal world, every county would have a spin bowling coach, but they haven't. That Chetan Patel or whatever would now and again and come and have a look at some of the young bowlers and spend an hour with them. Dorse would come down and say. But the problem you've got as well, individuals don't like working with certain bowling coaches. They might have said something bad about them once, and the spin is such a specialist subject, but there's not that many of them about, right? And if you're one of your spinners doesn't want to work with certain types, where do you go and get one from? It's not easy, you see. But that is the solution. ECB fund it and send them around to the counties, because counties, with the budgets that are going through the roof on everything else, and players wanting more money because of these franchise leagues around the world, it's becoming tighter and tighter. But spin, I agree, is a big area where we have to improve as a country.
Definitely, I think investment is the key. You're listening to talkSPORT 2. That was Steve Harmison and Darren Gough talking to me, Jarrod Kimber, about the spin problems of England. But no problems this morning. India started on 412 for 7, and they were bowled out for 436 because Joe Root took 4 for 79. Jadeja was unluckily out, and then England came out and just reverse swept. It felt like almost 2 reverse sweeps per ball at times. It was a very entertaining first session that England definitely won. Let's listen to the highlights.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first Test match live from Hyderabad.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2. Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first Test match live from Hyderabad.
Past the umpire, now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
For both Jadeja and Harsha, this time drives it through covers. Akshay Patel, and it's 29. Big shout there from Jarrod, and the finger goes up. Jadeja is going for the DRS. This one was turning it, bit more loop to it.
Yeah, he's nicked it. He's nicked it. Get on with it.
It's umpire's call on impact, and Jadeja has to walk back. Huge wicket, that one. It's going to be Jarrod bowling round the wicket to the right-hander, a slip. And a forward and backward shot leg in position. He's bowled him fast ball. He's bowled him fast ball. Hat-trick ball for Jarrod. He bowls around the wicket and Siraj is forward and plays it defensively.
Rain is around the wicket and bowls Harsha with a leg break. So India's first innings is complete. 436. They lead by 190.
Akshar Patel once again to Crawley, who comes down the ground and hoists it down the ground, up in the air. And it clears the rope at long on for 6. Backward short leg and forward short leg, both in position, and that's edged and taken at first slip and catches it comfortably. The first wicket down for England. It's that man, Ravichandran Ashwin. Zach Crawley gone. Ashwin, as the reverse sweep comes out and he beats the fielder at short deep point. And this is going to be another boundary. And that's 89 for 1. England in its second innings after 15 overs.
Welcome back live to the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium here in Hyderabad. What a session we've had. Well, I have to say that all 7 sessions have been highly entertaining, have moved at great pace. The Test match is galloping forward. That's the way Ben Stokes likes to see Test cricket go, and India have more than obliged. Even though they tried to slow it down the first hour with Akshar Patel and Ravi Jadeja batting cautiously in the first hour, suddenly the 3 wickets tumbled very quickly. Joe Root finished with 4 for 79, and now India are seeing a very brief glimpse, I have to say, in the big picture of Bazball at its most rambunctious. This is the highest scoring rate in the first 15 overs in the second innings of any Test match played in the Bazball era. Scoring at just under 6 and over, 5.93. Second innings is when batting conditions are traditionally more difficult, and yet we've seen Crawley, Duckett and now Pope really making the running, and 190 was a daunting deficit alongside Chetan, Narula. 15 overs gone. Ordinarily, history tells us that in such a situation with such a massive deficit, 15 overs in the second innings, you'd have a scoring rate of about a run and a half an over, maybe 2. But England absolutely galloping along.
Good afternoon, Neil, and good afternoon to our listeners. Well, you would have a few more wickets as well. That's what history would tell us too, especially with Jadeja, Akshar and Ravichandran Ashwin bowling. But we've seen slower turn on day 3 than day 1 and day 2, day 1 specifically. And we have seen some brilliant batting from England. It's been cautious, yet it's been attacking, it's been positive. And they've shown that they can really play the reverse sweep very, very well.
Yeah, they sweep more than any other team in the world. You might have heard us discussing that if you were up between 4 and 6 during the first session, discussing the fact that Ben Duckett alone has a sweep percentage of 28. Here is Ashwin, first delivery after lunch to Ollie Pope. Just short enough to allow Pope to go back deep into his crease and tuck it away with the spin out towards deep mid-wicket for a single, and England immediately underway after lunch.
That was in the air a bit. There was a fielder at mid-wicket, but he was a little straighter in position. But it was safe, but it shows the intentions. Ashwin was a bit disappointed that it didn't go straight to the fielder, as always.
Shreyas Iyer under the sun hat at mid-wicket. Ashwin continues around the wicket to the left-handed Ben Duckett, forward driving, and it's actually gone straight to Shreyas Iyer. A lot of sun hats on display now for India. Jasprit Bumrah is fairly devoted to not wearing a sun hat, as far as I can recall. As Duckett comes forward to Ashwin once again, pushes that one defensively out on the offside. He's got his cap on, he's at mid-on, and Akshar Patel also has a cap on at mid-off. They're both quite deep, conceding a single. Otherwise it's helmet and sun hats. Rohit Sharma's got his cap on at slip, the captain. This time Duckett tucks it away off his pads past short leg. Yashasvi Jaiswal, and they pick up another single.
So it's KL Rahul, Shreyas Iyer, Jadeja and Akshar Patel with the sun hats on.
Indeed. I'm sure there were more of them in the morning session. Drive here from Ollie Pope, the thick outside edge. I may be doing him a disservice. The replay might suggest otherwise, but I think that was a genuine edge. He's driven at that. It's along the ground, and it was wide anyway of the solitary slip, Rohit Sharma.
The partnership motoring along, 48 of 39 now. And I'm liking this confidence from Ollie Pope. He's coming forward against Ashwin, trying to play as forward as he can and attacking at the same time.
Here's Ashwin once again, slipping a short leg, man on the drive, reverse sweep from Ollie Pope. In fact, it was a slightly unconventional one because it was a walking reverse sweep. He's actually walked into the shot, quite literally. And I must just point out that it's a shot played on this occasion entirely because it is the right shot for the field. Lots and lots of gaps and open spaces, and if you do make decent contact with it, even if it goes in the air, it should fall safely. So he's playing it out of common sense rather than the fact that he can. He's on 20, Duckett 39, England 94 for 1.
The last 15 minutes before lunch, Rohit Sharma provided that security to his spinners, put in a fielder in the deep, brought that extra fielder in fact. There was nobody between mid-off and the fielder at the backward point. So he got that one fielder in between them to just give them that bit of security. Obviously, that meant he had to take one fielder out from the leg side, allowed a few more shots through there. At least got that security in. And the first over, after lunch, we see that big gap opening up again. There was that security had disappeared once again. India and Rohit Sharma need to be a little proactive. They've been chasing the ball a little bit in the first session.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah back into the attack. That's a surprise. And Ollie Pope bumps the face of the bat, steers it into the gully, fielded by Shreyas Iyer, and there's no run. We thought that might be it after his 2-over burst with the new ball, but he's evidently been told to hold back a little on the biryani during the lunch break, and Rohit may just have said to him, you know what, let's have another couple.
KL Rahul said yesterday that while there is slower turn, it's also tougher to play shots when the ball goes older. And I think that's the ploy here, that you get one spinner and bring the pacer while the ball is still fresh. It's only 16 overs old.
Well, and in the first innings, Bumrah bowled some unbelievable off breaks at 130 kilometres an hour. So, I mean, he gets as much turn as anybody else when he's bowling his cutters. Here he is from the pavilion end, towards us, towards Ollie Pope, down the leg side. Little flick and a miss from Ollie Pope, nicely taken. Super feet, that. No, wicket-keepers don't have their feet spoken about enough, I don't think. You talk about a spectacular diving save or catch from a keeper. The really, really good keepers use their feet rather than having to dive.
And I think what they're trying to do, just to carry on from where I said, with the ball still just being 16 overs old, you saw how Akshar was bowling, how Jadeja was bowling. It's still a newer ball. If they are darting it in, it's still easier to play those reverse sweeps.
Bumrah in once again bowls. Ollie Pope drives down into the ground, and it'll reach the sweeper on the cover boundary, Akshar Patel. And they come trotting back for two. Very, very quick between the wickets, these two. Probably England's quickest, actually, Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope. And I guess it was always going to be two. It was 30 yards to the right of Akshar Patel, who's fielding at deep point rather than deep cover. Two more, Pope 22, Duckett 39, 96 for 1 England. That deficit now below 3 figures, 94 behind. And with 9 wickets in hand, you just suddenly, I couldn't see a way that England would in any way be able to fight back meaningfully today with a deficit of 190. But you know, with the way they're going, it's just crazy. Scoring at almost 6 and over, the way they're going, if they keep going, say they get this entire session, keep going, scoring at this rate. Here's Bumrah to Ollie Pope, gets an inside edge. I think that was a little cutter from Bumrah there, and Pope's come forward, and it's just gripped enough to hit the inside edge of the bat, and for a moment he didn't know where it had gone. He gets a fortuitous single as it's collected at fine leg. but playing a long way from his body, looking to run that one down to third man, Ollie Pope. Maybe just want to tighten up a little bit against Bumrah. Probably only will bowl 2 or 3 overs. Anyway, single 97 for 1. But just doing the math, I mean, if England do keep scoring at between 5.5 and 6 and over, don't lose more than a wicket or 2 in this session, they're going to be level with India by tea. Here's Bumrah round the wicket to Duckett. Forward he comes, driving. You know what? He didn't really come forward there. He just drove from the crease. His feet didn't really move at all. Didn't time it at all. And Rohit Sharma at mid-on does the fielding.
Well, these two have added 52 in very, very quick time, just of 45 deliveries. The previous partnership was also very, very good, 45 of 50-odd deliveries. So England have scored these runs in double quick time. And you're right, Neil, they continue with this pace by tea time, without losing too many wickets especially. They'll be on par with India.
Here's Bumrah in again, hits Duckett on the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, an impassioned appeal from Bumrah. Not out, says umpire Chris Gaffney. Now then, Rohit Sharma has trotted in from mid-on, spotting that his leader of his attack was so animated. He's very cool, very calm, very collected, Rohit Sharma, but he did come trotting in, say, right, calm down, we've got 12 seconds left, what do you think, do you want a review? And he's just managed to calm everybody down sufficiently for them not to take a review.
Well, the best part was that he wanted to speak with Shrikar Bharat, the keeper, and he went up almost close to the umpire. They had a bit of a conversation there, and I think Bharat just told him that maybe that was a little higher. Whatever Bharat said convinced him not to take that DRS review.
Are you contemplating anything, Jarrod Kimber? You're looking very soulful.
I did think it might be a little bit too high, but also it's hard to tell if it's too high on Duckett, because if it's hit his pads, Manners, chances are it's probably going to hit the stumps. So generally, if the ball hits the top part of your pad, and we're just having a look at this again, I mean, that's hit the knee roll of Ben Duckett. I just don't have... And
it would have been given
crashed
out.
Into leg. Would have been overturned if they'd reviewed that. I told you, Duckett's pads are not like normal players' pads, Manners.
And Bumrah with his hands on his head, and he's like, oh my God, what have you done, Rohit?
Well, I think Rohit has left the decision to Bumrah, to be honest. Reading the body language, I think Rohit may have left it to Bumrah. I could have got that wrong completely. Down the wicket comes Ollie Pope now to Ashwin, and push drives him, super shot. That's timed sumptuously, and it's gone to the long off boundary for 4.
Brilliant shot there from Ollie Pope, coming down the ground, as Neil said. Very, very confident since his first 10 deliveries, where he was a bag of nerves. Since then, he's just settled down and played some handsome shots, and that one was perhaps the best of them all.
Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT, joining us here on talkSPORT 2. England are galloping along. They are fighting back with verve and vigour and in highly entertaining fashion. 100 is up, they're 101 for 1. Ashwin in again. There could be more runs here. There are down the leg side. It's racing down towards the fine leg boundary. Did it come off the pad or the bat from Ollie Pope? Signal from the umpire Chris Gaffney is 4 runs, 4 rifle that is, and it was a very fine leg glance in both senses of the word. It's gone just wide of the keeper. Super piece of timing from Ollie Pope with the spin, and that's another 4 runs. England are galloping along. Pope is suddenly up to 31 from 24 balls. Ben Duckett has 39 from 47. In England's first innings deficit was 190, and they're now 105 for 1, so they're trailing by 85 with 9 wickets in hand. Ashwin in once again, driven by Pope, only as far as Shreyas Iyer at short mid-wicket. There was a little chat there a second or two ago between Rohit Sharma and the keeper Shrikar Bharat, and that was perhaps about the LBW review. And there's a reverse sweep from Ollie Pope. He's seen a lot of that in this England innings. Not successful on this occasion, taken by Bharat. I mean, as long as they're talking about the process of reviewing rather than recriminating and blaming, You know, you don't blame the keeper. Yeah, he may have got one wrong. He's not the only keeper, and he won't be the last to get a review wrong. Ashwin in again. Pope pushes that one defensively.
I think the conversation was about whether it was angling across the stumps and going down the leg side, and how high was it, because it did hit him on the back leg.
Clipped away out towards mid-wicket. Shreyas Iyer fields again, and there's no run. I mean, the Hawkeye replay suggested that ball was hitting just above halfway, just above the middle of the leg stump.
So I think the conversation was just about whether it was going down leg, and more importantly, Bumrah was not at all involved in that conversation. It was just, initially it was, yes, Bumrah who got Rohit involved, but then Rohit actually listened to Bharat, and that's where the decision was made not to go for the review. Obviously, I'm not blaming Bharat there, but just saying the bowler was not part of it, and that's why the hands on head, emotion from Bumrah.
No, I'm pretty sure Bumrah didn't after asking for the review, then sort of went he wasn't sure. If you have a look at his body language as well, so I think all three of them weren't sure, so they didn't go with it. And to be honest,
and now they're all blaming each other.
Yeah, I thought when it first hit the stumps, when it first live, I thought it looked really, really close. And the more I thought about it, I thought maybe it was slipping down leg, and the height did seem an issue. If you have those two things in your head, and after the way that England reviewed yesterday, Manners, maybe India are gun shy. Yesterday was the day before, day one. England didn't review yesterday.
Bumrah in to Duckett, drives sweetly. Oh, and it's beaten Shubman Gill at cover. It's gone straight to him. He's dived. It's Yashasvi Jaiswal, I beg your pardon, and it's just taken an awkward bounce, perhaps, or he took his eye off it, but it went maybe just 1.5 yards to his right, and he seemed to have it covered. He did have it covered, but it's gone through him, or over him. 4 runs. Lovely shot from Ben Duckett. You're right, Jarrod. England didn't review yesterday because they couldn't. Didn't have any left. Used up inside the first 14 overs. Amazingly enough, when India began their first innings on the first evening. We're on to day 3, and we are having entertainment at 100 miles an hour. 109 for 1. England now. Duckett into the 40s. Here is Bumrah once again, bowls. Duckett this time stands at his crease, allows that one to come to him, pushes it back to the bowler defensively, and again there's no run. It's amazing when you think that, you know, that we all had the impression, what about the height? And yet the Hawkeye, as I said, the Hawkeye ball trajectory suggests that ball was hitting just above halfway up the leg stump. I think Bumrah's still feeling the acidic afterburn. He's still struggling to digest.
3.5 hand gestures, full 15 seconds of disappointment on his face.
Here's Bumrah once again, bowls. Duckett defends, nudging that one up towards mid-on. Fielded by the skipper, who's alongside his fast bowler. Jasprit Bumrah's a very equanimous, calm character. I mean, he won't be simmering. He simmered for a little while, didn't he? But it'll be gone now. I mean, he's very phlegmatic.
Yeah, I think his reaction showed more the importance of that wicket, because India are, if I can say so, a bit under the pump with the way England are going. This partnership already 64 of 55.
It's quite remarkable. Here's Bumrah around the wicket to Ben Duckett, and that's short pulled fine down the leg side. That'll be 4 more. No point in Akshar Patel chasing after that one. It just didn't come out the middle of the bat. That's the point. Came off the sort of bottom of the bat, and it's gone again. Very fine down the leg side, and it's another boundary.
And that's what I mean. The boundaries are coming thick and fast. You're either playing shots like this, which are just running to the boundary, or the previous ball where just Jaiswal couldn't get to the ball. There was a bit of an incident there, and the ball just ran off to the boundary. And then they get this one chance, which could have resulted in a wicket. It didn't happen, and the runs just keeping on coming. So India maybe, just maybe, feeling a bit of pressure. And since the lunch break, England are now going at 6.5 in over. It's just the 4th over that's going on. They already got 24 runs.
Simon Finch on the trumpet, the Barmy Army trumpeter. Bowled him! Bumrah strikes! Duckett's cover drive doesn't work this time. Off stump goes cartwheeling out of the ground. Jasprit Bumrah shows it's not just the spinners who can strike. at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium in Hyderabad, and Duckett's terrific innings comes to an end. Gone for 47 from 52 balls. England lose their second at 113, still trailing by 77.
Seamed in at 141 clicks, that one. You miss, I hit. It was in line with the off stump. Top of off stump. That was rocked back. Bit of gap between bat and pad there from Ben Duckett. Just in no position to play that shot. And a loud bellowing reaction from Bumrah. Getting all that frustration of that LBW out of him. Huge shout of relief. India needed that wicket.
I tell you what, Chetan, as well, more fun for England. That was reverse swing. You can see, have a look at the replay of the ball. You can see one half of the ball has already been chewed up like a dog toy, and Bumrah has just brought that back in massive. It was an incredible ball, but more importantly, I think for the sound department at talkSPORT 2, someone needs to listen to the sound of that stump being removed. That's going to be a good replay for a long time, because that made a Simon Jones to Michael Clark noise as that ball went through. Ben Duckett's never going to want to hear it again, but it was beautiful to listen to. Talk about being beautiful to listen to. Here's Harsha Bhogle.
Yes, Jarrod, yes. I sense where that conversation's going, so I'll come straight back to the cricket. I haven't seen a reaction like that from Jasprit Bumrah for a long time. He just normally spreads his hands out wide and smiles at the batter. This one was almost provocative, and it's very rare to see that. But England's best batter has come out, and he's come out with a good base. England 77 behind, and I have enjoyed watching these last 113 runs simply because I've seen a team that is not afraid of losing. And that's often very easily said and rarely achieved. But England have done that. Now Root standing well outside his crease. Bumrah from over the wicket. 2 slips and a gully. This game is alive. It's outside the off stump, bouncing good pace. And it's taken by Kona Bharat.
India needed that wicket, and Bumrah has delivered. And you're absolutely right, Harsha. You know, all that frustration. He was really disappointed, gesticulating with his arms wide and thrown open when that replay came off of that missed LBW chance. But to come to the next over and take that wicket with a brilliant delivery, knocking back the off stump, he had to let that passion and energy out.
Right, there's this loud cheer around Hyderabad. That only means one thing. Means the local boy has got the ball. And I just wonder, Jarrod referred to the ball jagging back. Just wonder if they think there's a little bit happening with that ball and have got Mohammad Siraj into ball.
Yeah, I think we've seen reverse swing. Even Bumrah's first ball, or when he came back on, just moved away a little bit. And straight away I was like, well, clearly this isn't seam. But that we saw the LBW and obviously the ball, the ball moved quite a bit. So Siraj has just been told, look, 2 or 3 overs, let's see if we can get something here. He'll bowl a little bit fuller. We know he's willing to attack more. He's got a very similar record to someone like Rabada. Goes for a little bit more runs than normal bowlers, but does take wickets. So it should be a very exciting contest, because they're going to try everything. Although, how long before they play the reverse sweep against Siraj and Bumrah was my question, Harsha.
I would venture to say a little longer than it took to played against Akshar Patel.
Well, Ollie Pope played a walking reverse sweep. That would be a fancy one off a fast bowler.
Yes, I mean, I was watching Duckett play the very first over, and he missed a reverse sweep by about 6 feet. And I thought number 3 is about to stand up and sit down and stand up and sit down. But yeah, he said Siraj will probably get 2-3 overs, which is 2 or 3 overs more than he thought he would get. But also a bit of uneven bounce. This one's the Bumrah wicket has hit the top of Duckett's off stump. Now Siraj with the crowd behind him, off his pads. It's Jags back in. And Pope is playing a pretty good innings out here. Goes up to 32 with that single. And England are 114 for 2. Just looking at that dismissal again, it's hit the top of off stump. The LBW hit him pretty low on the pad. So maybe there's just a little bit of variable bounce from there. We've been talking about it for a while. But it's good that India can call upon pace. Meanwhile, that off stump, as we just looked on the replay,
it's incredible
how far it's gone.
It's got about 12. It looks like an extra in a karate movie when they get kicked and they get pulled away by something. That's what the stump looks like.
Why is Darren Gough sitting beside you looking like a professor of philosophy?
That's how he looks.
into Joe Root's pads once again. That's easy picking. You want a ball to get off the mark. That's a good one. The ball was jagging back, and he just flicked it off his pads and picked up a single.
There was a bit of slower turn earlier in the morning when the spinners were on, and now that the ball is showing some reverse movement, I think that has probably inspired Rohit Sharma to bring on both pacers. Again, I wasn't sure that Mohammad Siraj needed his bowling shoes today, Harsha, to be very honest.
I'm just looking at the replay on that ball. There's a lot of overs of spin, but India have managed to get the two halves looking fairly different, which is an achievement. Now Siraj, can he get one to hold its line? It does. And Root is, Pope rather, is looking to open the face of the bat. He does, finds Gully. England trail by 75. India will want ideally 5 before that total is breached. England no more than 3.
And who's on ball shining duties? I mean, I can see Ashwin's trousers a bit reddish. Shreyas Iyer, Shubman Gill maybe?
Well, Ashwin, you can understand, he is in Indian conditions the leading new ball bowler. He's taken more wickets with the new ball than anybody else in India. There goes Jarrod. I can see him on the screen searching for his numbers as Siraj runs in and bowls, and once again opening the face of the bat is Pope, looking for it to go down, to play down to third man, because if he can beat that cordon, it's not much of a cordon, it's just two scattered individuals there. He's got lots of open space because there's only a deep point. He's looking to run that away down to third man. If he's successful, he'll get a boundary. If he gets a nick, he's gone. He's willing to play the odds.
And he's getting that width outside off stump as well, Harsha, to be able to play that shot, especially with the ball moving around a touch. And there you have it, Rohit Sharma giving it a nice little rub on his trousers before handing it back to Siraj. Not sure the captain is on ball shining duty though.
Once again, from right arm over, Siraj bowls, jagging the ball back in after it hits the deck. And Pope with loose hands plays it on the onside. There isn't much catching support for Siraj. On the offside, a slip and a gully, well, almost fourth slip there, dare I say. Then there's a deep point, cover and a mid-off. 2 back for the pull shot on the onside, square leg and long leg. He hasn't bowled a bouncer yet, so India playing with 9 fielders. Shot mid-wicket and mid-on. 2 of the overs so far. This crowd suddenly come alive. You can see a spring in the stride of India's fielders. As soon as that wicket was taken, they were worried. Make no mistake, they were worried. Openers had put on 45, then another 68. Now Siraj is driven through the offside by Pope, or so he believes. It finds the fielder. He's played 3 shots for no runs, and Siraj finishes that over with 2 from it. 20 overs gone. It's 115 for 2. England scoring at 5.75. You're listening to talkSPORT 2, and I'm very curious to know if Mr. Kimber has got his numbers.
You talked about Ashwin as an opening bowler. He averages 18.94 when opening the bowling, but always worth remembering that they don't get him to do it on the days it's not going to suit him. That's the thing with spinners. The spinners usually have great numbers at the death in T20 as well, because you only use them when it's in their favour. And that's exactly the same with Ashwin with the new ball. Having said that, Ashwin, Pereira out of Sri Lanka, there's a few guys now who are specialists at taking the new ball in Asia, and he's certainly one of them.
The fast bowlers are a rare commodity. You go further east from India, you go to Bangladesh, they don't even play one sometimes.
Yeah.
Talking of which, I saw Mashrafi Murtaza turn up playing the Bangladesh Premier League, batting at number 3 and bowling of 3 steps.
Did he bowl someone else's knees? I mean,
Bumrah starts a new over. Strikes Root on the pad with a ball that jagged back. He's got a bag full of tricks here. I won't be surprised if one just holds its line as it goes by. The crowd's on its feet.
That one was coming in very, very sharply. Bumrah with his arms up in the air, and a loud ooh there from the crowd as well. He's got his tail up.
Your ooh was longer than that of the crowd. It's taken an inside edge onto the pad. It probably would have been high anyway. And India are aware this is the big wicket. Root averages 15 India. And his numbers are just in a different league to everybody else's. There's Root and there's a few others. Now here's Bumrah again. 2 slips gully behind him into Root. And Root is letting it go through outside the off stump. Bowled a sort of 5th stump line. Root watched it closely, let it go through.
which is why it was important for England to give that base before Jarrod arrived at that crease. Still trailing by 75 runs. What that has done is now it'll allow Jarrod to just see off the spell and just settle down, although I'm not sure he's going to not attack the bowling at every chance he gets. Now, we spoke about whether Pope will play the reverse sweep. There's more chance of Root trying to ramp either Bumrah or Siraj.
You talked about Pope. It's a very, very important innings this for Pope. He looked very fidgety, very nervous in the first innings. At number 3 is a key player. Here's Bumrah again into Root. Pushes at that square on the offside. There's a man coming in off the boundary at deep point. That is Jadeja, and they'll only get a single. So Root goes up to 2. England are 116 for 2. Brings Pope in strike. Pope looked very, very nervous in the first innings. Should Pope get his act going, then it takes a lot of pressure off Root. He's sort of there between the free strikers at the top of the order and Root.
Pope's grown in confidence. He was very nervy. Like I said, in the first 5-7 deliveries, there were a couple of edges in there. Brought out the reverse sweep against the spinners. Then he got a little more confident. There was a cover drive, then a straighter drive down the ground. And now with the pacers coming on, he'll be in his natural element. Much more comfortable, much calmer at the crease.
Television keeps showing pictures of the Duckett dismissal. I think his bat's more like a sword. Just flashes it around. If it comes off, it comes off. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's like in the movies. Right, I'm going to get 4 before I go myself.
Pretty much how they got it themselves in this position to begin with, isn't it?
There you go.
Counter-attacking.
Bumrah ball, it's a lovely ball, a Yorker to Pope, and he digs it out well. You never know what's coming your way with Bumrah. Beautifully directed Yorker, and the batter's done really well to dig it out in time. Was heading towards leg stump, and he's done really well to keep it out. Talking to the swordsman, I saw most of the Hobbit trilogy on the flight, and every sort of half an hour or so somebody was in a battle with somebody, and I thought, oh, that looks like Duckett. Except that poor Bilbo Baggins wasn't in the fight. That would have made the parallel even more even stronger.
Are you comparing him to the Hobbit in terms of height?
No, just the sword play, I think.
Just the sword play, okay.
The burglar.
Supposed to be 2 movies, not 3.
Bumrah bowls, and just looking to squeeze it out. I think he might have been done in a little bit by the pace here, Pope. Just squeeze it out in front of point for a single.
Every ball Jasprit Bumrah bowls is an event. You never know what you're going to get. Following up that Yorker with that off-cutter.
And the ball just balloons into no man's land on the offside. Did you say 2 movies? I saw 3.
No, it was supposed to be 2.
Each of which are about 2 hours and 40 minutes or so. So I wonder what they wanted to make a 4-hour, 5-hour movie.
It was supposed to be 2 to cover the Hobbit book, but then Peter Jackson decided, you know what, let me just do 3 only. So in all, 6 movies.
It was my textbook in school. Can you imagine having a textbook, The Hobbit, at school? Dori, Nori, Ori, Oin and Gloin, all the hobbits as they came in. Root is a giant in this game. In strike to Bumrah, who's taking him on the pads. Big appeal, up goes the finger. He's going to go for the review straight away. And often when a batter does that, he knows something that the umpire doesn't, but he went straight away. The ball seemed to be angling towards leg stump. It's probably got a little inside edge. India celebrated and stopped.
That one jagged in, jagged back in. Just have to see if he got an inside edge there. Root seemed pretty confident. There was a throw at the stumps as well, but his bat was in the crease. So here's the replay. Bumrah mixing it up well. And no, there's no edge. But is it going down leg? The ball is hitting him high on the pad, just above the knee roll. So now it becomes about height and whether it was going down leg.
To the umpire, remember, umpire's call is in the bowler's favour.
Certainly looks like it's going to be in the bowler's favour from the first couple of clips we've seen.
There's no edge confirmed by Ultra Edge.
I was positive he said he hit it when he was walking down the wicket, so I'm not sure. He's miles. Chetan, you're closer to that ball than he is.
And it's an umpire's call on the stumps, so you can stay with your decision, Chris. Signal now.
Bumrah with the big breakthrough. And that is why there's a great value that Jasprit Bumrah brings to the side. 113 for 1 England, and all of a sudden 117 for 3. A well set Duckett, and now the big man himself, Joe Root. His well, you could turn around and say he got 3 wickets, but Root looking so disappointed. I was interested in that, Jarrod, as well. When a batter goes for it straight away, he thinks he's hit it, because he cannot always be aware of whether or not it's hitting the stumps behind him.
I mean, that's certainly what it looked like from there, but he's missed that by a long distance. Just on England not playing Anderson in this series, in this test match, and picking Wood, Bumrah is essentially a combination of Anderson and Wood. He's got the extra pace, but also the skill of Anderson, and we're seeing that combination of pace and skill come together. That slower ball he bowled earlier in the over didn't get him the wicket, Harsha, but that was almost as sexy. But I'll leave you with 2 even sexier men, Darren Gough and Steve Harmison.
Oh dear. I thought I might have been included in that list somewhere, but well, just got to live with it. When you've got Gough and Harmison, you're willing to take it.
Harsha, I was just going to say, do you know, you were talking about Lord of the Rings there and the Hobbit things.
Yes.
Do you know, as an England team, we was in Lord of the Rings?
Who was in Lord of the Rings?
England team. England cricket team. In the sound. We did the sound in Wellington at the cricket stadium. Not the Orcas March, when they did the march. We were in the stadium doing at half time of a 50 over game. We did all the marching, and we were in the actual film.
What fun.
Not facially, just our voice, just our feet, banging them on the ground in the stadium at Wellington.
Well. Wasn't Martin and Jeff Crow in the Gladiator, in the crowd scenes?
I think they were in the crowd scenes, yeah, weren't they? Is it, what's relation? Is it nephew to Russell Crowe?
Cousins,
I think it is.
Cousins, yeah.
Yeah, so we were the same. So we were the same, the England team in New Zealand. We were the Orcas, the march.
There you go.
You've been called a few things in your time, Darren, but not an Orca.
I probably look like one now.
Jarrod starts a new over, drifts down the leg side. It's taken by Kona Bharat, moving well to his left. Probably the only time in his career Martin Crowe was an extra.
Yeah, good point. He was a player, wasn't he? Wow, that was my growing up. I mean, my first recollection of sort of international proper cricket was the coloured stuff. Was '92 World Cup, staying up through the night in the obviously when it was in Australia, and Martin Crowe during that '92 World Cup was unbelievable. Batted in that way, he got 90 odd and a rimmed cap, rimmed sun hat to win the game. Was that the quarter final he won? It was one of the last games I think they won. Knocked off. He was a special player, Martin Crowe.
Right, can Siraj replicate Bumrah here? Bowles, and Pope is jamming down hard on that ball out to short mid-wicket. This game has changed character in the space of 4 runs. Bumrah has such a variety of bowling, and I'm delighted that Steve Harmison and Darren Gough are here to be able to talk a little bit about Bumrah. He bowls a slower ball. He bowls the ball jagging back in. He's got the one that straightens, and when the ball is swinging, he swings it both ways and as a mean bouncer.
It's a bit like what Jarrod was saying there before about Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson, probably between the age of 28, well, the 28 onwards, Jimmy worked out how on flat pitches to get the ball to move laterally by the use of angles and seam positions, and still be dangerous when there wasn't a great deal happening. And Jarrod's point, it's like Jasprit Bumrah, but a little bit quicker.
Into the pads, and it's flicked away by Ollie Pope down to long leg. Goughy, your thoughts on Bumrah?
Oh, it's the best. Absolutely superb. Strange run up, short run up, total control as he delivers the ball. Huge effort goes into it. His wrist position is fantastic. The seam position, as you see the ball go down, is fantastic. And the late movement is his biggest skill. That for me is awesome. And having cutters, slower ball, Yorker, bouncer, is the complete package. 20 over, 10 over, 50 over, test match. He can do the lot.
Yeah, his ability to trap players on the crease, batters on the crease, and make them move nowhere, and then work his magic like he did with Ben Duckett. Trapped him on the crease, played away from his body, trapped him on the crease, played away from his body, and then just angle that one back in. And it was a poor execution of a shot. Don't get me wrong, Duckett looked awful, but it was a great, skillful bit of bowling. For me, Jasprit Bumrah, Kagiso Rabada, they're them the two highlight multi-format bowlers around the world.
Siraj runs in and bowls, and once again drifting down the leg side. He's not quite getting the ball to straighten around off or outside off. The other thing with Bumrah is, most of you, even you, Darren, release the ball at maybe the highest point. He releases the ball a good 6 inches in front, 6 to 8 inches in front. And so it's not leaving the hand when the batter thinks it is. And I was talking to an interview, a couple of batters saying, you know it, and yet it takes time to get used to it.
And that's the thing, you put that along with the run-up, and you're thinking, is he coming, is he coming, is he coming? All of a sudden, bang, he hits you. And I think until you get used to being out there for quite a while, that is the challenge of not only scoring against Jasprit Bumrah, but just to survive against him at the start.
Next ball is driven down the ground. Siraj will field on his follow through by Johnny Bairstow. It's only his 5th test match in India, you know.
Yeah.
He's played 32 tests, I think, by now. He's only had 4 in India, but takes his wickets at under 16.
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous, isn't it, Goughy?
Oh, well, I think that's why as well. It's a great point on his the reason he's so difficult to face and that's why he gets a lot of wickets when he first bowls at a batter, is because they're not used to that slowish run up and their little stutter. Batters hate that. They just like a nice smooth run up.
A Gough kind of run up.
Yeah, Gough bustling in.
End of that over from Siraj. 22 overs gone. It's 119 for 3. Pope is 34. Bairstow is 1. And England have in recent times lost the wickets of Duckett and recently Root for 2.
Well, this will be interesting, this, because Johnny Bairstow, one of his weaknesses, and having known him a long time, and anybody who's seen him play Test cricket, he's very vulnerable early on to the ball, coming back into the right-hander, getting his stumps knocked over, and that's one of his weaknesses. And I'm sure Bumrah is going to attack the stumps to Johnny Bairstow.
Morning, everyone. Good afternoon from Hyderabad. OK, who had England getting bowled out by seam in the second innings of a test match in India? I'll be honest, I didn't. It felt like a moral victory that England have even got Mohammad Siraj to get his bowling boots on. But, yeah. Bumrah 2 for 17 from 5. Ashwin 1 for 49 from 9. Akshar 5 overs have cost him 40. 1 over for Jadeja so far, 0 for 5. Siraj 2 overs, 0 for 4. Here we go, Bumrah once again. England trailing by 71 here on talkSPORT 2. From the far end, and he gets within 3 metres of the crease, and Johnny Bairstow backs away because I think there's still a TV camera in front of the screen at the far end. What they do is they bring it in directly behind the stumps when the bowling's from this end. I think Johnny might be unhappy that the camera is still there.
No, I think the person behind the camera was standing. The person to the right of the camera just stood up at the last minute, and they've been doing that quite regular. There's 2 people sitting right next to the steps, and one of them stands up, just puts the batter off.
3 slips in place for Bairstow. Waits bat raise as Bumrah goes in full straight. Bairstow back down the pitch, no run. 119 for 3. England, after bowling India out for 436 earlier. England got to go before lunch, reaching lunch 89 for 1. Zach Crawley, the man to be dismissed, basically a runner ball, 31 from 33 before he was caught at slip by the bowling of Ashwin. That was 45 for 1 in the 10th over. So England had clattered along. Ben Duckett, the second man to go, comprehensively bowled by Bumrah, 47 from 52, that making it 113 for 2. And Joe Root, LBW to Bumrah, which you've just heard, went to the DRS umpire's call. He was given out on the pitch. It was hitting enough of leg stump for it to be upheld. It was 117 for 3. Bumrah makes his way in again. One of the slips has gone out as Bairstow leaves this, and it's through to the keeper Barrett, no run. Yeah, 3rd slip's gone out, and there's now a very straight short mid-on the drive ball.
Yeah, third slip's gone to catching on the drive on the leg side, very, very straight, with Ashwin just behind him. I think Rohit Sharma's saying to Johnny Bairstow, you can play square of the wicket, you can play through extra cover, you can play through mid-wicket. He's wanting Johnny, you want him to leave that gap open to try and get a gap between bat and pad, but Bumrah to get the ball to come back through. Johnny Bairstow's playing a little bit of French cricket, not picking his bat up too much in his stance and trying to just.
Bumrah is in. Bairstow's just playing quietly on the onside, no run.
Not having as big a back lift. He stands tall when he's in stance, and his bat comes very, very high. It's sort of cock race stands very, very high. But as the point of release from the bowler in Jasprit Bumrah, he's bringing it down slowly. When Johnny Bairstow's playing ODI cricket, or when he's in the mood and when he's in nick, his back goes up and it stays up a little bit, and he hovers it above, and he tries to give the big back lift so he can access and hit the ball at this minute in time. Just while he gets started, he's just trying to keep his back lift down just so he can access the ball in a defensive mode.
Bumrah in once again. That one's coming into Bairstow, just playing it up to short mid-on, and there's no run. Just in a pretty much close-in replay of the ball, and very, very much already. You can see the difference in, what, 22 and a half overs between one side and the other, so it's going to start doing it at some point or other.
Yeah, they'll be trying to get it to reverse swing, and that's probably what Rohit Sharma was thinking. Can we get the two seamers on? Can we get the ball hit into the surface? Can we get the ball a little bit softer? So the inconsistency of the ball, as well as when the spin comes on, they will turn it on anything, and then a little bit. He just gives them options. Once 50, 55, 60 overs comes into play.
Bumrah comes in from the far end once again, going full Yorker length into Bairstow, clips out on the leg side, no run. Gough's with us as well as Steve Harmison, myself, Andrew McKenna. Gough, I mean, it's fascinating that here we are on the third afternoon, and India are bowling a pair of seamers.
Well, I think it is reverse swinging already, and I think this is a good time for it to start around that 18 in the second inning, especially more abrasive. The pitch is dry, and I think it is doing, and that's why they're going to have a look at their seamers. But it does help when you've got someone like Bumrah's ability, and we've had it for so long, haven't we? With Broad and Anderson, and India now, like I say, all around the world, they're a serious threat. If it's not with their spin, it's with their seam bowlers. They've got so many left arm, right arm, swing bowlers, fast bowlers. They've got everything.
Bumrah is in once again. Bairstow playing from the crease, just drops it out onto the offside, and they will take a single. Bairstow therefore has 2 from the 9 balls that he has faced. Pope's got 34 from 38. But that is the final ball of the 23rd over here on talkSPORT 2. England 120 for 3. Remember, you can get in touch with us all the normal ways at cricket_TS, at talkSPORT 2, or if you're a subscriber to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and watching myself and Steve Harmison at the moment, you can drop us a message in the comments section there. I think actually we're going to do a bit of a Q&A with your questions at tea time, I seem to remember. So by all means, get those in. I don't know if, I'm looking at the producer, I don't know if we are strictly limited to cricket. I mean, if you want to ask Harmy anything, you're pretty much open to anything, aren't you?
Feel free. You know, if England lose a couple more wickets, feel free not to ask me questions about cricket, to be honest. I've got myself into more than enough trouble with this England cricket team, saying things I probably shouldn't have before this test match started. But hey, I think it's been a good effort today. I thought Duckett and Crawley were excellent, yeah, in a counter-punch, showing character. But as all good sides do, India, they've come back strong after the break. You expected them to. I didn't think they could bowl or to be as flat as what they were before the interval. But now it's a big test for Ollie Pope and Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow's looked quite good solid in defence against Jasprit Bumrah, not looking to hit and be aggressive, just looking to stand his ground and defend the ball. And Jadeja's going to replace Suraj. He's coming on to give them something different that Jadeja's had in this test match so far. He'll be full of confidence as well.
Yeah, left arm around, 2 fielders on the leg side as he goes in, and it's slightly short and slightly wide. Johnny Bairstow can't beat the man at backward point, short third. So it's a slip, silly point, a short square point, shortish cover, mid-off, and a deep cover on the boundary, and then mid-on and long leg on the leg side for Jadeja. In once again, Bairstow is coming forward and playing quietly up the pitch, no run. 120 for 3. 23 overs and 2 balls have gone. England now trailed by 190. It was by 70. It was 190 on first innings. Bairstow solidly forward, pushing out to Jaiswal at silly points, and there's no run. It's warmed up definitely throughout the day today, hasn't it?
Oh, it has, yeah. Sitting on the back of the terrace that we have just in front of us this morning. It was chilly this morning. I mean chilly. It was 24 degrees.
Yeah, it's a sliding scale.
It was a little bit chilly.
As Jadeja goes around the wicket, full and straight, Bairstow pushes out offside, no run.
But as the sort of the mist in the haze is broken off, burnt off with the sun. It's a lovely day here in Hyderabad. The crowd is getting bigger and bigger as the day goes on.
Jadeja around the wicket. That one again is slightly short. It enables Bairstow to go deep in his crease, hit out to the cover sweeper, and they will amble through for a single. 121 for 3.
And the beauty of this game, it's been brilliant. This is obviously day 3 of the game, and there's so many children in this ground, and that's what we talk about. Me and Gough, we had a good chat about spin, and talking about what makes the game better and tries to make the game better, and how we get the game around the world watched and accessible, and played by everybody. When you let so many school children into a ground like Hyderabad or India have done today, that's gonna take a knock-on effect. So well done to BCCI and to Hyderabad itself for letting so many. There is so many children in this ground, which is great, and they've all got the school uniforms on. It's a wonderful sight to see.
And by the way, it was a good chat during the lunch break. I'm fairly sure we'll be putting that out as a podcast, so get yourself a listen if you didn't hear it at the time. Jadeja to bowl again. Final ball of the over. It brings Ollie Pope forward. He pushes out to square point deep, and they will take a single. 122 for 3. Pope 35 from 39. Bairstow 3 from 14. Steve Harmison, Andrew McKenna and Darren Gough on commentary. So Goughy, from where England were at the start, 190 behind, to be clattering along at over 5 and over, it's been some effort from them, hasn't it?
Well, we all predicted probably they were going to come out and firing. They weren't going to die wondering, were they? That's this way this England team play, but it's just how good could India perform in that first session. They were poor. I think realistically, when you look at this Indian performance throughout this test match, they'll be looking at it when they sit down after it, whenever it finishes, and say, do you know, we could have been better in so many areas. In that first innings, that they would have been disappointed England got as many as they did.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashwin said that, wasn't it? 30 to 40, he said in his interview at the end of the day. So that gives you a feel from that. So yeah, they've not been bang on it so far today, but you kind of get a feeling that there might be something just around the corner. New over, Bumrah still from the far end. Ollie Pope comes forward. Hits to deep backward point. Jadeja is about 20 metres in from the square boundary, and it will be just a single. 123.
It's been good by Pope. Sorry, Macca. It's been good by Pope. He was frantic as he normally is for the first 10 balls, and once he calmed down, he started hitting the ball straight down the ground, and defensively he was quite strong. So there's been a lot of pressure and a lot of talk about the England vice captain batting at number 3 and imposing himself in the game and getting the right balance between attack and defence and making sure that he walks into his innings as opposed to just sprinting into it like he sometimes does. So it's been a very positive start of this innings for Ollie Pope, especially after lunch.
Bumrah is on his way to Bairstow from the far end, very full again. Bairstow just sort of block pushes that one into the offside. Harmy says that one was the off cutter, was it?
It was the off cutter. It was a beauty from Jasprit Bumrah, and Johnny played it very, very well, because we've just seen a replay of it again on the screen in front, and he's done Johnny like an absolute kipper. But Johnny's, because he's not picking his bat up as big as what Ollie Pope did in the earlier off cutter, which went looping in the air over the top of backward point. He's still looking sort of in defensive mode, where he's trying to defend the ball down the ground with soft hands. He was the ability to just adjust nicely and ease it into the sort of cover point region for a single. So that was good cricket all round. Excellent bowling from Bumrah, but well done from Johnny Bairstow as well.
Ollie Pope waits, bat raised high and Bumrah goes in. It's a punch to mid-on from Ollie Pope to Ashwin, no run. Of course, a busy Saturday upcoming. Plenty of football coming your way once you've got your breakfast out the way, maybe done a quick trip to the supermarket, heading off to the football later in the day.
Yeah, I could be talking very loudly to our cricket editor John Norman tomorrow morning, or I could be not speaking to him at all. Newcastle United going down to Fulham for the 4th round of the FA Cup, Saturday night, 7 o'clock, madness.
Live on talkSPORT as well, that one. As Bumrah goes in, Ollie Pope turns to the leg side, well fielded there. I think that's Jaiswal, prevents any runs being taken there. There's a lot of space either side of him, and he got down well to deny that. Yeah, so that game's live on talkSPORT. FA Cup weekend, so there'll be plenty of games live on talkSPORT across the weekend. Get the app, of course, if you are heading out. You can simply swipe left or right. You can go between talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 for the various commentaries. And, of course, get your DAB radio fired up or your smart speaker.
Yeah, Newcastle fans can listen to us on the way home, because what time we start, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Actually, that's
with
a good point, yeah.
With the game kicking off at 7 o'clock at night, no trains. I'm just having a bit of a rant as a Newcastle fan to why we are playing Saturday night in London. But they can listen to us on talkSPORT app on the way home.
Absolutely. Well, most of them are getting in at that time anyway. Ollie Pope gets another one that's a slower one from Bumrah, just guides it around the corner. There's a throw at the striker's end as they take a single. It doesn't hit and actually misses by quite a distance and goes all the way out to Jadeja, backing up 60 metres away. 125 for 3 here on talkSPORT.
A good single as well. You know, well worked from Ollie Pope. He's trying to get forward as much as he can. He's trying not to get done by that slower ball that from Jasprit Bumrah, and he's leaning forward, smothered it, got an inside edge onto the of the bat, and it run into the mid-wicket region, and Jaiswal is there, but fortunately Johnny Bairstow did what a good senior pro does and make sure that the rotation of strike is good. If they can keep rotating the strike and getting Bumrah bowling, not bowling dot balls and putting pressure on one said batter, it makes life a lot easier for the batters to face what is a high quality seamer.
He's on his way for the final time, is Bumrah. Right arm over, and that's a beauty of a Yorker that Bairstow does brilliantly well to keep out. Bat was right down on the ground. It squeezed off his boot, rolls away wide of the stumps. Lots of hands on heads. It's 125 for 3 at the end of the over here on talkSPORT 2.
That would have got me out, Darren. What about you?
Yeah, good chance it would have got me, Army too. I think that, like I said, we talked earlier about it, but with Johnny Bairstow at the crease, I think Johnny's realised that's how they're going to try and get him out, and he is being very watchful, not lifting the bat as high as he normally does, keeping his legs out of the way as well, keeping on that leg stump rather than walking across the stumps. So he's giving himself the best start, hopefully, to get through Bumrah and then hopefully cash in. Well,
yeah.
Can I say cash in against the 3 spinners? But that's going to be very difficult on this pitch too. But I'll tell you one thing, it's good to see Macca still does a big shop on a Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
You put big light on as well?
Oh, yeah, big light on. And then 3 rings when you get home, make sure that everyone knows that you're safe. You're just doing Peter Kay's routine here, aren't you?
Yeah.
New over starts from Jadeja. Oh, lovely shot from Ollie Pope. Wide of slip. Narrower of the fielder down at 3rd. And it goes away for a boundary 4. 129 for 3.
Yeah, he just jammed it, didn't he? He gets it perfectly, jams it down. He's needing to hit it down because of the fielder. I think it's Jaiswal's in the backward point region, or is it Shubman Gill in the backward point region? But it's a well-executed reverse sweep.
Jadeja in round the wicket once again. Off the back foot is Pope. Pushes up to mid-off. No run. Deep cover fielder. Deep backward square. They've now got 3 on the leg side for Pope, who reaches forward to the next one from Jadeja from left arm round. Opens the blade. Gets it down to backward point. Once again, no run.
Yeah, I think it's Sarashaya that's at backward point. They look the same, you know, Sarashaya and Shubman Gill. They've both got the same spikes on. They've both got the floppy hat on.
Tall, lean characters as well. As this one goes in, it's around the wicket, and Ollie Pope again is trying to play the reverse. That one bounces on it, and it actually goes quite a long way over the top of where the bat was, and it's through to Barrett behind, and that took off, and it's almost taken him on the shoulder, the keeper.
Well, it hit the fresh part of the wicket, didn't hit the sort of worn part of the wicket, and that for the first time didn't disturb the surface, so there is a good part of the wicket there. previous over, the middle of the wicket, which disturbed the surface.
Jadeja is in once again. He's straighter on this occasion. Pope pushes out on the onside, and Jadeja will have to do the fielding himself because there's no one within 30 metres of that otherwise, so he'll nip out, and it'll mean it's just a single. Pope goes to 42 from 48. England 130 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2. The deficit, they trail now by just 60. Keep reminding you, if you are just joining us this morning, the deficit was 190. India bowled out for 436 at the end of the 120th over. Jadeja in to complete the over. It's pushed out on the onside again. It's another single to be taken. Jadeja will pick up, turn and throw in one motion at the non-striker's end, but the single safely taken. 131 for 3. So yeah, India bowled out 436 and England in reply 131 for 3. I'm going to get out of the way so that Manners can come in. But Gough, can we just talk about Bumrah's ability to bowl those slower balls? You obviously had the bag of tricks when you were bowling as well. How hard is it to, if you like, change the action there and turn it into that kind of off-break delivery?
I think the biggest test is disguising it, right? And there's lots of ways of doing it. Some people can't naturally, but some people can. You either cover it with your other hand when you're running in. That tends to be a thing that Jimmy Anderson used to do a lot when he was reverse swinging. But the best way to do it is when you get up into your action is just split the fingers, and that's the best way to bowl an off-cutter. But he does it so well, and because he's so hard to pick up when you first come to the crease, that's what makes him even harder to face, because it almost like you think, oh, it's a beamer, but it's actually not. It's cut down its pace, it dips, it gets on the dry surface, and that's where it becomes very difficult for the batters to score off. In fact, not just to score off, to actually see it.
Yeah, to see it. It's the dip, doesn't it? And it's the dip that does it, Goughy. That really gets the batter's eye. The eyes lighten up, and it's like that you see something which is completely different, and then it seems as though you lose all track of your movements between feet and hands, and he does disguise it very, very well. Top
and
quality.
it's 20 k's cheaper. 20 k's slower, isn't it, as well?
It's not like a Yorkshireman to talking 20 quid cheaper.
Just a reminder for those of you joining us for the first time this morning, you may have missed the action. India added just 15 runs in the morning session for their last 3 wickets, with Jarrod taking 2 of the last 3 to finish with 4 for 79. 436 all out, gave them a lead of 190. It looked like a mountain to climb, but far from crampons and rope required. England have sprinted up the mountain so far, certainly with Crawley and Duckett going so well. Crawley 31 off 33. Duckett also just above a run a ball, 47 from 52, but Ashwin had Zach Crawley caught at slip by Rohit Sharma with a slider from around the wicket. He went for 31, and then Jasprit Bumrah showed that it wasn't just the spinners who are going to profit on this increasingly tricky surface. Ben Duckett was bowled by Jasprit Bumrah for 47, and Jarrod trapped LBW for 2. It was 117 for 3, having been 113 for 1, and now 131 for 3, with Ollie Pope going very nicely, also just over a run a ball, 42 from 48. Johnny Bairstow is playing himself in with 5 from 17, but the pitch, I'm very, very much loath to say that it's become a little easier to bat on, because there's nothing easy about this surface, but the spin has become slower. The impetus of the ball is being sapped, the energy from the ball is being sapped on impact, and so therefore when it is spinning slower. I've got just the right man to explain what that feels like. Kevin Pietersen joins us now. I don't want to say it's become easier, but you know what I mean, the spin is slower, isn't it?
It is slower, and it's what Kale Roll said to us at the end of day's play yesterday. He said that the spin had come a lot slower, and he felt that he had time to adjust, and that's what you're starting to see here with the England batters too. There is the time to adjust. Amazing thing is what Bumrah was able to get out of the wicket, hey? What a bowler.
He's extraordinary. He reminds me of his ability to bowl spin at 135 kilometres an hour. Mustafizur Rahman from Bangladesh, the left arm seamer, off-cut bowler, He can do that, but well, anyway, Axar Patel is in. The drinks have been taken and much appreciated. First delivery is chopped away by Bairstow behind square on the offside. I'm assuming that top order batsmen would prefer slow spin, even if it is lavish, turning a lot. They'd prefer it turning slower than fizzing. Here's Axar Patel, who bowls quicker than most spinners, and Bairstow pushes that square of the wicket on the offside. Or does it depend on who you are as a player?
That's what I was going to say. It completely depends on who you are as a player, because some players like to defend, and they also like to get on. Some players like to get on with it. Some players are sweepers, some players on sweepers.
Axar Patel, it's pushed behind square on the offside to the sweeper on the cover boundary. 132 for 3. Which did you prefer, quick spin or slow spin?
Yeah, I like the ball, actually. I like the bounce. I like to play with bounce. If it's spun and it beat your bat, it's spun and beat your bat. When you're having to really grind and grind and grind because it's so slow, I didn't have much interest. Not that you didn't have to play it, not that there weren't plenty of occasions where we had to grind it, but yeah, if it's a little bit quicker and you can rock onto the back foot and punch it for 4 or get down the ground. And
Pope comes forward to the next one from Axar, pushes it behind square on the offside. Does it feel like you have to do more work when there's no pace on the ball?
Big time. You've got to create all the energy, and that's what Duckett did. Duckett was reverse sweeping the whole time. You haven't seen a guy come down the wicket and donk it over the head and head it through extra cover off the seamers or spinners.
Forward comes Pope again, playing defensively, rolls gently out to Shubman Gill at extra cover. Johnny Bairstow's 6 off 20 balls. He's taking his time. And I like that a lot about this new England approach. Axar Patel is in. Down the wicket comes Pope. Drives straight back over the bowler's head. That's a glorious piece of batting from Ollie Pope. Brings in 4 runs. Just as you were saying that we haven't seen batsmen pop it over the top using their feet. He's done it right on cue.
Yeah, he has, and it's the pace at which Axar bowls. He bowls it quite quick, and Pope comes down the wicket and just lofts it straight over mid-on. So it's not just wicket specific, it's bowler specific too. So you've got a bowler who tosses it up there and it's really, really slow. Then you've got to make the energy, and you've got to make the movement, and you've got to make the play. If you've got a guy like Axar who's running in and bowling fairly quickly, he's up at 92 kilometres per hour, 93 kilometres per hour. His second ball in that over was 95 kilometres per hour. It's actually not bad to face.
England trailing by 54 runs now as Ravindra Jadeja comes into the attack. The scoreboard tells us that the game is opening up. History, on the other hand. Jadeja is in again, and that one is chopped away by Bairstow. Square of the wicket on the offside. As I say, the scoreboard tells us the game's opening up. England have got 7 wickets left. They've got the deficit down to 54. History, on the other hand, would suggest that England are still a long way behind, but Jadeja is in again. Nice little sweep shot, paddle sweep from Johnny Bairstow. He's got it fine, and there's a chase on. There's work to be done. Down on the boundary. That is Rajat Padita, the 12th man, and he did all the hard work. He chased it down, he slid, he stopped the ball, but he couldn't stop the impetus from spinning off his hand and then off his right shin and into the boundary rope for 4.
What Bairstow's done here is he played so much of his cricket in the first innings through the offside. 78% of his runs were through the offside, so India have set a 7-2 offside field. He was able to just use the pace there from Jadeja and just waltz it down to 45 for 4.
Good delivery from Jadeja. Now that one grips. He bowled, actually it was Axar who bowled him in the first innings with an absolute snorter which pitched on leg stump and hit the top of off. And this is another beauty. Bairstow pushing it, one that fizzed past the outside edge. It's the extra pace of Axar and Jadeja. Actually bowled him! He's bowled him! That one didn't spin. It's left alone by Johnny Bairstow, and it's hit his off stump. Well, the previous one has spun so sharply. Bairstow was expecting that one to do the same. He left it alone, and it didn't spin, and it went straight on and hit the off stump.
Yeah, he was batting so well, Johnny Bairstow. He eased the heat of the battle and the pressure from Jasprit Bumrah when he was on one. He played at the previous delivery, which spun a long way, gripped, and he just nodded his head to Jadeja and said, well bowled. The next one pitched in a very similar area, and as is the normal, and I'll say the normal because he's done it so many times. He's got 200 and plenty test wickets, Ravindra Jadeja, and he's done it because sometimes he spins them and sometimes he doesn't. Bairstow's got to leave. Jadeja's got his first. And the big man Stokes is on his way out to the middle.
I liked your description there of that little nod. It's cricket's a game of puzzles, isn't it? And somebody offers you a riddle that you can't solve, you go, yeah, you got me there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just cat and mouse, isn't it? It's role play. It's your time. It's when you are there and you're in the heat of the battle, and it's you versus the other man. Man on man. They say it's a team game. Well, not so much a team game when it's Jadeja versus Bairstow, and now it's Jadeja versus Stokes. The rest of the lads have got absolutely nothing to do with Ben Stokes walking out to bat now.
I think they will actually enjoy the contest. All the fielders, everybody else, they know this is a massive, massive contest. It will be whoever's bowling to Ben Stokes for as long as he's at the crease. England wouldn't be in this Test match, I don't think, if it hadn't been for Stokes's brilliant 100, brilliant 70. Now, how about this? Jaiswal at short leg has just tied Ben Stokes' bootlace for him.
They're all buddies. They play for the Royals together, Rajasthan.
I was going to say they were teammates, weren't they?
Oh, that one spun off the pad of Ben Stokes and caught it short at backward short leg.
Do you think, you know, Stokes being the overseas pro got Jaiswal as a 17-year-old to do his shoelaces a few times around the nets, perhaps?
I can think of a few old timers who'd be absolutely boiling at the sight of a fielder doing up the batsman's shoelace for him. But
Alan Board is shaking his head somewhere and he doesn't even know why.
They really, I mean, you know, it's sort of regarded as a battle to the death, you know, gladiators, but you know, it doesn't have to be like that. The contest is between bat and ball, not about whose shoelaces are tied up. That's a no ball from Ravindra Jadeja, and there's also a problem with the sight screen now. Ben Stokes has just asked for it to be adjusted, and he's now holding his left hand up with the thumb up, saying that's it, got it, sorted, thank you very much. But it was a no ball from Jadeja. 141 for 4. That was first delivery to Ben Stokes. Here's Jadeja again then, and it's just a tiny bit too short, heading down the leg side, spinning towards the pads. Stokes is off the mark with a tickle down to long leg. And England move up to 142 for 4. There's a real buzz in the stadium. There's a buzz about the match situation, about England's fight back, the nature of it, the impetus that they've tried to regain for themselves. And there's lots of parties of school children in, even though it's a Saturday. They come in uniform, and forward comes Ollie Pope to the next one from Jadeja, pushes it away defensively. So they're sort of cheering in a shrill pitch away, mostly in the stand to our right, but otherwise amongst the perhaps more discerning Test cricket lovers, there's a real buzz. Just everyone's murmuring with the tension. Pope's batted well, 46 off 52, 142 for 4, deficit is 48. What do England need to start the fourth innings at 50-50, KP? I know it's a question you've been asked ad nauseam, but what do they need, 350?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not shaking my head saying, oh, don't ask me the question. I'm actually, it's more of a thinking. I'm more of a, 50 behind, 48 behind right now. I mean, this partnership is so big, isn't it? I didn't see enough from Foakes. I went through the full collection there, Stokes, Foakes, I got to Foakes. I didn't see enough from Foakes to, or maybe I'm being a little bit harsh. I mean, in the first innings, all I saw was a defensive shot from Foakes, and that's batting time.
Ashwin into Ben Stokes, pushes it into the covers for 1.
But maybe if a guy like Pope gets out now and he bats with Ben Stokes and he's able to hold up an end and let Ben Stokes do what Ben Stokes does. It's such a long way away, isn't it? 150. Do they need 150? Do they need 175? That means they still need to score another over 200 runs. Can they get over 200 runs? They've lost most of their batters. They've lost their best batter. They've just lost Bairstow.
350 puts them 160 ahead. So 390.
Yeah,
That sounds
200, it's a long way away.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, 390 on this wicket in the third innings. Oh my goodness.
Sweep shot, reverse sweep shot from Ollie Pope. He played a walking reverse sweep shot just before lunch.
Yeah, it's a shot that they've employed actually with great success in this innings thus far.
He missed it, by the way. It hit him on the pad. But the field screams out for the reverse sweep, doesn't it? I mean, you know, you get a top edge and it's not going to go anywhere. There's a leg slip in place, but Light turns it into a full toss and punches it through mid-wicket. Ollie Pope for 4. Used his feet, turned it into a full toss from Ashwin, and it's 50 for Ollie Pope. Well played, the vice-captain. He looked skittish in the first innings and never settled. I mean, he looked fairly skittish during this innings as well, but in a more controlled manner. And his 50 has come from 54 balls.
Yeah, he's played nicely. He played very well after the start.
Flicks at this one from Ashwin. Turns with the spin out towards short fine leg. Fielded by Shubman Gill. By Shreyas Iyer, I beg your pardon. 147 for 4. Ollie Pope 50. Ben Stokes 2. Here's Ashwin. Again, Pope opens the face of the bat, pushes it behind square on the offside and comes back for 2. That's really good running, actually. Very, very good cricket. Soft hands, pushed it into a gap. Was initially, I think, playing for a single, but realised that that's the longer boundary on that side of the ground. To our right, as we look from the Mohammad Azharuddin end, VVS Laxman Pavilion. And he's come back for 2. Very good running. Reverse sweep again from Ollie Pope. And again, doesn't make contact. Hits him on the pad, bobbles out onto the offside. Am I right in saying that, you know, that there's a man well, it becomes deep backward square leg. He starts off as a deep backward point on the boundary. But you play the reverse sweep, it does seem to be, as long as you don't miss it, it's the right field. It invites that shot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And these guys have practiced it, and the modern day batter plays it as well as anyone has ever played it. So it's not a shot that we're frowning on and going, oof, you can't do that. Why are you doing that? That's an absolutely ridiculous idea, because you're absolutely right when you say that the field is asking for him to play that shot. They covered off all the other rest of the scoring options, and if you want to continue to score. And I remember playing that shot just because of fields. I practiced it a million times, and I was happy and comfortable to play it in the big games, and just saw it as a run-scoring opportunity.
Jadeja begins a new over. Ben Stokes pushes it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Would you actually did you concentrate on a particular shot when you say you practiced it and you played it 1,000 times? Jadeja, and that one is left alone. Ben Stokes pads up to this one, pitched outside leg stump. So would you say I'm going to bat for 40 minutes now, and I'm just going to concentrate on that reverse sweep?
Yeah, you just sweep and sweep and sweep and sweep, and it's not just facing the bowlers. You get a guy to throw you a load of balls, and you just...
Jadeja into Stokes, defends.
You just sweep and sweep and sweep and sweep and sweep, and you get so tired of sweeping that you just think, okay, I can sweep, and then you start again the next morning and you start sweeping straight away.
Jadeja to Stokes once again. There's lots and lots of room on the offside. It's a leg side intense field, and this time he just gives himself a tiny bit of room and pats it out to the sweeper at backward point.
Because it's got a lot to do with feel and how you change your hand on the grip and what position you get yourself into. So you do it for days and days. I mean, that switch hit that I played against Styrus and Muralitharan, I was playing that in practice for a very, very long time. So it wasn't as if I turned around left-handed and whacked Murali into the stands and Edgbaston because I didn't have anything else to do. Oh,
That's a ripper from Jadeja. Turn and bounce over the shoulder of the bat. That's a super ball. Nicely taken by Barrett, by the way.
And let's forget about the sweep, because this is actually quite interesting now. It's the same ball that Bairstow got before he got knocked over. And
so does he bowl the straight honour now? That's driven out towards cover straight to the fielder.
Well, exactly, and that's where I was alluding to. What does he do with the next delivery? That was a bit fuller from Jadeja. It was actually a half volley that he just knocked out into the off stump. So he got his length wrong there, but he's played nicely. Ollie Pope, he did. He started nervously he was jittery again, wasn't he?
Manners. They've just showed the Hawkeye of the dismissal to Bairstow before. And it's quite interesting because the ball that before, the one with KP's nod, as we were talking about, that comes from wider on the crease, just slightly wider, and it pitches just outside off stump, I think, and then spins away violently. The next ball actually comes from a little bit closer to the stumps and actually pitches outside the line of the other one and goes on to hit the stumps. So all those subtle changes that he does, not only is the ball spinning or not spinning.
Ravichandran Ashwin to continue from Shivlal Yadav pavilion end, and this one coming round the wicket to the left-handed Ben Stokes on the off stump. He's driven it towards the offside, no run in the 31st over.
Yeah, so the one coming from wider that is pitched straighter spins further, and the other one just is the one that slides on.
Ashwin again on the off stump to Stokes, plays it defensively. You're listening to us on talkSPORT 2, as also on talkSPORT's cricket YouTube channel. Ashwin to Stokes, who's forward, big stride, and a defensive prod there. And you can leave your comments.
No, I was just going to say, so the obvious thing is, when we look at these sorts of things, KP, is to look for the spin or the no spin. But actually, Jadeja's changing lots of different things from ball to ball, but still landing it almost on identical spots.
Yeah, it's the subtle variation, isn't it? It's that variation that when you're watching it on TV, you don't really pick it up. You just look about where is it bouncing? Why did he play that shot? Why did he miss it? There's a lot of stuff that happens at the other end.
Flatter on the off stump, as like the last delivery, and Ben Stokes is forward, pushing it defensively towards extra cover. No run. As I was saying, apologies for intervening in that interaction. As Ashwin bowls to Stokes, who's forward once again, and that is the end of a maiden over. England 150 for 4. If you do leave your comments for us on X, formerly Twitter, as also on our YouTube channel, talkSPORT Cricket, we will take them and give a shout out. And let's start with Charlotte Eaton, who says Test series wins away from home are becoming more and more rare. Although I'm sure the home board and fans won't want this, how can we ensure that there is a good contest for both sides and improve the spectacle of the game? KP?
This is a decent spectacle. England are only 40 behind. They've got Pope and they've got Stokes at the wicket, and they've got a bit of batting to come. India are going to have to bat fourth on this. You never ever want to bat last and chase a sizable total, and I say anything over 100 is sizable.
As Ravindra Jadeja continues from the VVS Laxman pavilion end, he bowls to Ollie Pope, who's batting on 52. Was on the middle stump. He drives it to the offside for no run. Jadeja goes through his overs quite quickly. Sizable crowd here at the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium. This one a little bit off width outside the off stump, and he's swept it. There's nobody on the leg side in that area, and it's an easy boundary for Ollie Pope.
They're only 36 runs behind now, England. And we'll definitely get Rohit Sharma and the rest of the Indian side sitting on the front of their seats, because they'll want to get some wickets and they'll want to get them very quickly. They don't want these two to still be batting and go past England.
Slip in position for him, as also silly point, if I can call it, as on the off stump he drives it towards the cover region for no run. Slower turn on this pitch today.
Very.
Impacted the Indian spinners perhaps and aided the English batters, as Jadeja runs in. Forward prod from Pope.
Yeah, it's just getting slower and slower, isn't it? KL Rahul talked about it yesterday. He said how slow it was getting, and it was almost a case of him getting himself out. And we actually saw that with all the Indian batters, bar maybe one or two. They all got themselves out. They all got themselves out, caught on the boundary or caught catching.
He goes back this time into his crease. This was a little short but a little quicker there from Jadeja, 96 clicks. One more ball left in this over, and as we've seen the slower turn, the Indian spinners have bowled quicker and quicker to get that turn going. Comes forward, does Oli Pope. Forward trot to end the over. 32 overs gone in England's second innings. It's 154 4 for 4. And we've seen more speed from the Indian spinners. Ashwin was bowling at 94, 95. Jadeja at up to 97.5 at one stage.
Yeah, and that's just obviously because of the wicket. It's not the kind of wicket that you can just toss the ball up, because the batter's got plenty of time to either come down the track or just to wait on the back foot and to work it away and rotate strike. Ravichandran Ashwin is a very smart bowler. He's in operation now, and it just seems like there's a little bit of a sting that's been taken out of the game now. Ben Stokes has walked out and he's just defended. When Duckett was batting, when Crawley was batting, it was all happening. When Oli Pope was batting with Root and Bairstow.
Ashwin to Stokes, this time beats him. There's a bit of appeal from Shikhar Bharat there. Is that for stumping? Because he quickly took off the bails as well. Bit of loop from Ashwin, outside off stump. The ball was turning away. Goes past the edge. And the umpire has referred it upstairs. Chris Gaffney at square leg. He's referred it upstairs for a stumping review to TV umpire Murray Erasmus. We'll have to wait and watch.
Just the side on, please.
Stokes 3 not out. And the back foot was Shikhar Bharat's gloves just make contact with the bails, still on the stumps. They do light up. And his back foot just, is that in contact?
From, stump cam?
Murray Erasmus asking for the stump cam now. Crowd waiting in anticipation here. Big moment in England's second innings, this one. Big moment.
Looks like foot is still grounded.
Another angle there for the TV umpire. Still no stump cam.
Again, please. Have a decision for big screen.
Decision pending still on the big screen, but it is coming. That's not out. Big lettered green letters there. Stokes not out. 3 not out of 14 balls. Beaten by a loop and turn from Ravichandran Ashwin outside the off stump. Shikhar Bharat very quickly on the bails.
Chetan, did they ask for the stump cam and not use it?
Yeah, Erasmus asked for the stump cam twice, but that didn't come really. As Ashwin bowls outside the off stump, he lets it go. Does Stokes?
Goughy's beside himself. He thinks that was definitely out, and I think he's got a point there. I think if we see another angle of that, I reckon his foot might have just been off the ground, but you couldn't give it out on that shot probably.
They did zoom into the first shot, which was side on.
But just shadows. We zoomed into shadows. It's like in an American crime film when they say, you know, enhance. You can't enhance pixels.
Last one was a dot delivery, and Ashwin pulls out this time. Pulls out of his bowling stride. Takes a look at where Oli Pope was. Stay in that crease, stay in that crease. Coming round the wicket to Ben Stokes, a slip in position as also a short point fielder. And this one was almost a yorker on the off stump. Flatter, quicker, and he digs it out.
Yeah, it's clever bowling. He's just trying to see what Stokes is doing before each ball at the moment. He loves doing that.
I'll be shortly joined by 2 former England internationals, Steve Harmison and Darren Gough. This time, bit of loop there on the off stump. He's tried to play a full-blooded drive. Got some thickish wood on it. Didn't really go in the cover direction as he anticipated, but flew almost to Mohammad Siraj. No, in fact, that's Akshar Patel at backward point.
Right out of the foot marks, that one.
Ashwin to Stokes, this time back in his crease and turns it towards mid-wicket for no run. And despite the dot delivery, 6 of them, it was quite an eventful over. 154 for 4 after 33 overs. And there was a big shout out there, as Jarrod pointed out to you. Third umpire, Murray Rasmus, calling for the stump cam. Did not get it. Twice he called for it. Did not get it. And we will get former England praiser Darren Gough shortly on our live ball-to-ball coverage of England's tour of India. You're listening to us on talkSPORT 2. You can also join us on talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. Leave your comments for us. And I'm also joined by former England praiser Steve Harmison. And we do have comments for you. Jadeja continues from the VVS Laxman end as the reverse sweep comes out, but finds the fielder straight at short third man. Ollie Pope, 56 not out. What did you think of that stumping, Steve?
I thought it was grounded, just got back.
Jadeja darts that one and quicker onto the middle leg as Pope turns it towards the wicket, mid-wicket region. Jadeja runs after it. And in the meantime, the batters are able to cross over for a single.
Yeah, I thought he was dragged. I thought he was just on the ground and dragged. I think stump cam would have been a help for the third umpire or the video umpire, but I think that would have just told him. I'll confirm to Maria Rasmus that Ben Stokes' toe was just dragging along the ground as the bails came off.
So Jed Fenwick says, "Hi Harmy, are you aware of the fact that the creatures in Lord of the Rings that you recorded sound for that in Wellington are called orcs and not orcas? Orcas are whales."
I've got no idea. I've never seen Lord of the Rings. Goughy brought it up.
Is that for Goughy?
I got it wrong.
Yeah. Oh, were you looking at me trying to call me in a polite way? I was a whale, Darren.
There would be golf clubs orcas. Remember them, man?
I remember them. Yeah. Good
they're
clubs.
Called orcas.
Yeah, they were good clubs. You still couldn't hit them left.
Change in the field here as one more catching position in place for Ben Stokes. So you have a slip in position, backward short leg and a forward short leg as Jadeja comes around the wicket to the left-handed batter who's forward and pushes it defensively. So we have few Indian listeners as well tuning in. Soumya Ranjan Mishra. We'll come to that after this ball. Jadeja bowls quicker. Stayed low on the middle leg. He goes back, does Stokes and defends it. He says, "Mr. Harmison, would you advocate for English team picking one more seamer to exploit the reverse swing?" And then Beige Cream, he hasn't left his name, but Beige Cream says, "Jimmy Anderson probably would have been able to exploit reverse swing," as Stokes brings out the reverse sweep and finds the fielder in the deep for a single. That's 156 for 4.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Anderson's a miss in this team. I think when you looked at it, I thought it was interesting. It was a brave call to play, the 3 spin bowlers.
Jadeja to Pope this time, who plants a big front foot stride, and that's a defensive prod to end the over. 34 gone in England's second innings. It's 156 for 4. England trailing still by 34. Darren, it's a pumped up session of play. Very, oh, in fact, the over's still not done. That was a no ball, so an extra run to England. 157 now. We'll come back to you, Darren.
I'm not sure what they were waiting for, because that looks a decent way over the line from Ravindra Jadeja. It's 2 or 3 times now he's been over the line. But yes, I would have played Jimmy Anderson in this test match.
Jadeja again to Pope, back of length delivery on the off stump, and he's defended it. Darren.
Yeah, I think one of the issue is with Stokes, isn't it? It's the balance of the team and getting it right. And I know what England, the reason they've done it is because they looked at the results, the history of results going to India. And we do the traditional play 3 seamers or 2 seamers, an all-rounder, and then a couple of spinners. But now we've got a point in the side. They thought, look, that's not worked, so let's do something different. So they played 1 seamer, no all-rounder because he can't bowl, and 3 spinners, and then Jarrod as your 4th spinner, who's actually ended up being the best spinner in the match for England. So it is a strange one, and I think they've got to get it right in the next test match.
The next test match is in Vizag, starts February 2nd, and you will hear the live ball-by-ball coverage of that one on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 as well. Ravichandran Ashwin starting from Shivlal Yadav Pavilion in again. To Ben Stokes, who drives this one towards mid-wicket. No run. Ashwin once again to Stokes, this time a little bit of loop on the middle leg. He played it towards the fine leg region, but Pope set off for a run, but he was sent back.
Yeah, he was sent back. I don't think there was a run there. I think he lost sight of the ball with Ben Stokes. But Gough makes a good point. Joe Root I think Joe Root's good enough to be your third spinner, and you have two seamers, two spinners.
Ashwin to Stokes, who's half propped on his crease and plays it towards mid-wicket. Ashwin has had great success. Nobody's dismissed more left-handed batters than Ashwin. Once again to the English skipper from round the wicket. Flatter onto the middle stump, who's forward and plays it defensively. So what would you change? You would bring in just the extra pacer, Jimmy Anderson?
Yeah, I think Jimmy Anderson would be somebody you'd bring in. You know, whether Ken Mark would go again.
Ashwin once again to Stokes, who's gone back onto his crease. Beaten this time. Beaten, 86 clicks. Bowled that one slower. Got a bit of turn. Going past the outside edge. Stokes was watching it very, very carefully. One last time this over, 35th of the English innings. And this time Fuller, he's forward, defends it, end of the over.
I don't know what Darren thinks, but I think I'd definitely go with Jimmy, another seamer, and then choose between obviously Hartley and Ryan. They both bowled a similar amount of overs. I like the Wood option when he bowled at the stumps and when he pitched it up. But I think Anderson would give me a little bit more control.
Darren, what do you think? That's assuming Jack Leach is fit.
Yeah, I think Wood is someone you have to just monitor, don't you? I mean, every single game, you just have a look at him, see how he feels, because you want him at 100%. If he's 100%, he's a dynamite. And I think him and Jimmy work well together. If he's not 100%, and he has to be, you have got, remember, Ollie Robinson will give you some kind of control, and he's tall and he bowls cutters. Not as much pace as someone like a Gus Atkinson, who's quick through the air, got a good Yorker, and he's also got a good slow ball. So the options are there for England. It's just the spin where are a little bit light. I think I'd go for Hartley. I think they're going to have a look and monitor Jack Leach's fitness, by the way. And remember, Bashir, the off-spinner, is in town this weekend, so you never know. They might even give him a run out and surprise us all.
Well, England do like to throw a surprise or two. So two pacers and two spinners, the consensus, with Joe Root coming in as the third one.
We haven't seen the wicket in Vizag yet, so what do we expect?
Jadeja continues for this over to Ollie Pope with one slip in position and short point. In the changeover, long chat between Rohit Sharma and Ravichandran Ashwin, who's now stationed at mid-on. Wondering if he's asking him to go on for a few more overs or if there's a need for change. As the conventional sweep comes out, short of length delivery on the off stump, and he's swept it towards square leg for a single. It's 158 for 4.
I don't know about you, Goughy, but I've just seen 3 or 4 of the England fans with ice cream sitting in the front row, and I wouldn't mind going for one of them. I got a bit distracted there. I didn't get your last question there, Chetan. I was looking at the ice cream that the 4 England fans were eating. One of them.
Jadeja, and he bowls to Stokes, who goes for the reverse sweep but completely misses. Goes past the off stump as well. Shrikar Bharat very, very quick with taking off the bails. It's a hot day. It's a very, very hot day. We wouldn't mind some ice lollies ourselves.
Well, need a hot water bottle here.
Jadeja to Stokes, backward short leg and forward short leg in position as well. And he flicks this one off his pads towards square leg for a single. It's 159 for 4. Well, you can't bring in your water bottles, you can't bring in your sunscreen, which is a travesty really. But there are ice creams around.
Yeah, there are places you can get refreshments from. It's disappointing to hear that the water, and there's a lot of older England fans here, so you know, I don't know the full ins and outs of what that you can is required and what you can not bring in, but water and sun cream coming into this country.
Jadeja this time bowling to Ollie Pope, turning away from the batter. Bit of width outside the off stump. He's played it towards short third man, no run.
for a pasty England fan coming over here, that is a need, and it's a necessity when you come into a ground which is open. So
Jadeja to Pope, who's driven the ball up in the air, but it's a bum delivery, and he doesn't really catch it, more like stops it, and that's the end of the over. 36 gone, 159 for 4. Darren.
You remember, I don't know if Army might remember, when I first went to Australia, and I used to use the zinc on my nose and my lip, right? And a company got me a watch where you could lift the top up, and it had suntan cream inside it. So if you get one of them, you'd be perfect walking to the ground. People think you got a watch on, but underneath it you've got the suntan cream. Yeah, you just lift the top up and put it on.
If you're the sight of some of the England fans who are sort of pasty white, you'd need a watch face on it like Big Ben, wouldn't you?
That's a business idea for traveling. Anybody listening wants a new business idea for traveling English fans coming to India. Putting sunscreen in the watch face as Ashwin continues, and Ben Stokes drives towards the offside. Good fielding there from Shubman Gill, who runs from extra cover and stops the ball, and the batters take a single.
Yeah, good single from Ben Stokes. You know, it was the left-hand, right-hand combination. So it's important that they do rotate the strike and try and help each other out as much as they possibly can. Try not to face 2, 3, 4 dot balls from the experienced spinners of Ashwin and Jadeja, and rotation of strike as well as looking for the bigger shot is been very good from Stokes and Pope.
Ashwin coming over the wicket to Ollie Pope, bowling with a spin. This one, he swept it. It's up in the air. Is Siraj going to reach it? No. Mohammad Siraj was stationed at deep mid-wicket for that one, looping up. This was in the air, one of the few shots, or one of the few sweeps we've seen go up in the air.
Yeah, he's gone a bit harder at that one than just the sort of dab sweep, the guide sweep. He's gone that little bit harder, and he's remonstrating with himself. I'm not so sure what for, because there's a huge gap there.
Ashwin coming around the wicket now to Stokes, this time straying on the leg side, who's tried to flick it, but umpire Paul Rifle will perhaps signal a leg by, and he does, but that's a single, 162 for 4.
But with a gap there for Ollie Pope, there's a huge gap. There's both fielders, the one just in front of square on the leg side boundary and the one behind square. They're both in the deep, so if he does get a good piece of it in the air, he's got a bit of room to play with.
Bowling with a slip and backward short leg. This time he moves back into his crease and clips it towards mid-wicket. Siraj once again in action, but only for a single.
That's better. That's much better. Just letting the ball come to him. Sort of rotation of his body and easing it into the leg side. He's in complete control, not only of the ball, but his body movements, and it makes it look easier. Puts pressure back onto the bowler.
Short point and a slip in position for Stokes, and he's bowled him! Goes through the gate there. Looped up. Bowled slower at 90.7 clicks. Beats Stokes and goes through the gate. What a huge moment. 163 for 5.
Massive wicket for India. Massive wicket in this contest. Ashwin is getting one to bowl on off stump for Ben Stokes. You're just going to see the replay again. I wonder if it's kept low on Ben Stokes. No, it's not. It's turned. It has turned. It's an absolute ripper of a delivery. Ben Stokes has gone forward, in and around, probably playing down the line of middle and off stump. And Ashwin, he's bowled a ball. It's hit the footholes. It's a very, very full ball. I think when Ben looks at it again, he might feel as though he could have been a little bit further out in his crease and potentially getting a drive away. But when he's looking to be defensive, just going into his innings, into that mode of playing from the crease, he's getting a little bit of a turn. It's clipped the outside edge of off stump. It's a fantastic delivery from Ashwin.
He's mixed up the pace there. The first delivery, Darren, he bowled at 85 to Ben, and then at 91.6. This one, 90.7. Really mixing it up there, Ashwin.
Yeah, he's got a good record, hasn't he, against Ben Stokes, Ashwin. I think we're going to see it a lot. It's going to be a match-up this series. We're going to enjoy it. There's going to be days where Ben will tuck in, but Ashwin has got the better of him, really, and that was a terrific delivery. If anything could criticise Ben at all whatsoever, would have been he didn't really smother it, did he? He played from the crease a little bit, but it was an unbelievable bit of skill. Great delivery, have control, vary in his pace. This is what Ashwin does so well. and got his man. He got the main man. Ben Foakes comes to the crease, another player, someone who doesn't really sweep. But when you look at it, it'd be interesting what KP says on this, because he said about you don't see India sweep, and we did. I think Rahul played quite a few sweeps. But I think when it comes down to England, they would have got, I reckon they've scored at least 80 off the sweep shot today. They would, without it, we wouldn't even be 163 for 5.
Yeah, England's more comfortable sweeping, I think. Largely down to the fact that where you play the majority of your cricket. So KP was a prime example. Kev didn't sweep as much. It was more of a slog sweep, where he offered the bowler the stumps. And Indian batters offer the bowler the stumps. They basically say, we'll get the sort of front part of the body out of the way and utilise the hands and make sure the hands comes through to hit the ball. And I'm not bothered if you can see all 3 of the stumps, because I'm going to hit the ball. And that was Kev's mantra of batting when he played against spin. He'd rather hit the ball than get everything in the way, where England, from a sweeping point of view, is can we get something in the way? And
Ashwin now bowling to the new batter, Ben Foakes, and he's beaten his outside edge first ball, turning into it, but there was a bit of width on offer outside the off stump. Big lunge from Foakes, but he's beaten there. 163 for 5. Ashwin has 2 for 59. A comment from Steve Harmison, and then Andrew McKenna to take it forward. It's
brilliant bowling from Ashwin. It really is, because 2 or 3 balls before, yes, Chetan says he's varied his pace, but he's bowled it on with the arm. So Ben Stokes has had to play from off the back foot, looking to play it onto the leg side. He's getting a pad a couple of times, and he got a leg by in that over. So everything was going on with the arm. And that one is hit. It is full. It's very, very full. It's hit the foot mark. It's hit an area where it's been able to turn, and Ben Stokes has just played inside of it. And it's a beauty. It's a beauty bit of bowling by an experienced campaigner.
I've genuinely no idea how Stokes is supposed to play that. New over starts from Jadeja. It's wide, and Ollie Pope will hit it through deep backward point, and Shubman Gill has managed to pull it in. Now, he got a hand on it, but he was still moving to the rope. Maybe Siraj, who was going around to assist, has actually got his foot on it and knocked it back to Gill. I think it may be a brilliant piece of double teamwork. As it is, it's just 2 runs to England, and it means that they trail by 25. 165 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2. In fact, I've just seen the replay. Gill didn't get anything on it to start with, and Siraj did indeed get his big left boot on it. Oh, absolute ripper from Jadeja. Turn and bounce. Ollie Pope, play that if you can.
All of a sudden, you've gone from Ben Stokes, and I know he didn't score the volume of runs. He faced 33 balls. He started to sort of dampen the crowd down. The enthusiasm of the players, him and Ollie Pope coming along facing a few balls. And now it's back to spitting and turning and bouncing.
In goes Jadeja once again, inside half of the bat from Pope. Will go down to just backward of square leg, and they will take a single. To give you an idea of how much that bounced, Barrett took it above his right shoulder. That's how much it went. It's all of a sudden started to go once again here.
Just seeing another replay of the Ashwin bowl to Stokes. It's a beauty. It is a beauty. And off the back of the 2 or 3 balls Ben faced before that, which was going on with the arm, he's been stitched up perfectly there.
Jadeja is in, another one that's slightly shorter, that grips in the surface, bounces. Foakes off the back foot, pushes out on the offside, no run. Don't forget, we'll answer your questions during tea at cricket_TS, at talkSPORT 2. If you're on the YouTube channel, send us a question there. Jadeja in, bringing Ben Foakes forward, pushing to cover, no run. We'll get through all manner of things. Don't have to be serious, honestly. It's kind of reached that point of the afternoon as far as we're concerned. I know it's 8:30 in the morning in the UK. That's another beautiful delivery from Jadeja. Left arm around the wicket, and it has turned and bounced. Barrett whips the bells off it as it goes past Foakes' outside edge. It's another absolutely beautiful delivery, Darren Gough. I mean, 166 for 5, but England are all of a sudden under real pressure again.
Well, this is what happens, isn't it? When you get 2 players in and they're going pretty well, nothing's happening, then suddenly you lose a wicket, and that's the hardest point when you come in. When the ball, then the new batter has to get used to the bounce, the turn, the pace. His feet need to get moving, and it takes a time to do that. You look at Stokes, he faced 33 balls and never looked comfortable. But that delivery to him was a top delivery from Ashwin. But if, like I said, if we're going to be critical at all, he could have gone a little bit further forward. He played it from the crease off the front foot. But genius bowling from Ashwin. And India are back on the front foot.
Well, 58% of the 12 tests in India since the start of 2020 have finished in 3 days or less. I just merely mentioned that. 166 for 5. England trail by 24. They're 5 down, and Ashwin will start a new over from the far end. Pope will drive to long on. The long on fielder was virtually behind the bowler's arm as he came in there. And it is Jadeja who has to run about 30 metres to his right to a conventional deep long on position. Pope takes 2, 168 for 5. But Jadeja is almost the opposite of long stop. He's so straight. Jadeja in over the wicket. No, sorry, Ashwin in over the wicket. Turned to KL Rahul by Ollie Pope, and there is no run. Ashwin past the umpire. Pope comes down the pitch, uses his feet to this one, swings it into the leg side, doesn't get all of it, gets enough of it to get it to Siraj at deep mid-wicket, and it will be a single 169 for 5.
No change in the game plan from Ollie Pope, even though his captain is perished and fell at the other end. Ollie Pope still looking to be aggressive, still looking to come at the ball. Man straight back behind the bowler, man in the sort of deeper, you know, what you would call an agricultural cow corner. Forward short leg, as well as a catcher at mid-wicket. Still going for the big shot.
Ashwin in once again. Pope along the floor to long on will take a single 170 for 5. Someone whose Twitter handle I can't fully read out, as it starts with Marzipan, would like to know, Harmy, do you think Durham can win the championship in 2024?
Yes. I'll say that louder when Bats is here.
Ashwin in once again. It's a sweep attempted by Ollie Pope. It hits him on the body. Rohit will pick it up from slip, and there's no run.
Put some more on that. If Surrey don't win the championship, Durham will win it. Surrey massive favourites, but keep getting people picked and more picked for England. So the Bats must have a squad. He's nearly as bad as Pep Guardiola. He's got a squad of about 50 people. I knew
it is Man City. It is Man City, isn't it? I mean, sorry, their wage bill's about $1 million more than anybody else.
He's on about money again. He's on about money again. The Yorkshireman's on about money again.
In professional sport, unfortunately, it does play a big part.
Oh, coming from a man whose career was cash as king.
What, in the 90s? You could get 10 bob. You could get 10 bob for a test match.
That's why you used to make sure you won the fastest ball of the season, didn't you? Because there was, what was it, 30 grand on that?
10.
170 for 5 after 39 overs of the England second innings. If you've had a heavy night and you are just joining us, India were bowled out earlier for 436. Joe Root finished with 4 for 79. Jadeja to start a new over, and Foakes is pushing, driving to mid-off. Akshar Patel will field. They will take a single 171 for 5. So England trailed by 190 on first innings. They are now just 19 behind. The problem is they are 5 wickets down, effectively minus 19 for 5. Pope, 66 not out, stays deep in his crease, tries to open the face, and there is no run on this occasion.
Been good from Ben Foakes since he's come in. He's looking to be positive in movement, which is good. He's played 2 nice drives down the ground, which he's scampered through for a single, trying to be as proactive as what Ollie Pope is.
In goes Jadeja, another ball that just starts to turn, takes the outside half of Ollie Pope's bat and heads down towards third, but they cut it off, no run. Paul Stubbs is a scorer on his way to Lords, actually, to be part of a course for scorers. Morning to you as you make your way there. Jadeja in once again. Ollie Pope playing from the crease, no run.
It's not in a book anymore, scoring. I think you've got to be able to do it on the iPad as well as...
Oh dear.
That's how you...
I'd be snookered. Pen and paper for me.
Jadeja around the wicket, making his way away from us, bringing Ollie Pope forward. No run. 1 ball left of the 40th over. Yeah, it's amazing now that, I mean, it's moved on, the technology, the scoring. You can basically, as good as watch any game now. It's streamed.
It's brilliant, though. It's fantastic,
incredible.
so you can see.
Jadeja around the wicket. Pope pushes to mid-off. Akshar will field because he's deep at mid-off to allow a single to be taken. End of the 40th then, 172 for 5. England trailed by 18 here on talkSPORT 2. And don't forget, we're on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And you can get all your questions in for the interval at talkSPORT 2, at cricket_TS, or if you are a subscriber on the YouTube channel, you can send us a message that way. Goughy.
Someone who knows his computers. I'm sat next to one, aren't I? Jarrod Kimber. He's got about 5 computers here. He's got his phone out, 3 computers. One he's looking at every minute. I've got a pen, a paper, and I'm watching a film on my iPad.
What are you watching?
You're watching the Teletubbies.
I'm only kidding. I'm not that now. But we're watching a great Test match. That's what I'm watching. It's awesome.
Absolutely. It's really moved on this game. We'll actually take a check on the odds during the tea interval. Imagine they've been an absolute roller coaster in play, the way this game has gone at times. Akshar Patel in from the far end, so left armour for left armour, brings Pope forward, and there's no run. So Akshar's on for his 7th over, 0 for 45 for him. He was the most expensive so far, but he's got that ability and got the history of running through this England side with those undercutter spinners that he bowls. Left arm around the wicket, he brings Pope forward, pushes back to the bowler, no run. And what I mean by that is he doesn't necessarily at times tries to land it on the twine of the seam. He's quite happy to land it on the leather and just get it to skid on and be problematic. Akshar is in, and Ollie Pope is just trying to open the blade, but finds Shreyas Iyer at short third, no run.
I don't like that shot, Ollie. Put it away, please. And he's trying to late cut a ball with a slip backward point and a catcher at point. He's played very well down the ground.
Akshar around the wicket, brings Pope forward solidly in his defensive mode. No run.
Akshar was expensive because Ben Duckett climbed into him. Zach Crawley, that great opening partnership. You know, I would say great. It was a good positive start. It was only 45, but it set the tone.
Once again, Akshar is bringing Pope forward, and there's no run. Sebastian's been in touch. Which competition Durham more likely to win, though, Harmy, for you? County Championship or the Blast?
The County Championship, I think.
OK. Akshar in round the wicket, brings Pope forward. No run. Thank you, Ollie, for firing through that, allowing Harmy to explain some more as we get to the end of the over here on talkSPORT 2.
I think Durham have got a chance. I think Yorkshire will win the second division comfortably. It's just sort of pumped Darren's tyres up a little bit more. But I think when you look at Durham, I think and they're going to challenge Surrey along with Essex and Lancashire now. Dale Benkensign's gone there. But I think Durham's best chance of winning anything, I think it is the Championship. They've got Championship players, the likes of Lees at the top, Beddingham in the middle with Robinson, who's done quite well on the Lions tour, and they've got a bowling attack who can get wickets. So and an excellent signing in Callum Parkinson. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. Ackerman's a good player as well. So with Carse and Potts, who are likely to play a lot of cricket because obviously they're not going to be with England, I think Durham have got a good chance of giving Surrey a run for their money.
It's going to be Jadeja bowling from the Laxman Pavilion end, and he will bowl left arm around the wicket, bringing Foakes forward, and he pushes up to a short mid-off. It was Jaiswal with a helmet on halfway down the pitch. In goes Jadeja once again, bringing Foakes forward, and again it's Jaiswal fielding. No run. There's 2 slips in place for the spinner. Sun comes out again as it gets hotter here in Hyderabad. Orange seats, there's not that many of them. Really good crowd in on this Saturday afternoon. Builds up throughout the day. Jadeja goes in. Push drive attempted by Foakes, and it finds Shreyas Iyer at short extra, and again no run. 3 dot balls in the over so far.
It's good. 25,500 are in there, Macca, to be honest, so for a Saturday, so good luck tonight getting back.
Yeah, cheers, Goughy. Jadeja is shorter of a length. It's hit into the cover region, and there is no run. The only good news tonight is that after the chaos of a journey home, we can at least have a beer to...
Absolutely.
Yeah. Jadeja running through these overs nice and quickly. The fifth ball is sent down at 93 kilometres an hour. Foakes is coming forward defensively, and there's no run.
One thing for certain, I don't think our producer Scott Taylor is going to get a tuk-tuk home, no matter how long he stands on the side of the road.
Jadeja in once again, quicker one. Foakes is deep in the crease. They're appealing, well, half appealing for an LBW, but it's probably high and probably going down leg side. Other than that, it was a great shout.
Yeah, no, not much going for that one. It was going down, comfortable. Good over for Ben Foakes there. I thought he batted really well against Jadeja, flying through the over. I thought his movements were good, his shot selection was good, execution is what you want, positive, trying to hit the ball as opposed to just trying to dob it in front.
42 overs gone then, England 172 for 5. You are listening to talkSPORT 2. Don't forget, of course, loads of football coming your way today across talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 with the football coming, and the umpires have got into position and decided the clock has ticked around, so that will be tea. 172 for 5, so England are still in arrears by 18 runs after bowling India out for 436 earlier on today. Joe Root taking 4 for 79. Tom Hartley finished with a 2 for 131. Rayan Ahmed 2 for 105. Jack Leach 1 for 63. Mark Wood went wicketless, 0 for 47 from his 17. England resuming, and again they made a good start. The first wicket put on 45 runs until Zach Crawley was caught at slip off the bowling of Ashwin by Rohit. That was 31 from 33. 45 for 1 the score there. Duckett and Pope, nice little partnership for them. 113 it was when Ben Duckett lost his off stump out of the ground, cartwheeling to Jasprit Bumrah. 47 from 42 balls for him, so that was 113 for 2. That became 117 for 3 when Joe Root was LBW to Bumrah for 2 from 6 deliveries. He reviewed it, but it was umpire's call. He was given out on the field of play, so Joe Root had to walk away. Johnny Bairstow was bowled by Jadeja, shouldering arms, 10 from 24. That was 140 for 4. And Ben Stokes bowled by an absolute brute from Ashwin for 6, 163 for 5. Ollie Pope is still there, 67 from 94. Ben Foakes, 2 from 12 is his contribution. These two have put on 9 from 31 balls. So Darren Gough, we're at tea on day 3. We are therefore an hour past the middle point in this match, but this match continues on a pace.
We need to get what do we need realistically? To give us a chance, another 130, another 140 gives us an outside chance. Can we get that? 5 wickets left. It's going to take something good from Pope. He's played brilliant so far. Need him to go on and get 3 figures. No one's managed it yet in the match. But you look at it, England on day 3, they've had slightly the better of it, and it'll be an interesting final session. The final session will give us, it could either give us a result tonight or early tomorrow morning, or England are still in it.
Yeah, I think that by the thread they're still in it. By a thread they're still in it. Ollie Pope, good session. What has he got? He's got 50 runs in the session. So if he can go on and hang around, and like Darren said, if England can be batting tonight and Ollie Pope gets another 50 runs in this session, he gives them hope. I still don't think this is an absolute minefield where 125 would be a chance of winning, but you just never know. And while Pope and Foakes are there, England have got the smallest outside chance of giving India something to think about come tomorrow morning.
Tea it is, therefore, in Hyderabad. So we've got about 18 minutes or so now. It is talkSPORT 2. We'll take a check on the latest odds during the tea interval. But you are listening to live and exclusive Test match cricket, India against England, here on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first Test match live from Hyderabad.
Past the umpire now, he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
EFL All Access, Monday night from 6 on talkSPORT 2.
Join me, Hugh Wizencroft, and a wide range of big-name exclusives and hard-hitting analysis across the 3 leagues.
Superheated comments.
A performance is as important as a result right now.
Expert analysis.
You can't carry players like that.
EFL All Access.
The highs, the lows, you never know what's coming next.
Monday night from 6
on talkSPORT 2.
What a finish!
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first Test match live from Hyderabad.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
It is talkSPORT 2. It is our live and exclusive coverage of India against England in the first Test match, 5 Test match series. This one, and they are 172 for 5 at tea. They trail by 18. Let's take a check on the latest odds with our friends at William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
And joining us with the latest odds is Lee Phelps. Lee, at the start of this match, India were very strong favourites. I imagine not a great deal has changed that much.
No, I mean during England's innings, when I woke up, things looked a lot rosier, and India, weren't as short as they are now. Now they're 1 to 100 to 1 on to win this match. Yeah, the draw's the same price. England 20 to 1, which I'm not sure many people out there will be taking a chance on 20 to 1 England as it stands at the moment. As you guys have been saying, and brilliant listen by the way. Once Bairstow went, once Stokes went there. It just seemed to start turning more, and everything started to go against England, didn't it? As it stands at the minute, the spread on how many runs England get in this second innings is set at 250.5, so 5 to 6 under and over that marker. You can also bet on how many runs Ollie Pope gets in this innings. The spread there is 86.5, 5 to 6 each with 2 there as well. The interesting market for me here at the moment, if you're looking for something, is will Pope get his century? To score 100 or more is 6 to 4. No is 1 to 2, so 2 to 1 on for him not to get the 100. 6 to 4, yes. And also the other one I like is the next dismissal method. So for the next wicket that England lose, will it be bowled? 4 to 1, which I think is interesting, given that Bairstow and Stokes both went in that manner. To be caught is 4 to 5. That's the favourite in this market. LBW 13 to 5. Of course, that's how Root went. And anything other than that is 12 to 1. But don't mind a bowled at 4 to 1 for England to lose their 6th wicket here. But as it stands, obviously all about India. I think you're looking at the different player markets at the minute. But I don't mind that 4 to 1 for the 6th wicket to go down.
Interesting one that you're saying about the innings, about sort of 250 region. That would mean India set around 60 for victory. Well, we'll see how that plays out. Of course, England made 246 in their first innings. Lee, thank you very much for that. The latest odds with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. It is over 18s only. begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with official betting partner William Hill, giving you the tools for positive play. Take time to think and know your limits. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
So it's tea where we're taking some of your questions, and a couple for Jarrod, as Jarrod Kimber, our stats guru, is part of this. So a couple of people have got questions for you stats-wise, Jarrod. So someone who's messaged us under the name of Beige Cream. I don't know if that's a statement or a fashion statement. Anyway, what are the averages of all the various shots against spin in India? So what's your, if you like, your most productive shot?
Yeah, it kind of depends on whether you want to look at top order batters or if you want to look at everyone. But essentially the best shot in India is generally the on drive. But that's because batters only wait for the ball to be over-pitched and usually a little bit too straight before they play that shot. So a lot of full tosses, for instance, Mac, are punched back down the ground for on drives, right? That averages across all batters 178, so quite handy. And the straight drive is right behind that at 176. So those are the two best shots to play. And then you go to things like steering the ball. Those are usually when it's a little bit shorter. Leg glance when the wrong delivery is bowled, and pull shot is when it's short. Those are all over 100 as well. But again, none of those are from, I would say, very threatening deliveries. Then you get into the more interesting ones. Generally, the most productive shot in world cricket by a long distance is what we call the flick, which is just when the ball's just a bit too straight and hit on the leg side. Even in India, that works quite well, especially the Indian players. They love playing that, and they average 66, the batters there. Then you've got the paddle sweep at 63, but reverse sweep is 26. It is a lot higher when you factor in top order players. It goes up closer to 50 when it's top order players, but people like Jimmy Anderson bring it all the way down when he plays it all the time. And then you've got the sweep shot, which averages 19 for all players. Now, if you just look at the top 6, it goes all the way up to 25. So it's still incredibly low. It is such a risky shot. And remember, most people who play the sweep shot, Macca, are specialists at the sweep shot.
Okay, so that leads us on then to the next question that we got, which is from Juggling Geek Music. What percentage of England's runs have come from sweeps and reverse sweeps? So we're saying it's an unproductive shot normally. How are England doing in this? Because we've said they've played an awful lot more sweep shots than India have.
Do you know what? I don't know if I have the percentage in front of me, but I can almost work it out live because I've had the screen in front of me the whole time.
Before lunch, it was probably 95%, I guess, because...
Before lunch at one stage, it was certainly over 50% for a long period of time. How many runs have they scored, Macca? You'll need to help me here.
England are on 172 for 5.
Okay. So this is against all bowlers. So remember, the seam bowlers have bowled as well. They have scored 32 runs from the reverse sweep, another 9 runs from the conventional sweep, and another 3 runs from the paddle sweep. And I think they haven't played any slog sweeps yet today. Although, if you've been watching, you might argue some of these are slog sweeps. But just not a traditional slog sweep. I mean, what has Bazball done, Macca, that we now are saying non-traditional slog sweeps? But the world's gone mad. But what's that, about 46? No, what did I say it was? 44 runs of sweeps. So 44 out of how many?
Out of 172. So you're basically at a quarter-ish, aren't you? Just under a quarter.
It's at a quarter, and both seamers are bowled today as well. And Bumrah's had 2 spells. So it does tell you just how many, if you look at the reverse sweep, they have played the reverse sweep on its own 20 different times. So that's it. They've only pushed at the ball 28 times and they've reverse sweep 20 times. And if you're a traditional cricket fan, reverse sweep 20 and cover drive 13.
Wow.
So they're certainly inverting the normal.
Okay. David Atkinson's been in touch. Are Ashwin, you'll like this one, Jen. Are Ashwin, Jadeja and Akshar the match of Bedi, Venkat, Chandrasekhar and Prasanna? Both amazing groups of bowlers. And if you had to pick one group of them to play a match, which one are you picking? I'll come to you for your thoughts in a second, Jarrod. But let's start with Chetan, our Indian commentator.
Well, that's an interesting question.
I guess the first question is, which pitch are you playing the match on? That might come into it.
Yeah, I mean, let's assume they're playing on an Indian pitch, something like this, that we have at Hyderabad. It's a pretty decent pitch. We're on day 3. It's not really breaking up, is it? So it has everything for the pacers, the batters, the spinners, everyone included. I don't know. I mean, the quartet. I mean, that's like the holy grail of spin, really, for me. So I'm not sure I'm going to pick anybody ahead of them, or instead of them, really. And they had everything. They had wrist spin, they had off spin, they had left arm spin. They had everything.
They also didn't have many seamers, so they kind
of had to have many seamers. Yeah, they didn't have a Jasprit Bumrah. So if they were stuck, they had to do what they had to do. I mean, they couldn't fall back on a Jasprit Bumrah to get them out of trouble, really. So, yeah, I don't think I'm going to pick ahead of the quartet.
Okay, right, we're going to rattle through some more because the players will be with us shortly. Teef has been in touch on the YouTube channel. Should England play Shoaib Bashir or just give him experience on this tour? Start with you, Jarrod.
I think they have to play him at a certain point, otherwise Joe Root's going to be exhausted by the 3rd test from bowling.
Fair point. Ravi Shankar Kumar's been in touch. Should the ICC remove this format of the World Test Championship and introduce a group format instead? I'll chuck in my 2 penneth on this one. I don't think you can come up with a format that works for everybody in everything. Cricket is so difficult, being over such a prolonged period. I don't know that you can get better than this.
And also, India touring, say, a West Indies or a Sri Lanka or a New Zealand, I mean, that keeps them, even South Africa for that matter, keeps the money flowing there. So you put them in a different group, and India doesn't tour there for 3 years. Bye-bye Test cricket. So, no.
Jarrod, one for you, because this is Aussie related. They didn't put the name on this one. Will Steve Smith open the batting for Australia in the Ashes next year?
Yes. That's easy. They don't yes.
I like that. I like that. Right, have we got any more? I'm just refreshing the computer screen in front of me. We might be running out of time because I can see the umpires are pausing on the play. Go on, you expand that then, Jarrod.
No, forget Steve Smith. No one cares. But Chetan got to pick between the modern spinners and the old spinners. He didn't let me have a go. And I had like hours of content on this, and now the players are walking out. And you've ruined it all, Mac, as you always do. Ruiner of joy. Ruiner of joy that you are. But I think if it's a spinning wicket, you would pick Harsha and Jadeja and Ashwin over the modern bowlers. But over the old quartet. But in a flat pitch, I would pick the old bowlers because there was a leg spinner there as well. But they're also used to flatter wickets. Also, and you're going to love this, Macca, Bisham Bedi is the greatest fourth innings bowler that has ever existed in Test match cricket. And I think his average is something like 4 runs less than Curtly Ambrose, who's the second greatest. And Bedi did that in Australia and in Asia. So, there's a fun one for you. He probably bowled at about 65 kilometres an hour. He, in modern cricket, it would look like a club bowler, but in that era, he was absolutely great. So there you go. There's my answer. You can talk about the cricket now if you want.
No. I enjoy that. Chetan, your thoughts on that?
Well, they did bowl on flat tracks, yes. So from that logic, I mean, they would be unplayable on turning tracks. So while I respect Jad's opinion, I'm never picking anybody over the quartet. I mean, come on, that's the stuff of legends. As a kid, I was listening to stories of the spin quartet doing this, doing that in the West Indies, in Australia, in England, everywhere, against Pakistan at home. So yeah, that's the holy grail, untouchables.
Okay, question from Andrew in the commentary box for Jarrod Kimber. What's going to happen in the first 15 minutes of this next session then?
Is it a crucial first 15 minutes?
I think they're all crucial, aren't they?
Well, I've never heard of an uncrucial one. I just saw Jeet Patel, by the way, there. So he would say that they're going to get a lead in the first 15 minutes. And, and declare and have India 2 wickets down. Look, I think probably the most likely thing is, from having a look here, that Bumrah and Siraj are warming up a bit. So I think we'll see some seam. And so it'd be really interesting to see if the ball reverses. But it's going to be hard for Foakes to put any pressure back on. It's really interesting how easy England found it to put pressure on when the ball was hard. The minute that ball got soft, they just haven't been able to hit those boundaries and put the pressure back on, and suddenly India look in charge again. So I think, which is the opposite of Bazball in England. The Bazball in England was at its absolute best, I thought, when the ball got a little bit soft. Whereas over here, you just have to grind a little bit more.
Worth mentioning, and Chetan's just sort of waved his hands to me and mentioned this, it feels a lot more humid now. So there might be that it actually does a bit more, which is why the seamers are loosening up, ready to go, because it might just be that, I mean, we always talk about this in England, don't we, about, once it starts to get muggy, it'll do all sorts, it'll start going around corners and all of that. Well, let's just see. I mean, it's still pretty warm, it is a nice day, but it's not as oppressively hot today as it has been on some of the other days. Right, umpires are with us, and so are the fielders. Batters are on the way as well. And Neil Manthorp is ambling his way from the back of the commentary box, which means he's presumably getting ready to move into the commentary position and take up the commentary for, as Jarrod just said, what is going to be a crucial next session of this game here on talkSPORT 2. Exclusive commentary of this series, India against England, 5 test matches. This is match number 1.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew McKenna. Well, it's usually the first session of the day that we describe as crucial in the outcome of the game, but this one could decide it. It could be the final session even. Jadeja into Ollie Pope, who's back and across to off stump. clips it away off his pads out towards deep square leg, and they threw for a single. Mohammad Siraj Fields. Ollie Pope on 68, and it's been an innings of high quality, high pace as well. Ben Foakes has 2. I think about 8, 9, 10 for England. Rian Ahmed, Tom Hartley and Mark Wood is on a good day. They're all good for 30, so it's almost 100 between them. Everything comes good as Jadeja is in again, and that one played defensively by Foakes out towards Silly Point. So if Ollie Pope can stay there, if Steve Harmison. Hello, sir. You see where I'm going with this?
Yep,
150
so.
lead. Here is Jadeja once again. Forward comes Ben Foakes, pushing it straight up towards mid-off, fielded by Jadeja. I still think 150 is the benchmark to give them a chance.
Yeah, I think 150 is the minimum to give them a chance, because I don't think it's a spinning.
Jadeja again. Foakes here, struck on the pad, bounces to slip Rohit Fields.
I don't think it's spinning as big and as sharp and as quick as what possibly could be on end of day 4 into day 5. So I think it's still comfortable. Once you get in, I think you can make runs comfortably. And you mentioned the 3 batters that potentially could come in and swing the bat, but Ben Foakes he's shaped up not too bad in the 15 balls he's faced so far, and I would like to think the 2 Surrey men who batted well together in the past can do the job.
Here is Axar again to Ben Foakes, pushes that one out into the offside, and there's no run. Ben Foakes is, I think, big supporters of Ben Foakes. Here's Axar again, driven. Foakes drives through extra cover for 4. Brilliant shot, bang on cue as well. I was just about to say that supporters of Ben Foakes, fans of Ben Foakes, get increasingly frustrated that his batting is seen as a second-class citizen in the quiver of skills that he has. But people do like to point out that first-class batting average of over 35 and half a dozen centuries. He's and a couple of Test centuries, including one on debut in Colombo, in conditions not quite as extreme as this, but not dissimilar. They do get frustrated. They say, could we just stop talking about him as a wicketkeeper? And he bats a bit. He's an all-rounder.
Manners, I think it's the way he gets his runs. It doesn't fit into the way Stokes as a captain wants his players to play. So he still gets the same runs, but he just gets them a different way.
I'll let you expand on that in a minute, Goughy. Here's Jadeja, reverse sweep played by Ollie Pope, very long way down the leg side, doesn't make contact.
Well, the fact the way Johnny Bairstow bats, and he looks to dominate from the off and score at a big rate. Foakes is different, isn't he? He uses his feet, hits it through mid-wicket, likes his 1s and 2s. It's a totally different brand of cricket.
Oh, that's a super shot from Ollie Pope. Uses a bit of bottom hand and has flicked it away. Oh, through mid-wicket, and R. Ashwin had done all the hard work, chased it down, slid alongside it, as is the favoured way these days. And as he slid alongside it, he kicked it onto the boundary.
It went through his legs, didn't it? I don't think he's made has he got a touch on it? Oh, he got a touch through his hand, missed his foot, he's tried to kick it. Oh no, he's had a shocker.
That is awful, that's embarrassing. Jadeja in again, forward comes Ollie Pope, he's on 72.
But it's better from Ollie Pope. He played it through the leg side. He first ball the over, he's played a reverse sweep, and it's like, Ollie, what are you doing?
Jadeja in, driven down into the ground and then up into the covers.
Ben Duckett early on nailed his reverse, and so did Zach Crawley. But at the field, he's got a slip, a point catching, a man behind square on the offside, and man in the deep.
Spin away from the outside edge. Lovely ball. Ollie Pope groping for that one. Doesn't make contact into the gloves of Ben Foakes. It goes. I want to come back to Goughy's point there, because I remember very clearly 18 months ago England were in a spot of bother. The scores were level with South Africa on first innings, and England were 5 down, and the game was in the balance, And the Bens, Stokes and Foakes, added 180 for the 6th wicket. And I just think that, you know, moments, well, it's more than a moment, that's pushed away defensively by Pope into the covers and fielded by Shubman Gill. 181 for 5. And I don't think, Goughy, that Ben Stokes is completely one-dimensional in the way that he wants his batters to play, the way he wants his team to play. I mean, you know, do you remember that partnership?
Absolutely. Look, I'm defending you in a way, because Ben Foakes, I think, is a terrific player. He just scores his runs different to how I think Stokesy likes his players to play. So he's always going to go, if he can. If Brookie would have been fit, right? Brookie wouldn't have had to go on for personal reasons. Brookie would have been at 5. Bairstow would have been keeping batting at 7, right? That's what would have happened. So it just tells you, but he wants his batters to play a certain way. Foakes will get you runs, but he does it different.
I'm not so sure. I think Foakes might have played. And they had to make a big decision.
I think it always looked like Foakes was going to keep. Forward comes Foakes again, pushing it straight back to the bowler. Goughy, why would they have picked Ben Foakes if he wasn't going to play? Why would he have been in the squad?
Why do you take 3 spinners, 4 spinners, when only 3 are going to play? Why take 5 seamers or whatever, and only 2 are going to play?
Pushed up towards the covers, balled towards the bowler. Would you really take Ben Foakes as a reserve keeper? I mean, I suppose it's 5 tests.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's the best keeper we've got in the country, so you take him.
Pushed away, out towards cover. No run. It'll be fielded by Yashasvi Chaiswal, and England remain 181 for 5.
Unfortunately, that's what always happens, and it always happened in the history of the game, hasn't it, since I played in the 90s, where the best keeper often doesn't play, because you're always looking for that
extra dimension.
Yeah.
Pushed straight back to the bowler. Akshar does the fielding. Well, that would have been surprise. I thought that somebody was going to have to bite their lip and tell Johnny that he was going to miss out, at least for the first test.
No.
Forward comes Foakes again, steering it away behind square. Shreyas Iyer does the fielding. 181 for 5. Well, let's get Harmy to cast a deciding vote then. Who do you think would if you thought Foakes was always going to play?
It's hard to say it now because he's got 72, but I thought the vulnerable one was Ollie Pope. I thought Bairstow, I thought they might have more moved up 1, or Bairstow gone to 3, or Stokes gone to 3. It's irrelevant now because obviously Harry Brook's not there. I think in England, or in suitable conditions, I think that you've got to try and get, you know, out of 8 you've got to get into 7.
Jadeja starts a new over, flicked away for a couple, maybe just a single actually, to deep mid-wicket. Ollie Pope moves to 73.
And they've got 8 good options with a different type of dynamic. And in England and possibly Australia, they might feel as though Johnny Bairstow's better suited at number 7 and keeping wicket. But I think in the subcontinent, I think Ben Foakes is a must from a keeping point of view. And then they would have to make a hard decision on whether it would have been Ollie Pope, whether it had been Johnny Bairstow. The one thing I'll say about Johnny Bairstow, he looks a hell of a lot fitter and a hell of a lot better as an all-round package at this moment in time than he did in the summer.
A little bit short, a little bit wide from Jadeja, and cut by Ben Foakes. Cut with a bat angled at 45 degrees. Pope 73, Foakes 6. I know that people are tuning in for the first time all the time, having had a bit of a lie-in on this Saturday morning, so I'll give you a little recap in a moment. Jadeja in, flicked away, too full this time, and Ben Foakes has clipped that nicely off his pads. Ashwin has another chance, this time decides against the slide tackle, wisely so, and to the appreciation of the crowd at deep mid-wicket, who give him an ironic cheer because he remained on his feet and picked the ball up conventionally, got the throw in.
Yeah, he did. He ran round it this time as opposed to diving through it. But it was a fantastic shot by Ben Foakes, waited for it, just caressed it through the leg side.
Jadeja in again, Pope plays defensively and there's no run. So India resumed this morning on 421 for 7, added just 15 for the last 3 wickets. Joe Root took 2 of them. Short and wide outside the off-stump, very wide, turns even further. And Ollie Pope has a little feel for it, doesn't make contact. Joe Root finished, he was the best spinner for England throughout the innings, so it was appropriate that he finished with 4 for 79. And then Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett made a flying start. That's short and wide. It is a poor delivery from Jadeja. It'll be cut. There's a sweeper on the boundary, so it'll just be 1. And Mohammad Siraj does the tidying up there. Crawley and Duckett made a flying start, and England were 113 for 1, with Duckett still going well on 47, with Crawley having been caught at slip on 31. But then Duckett and Root were both dismissed by Jasprit Bumrah, who came back after tea. Duckett bowled for 47, Joe Root LBW for 2. Since then, Johnny Bairstow bowled by a straight one from Jadeja, which he left for 10, and Ben Stokes bowled by Ashwin for 6. 163 for 5 has become 186 for 5. England trailing by 4 now, so just about to ensure that India have to bat again. Here comes Akshar Patel, and Ollie Pope back into his crease, onto off stump, flicks it out to mid-wicket. Ravi Jadeja fields and has a powerful throw at the stumps, but Ollie Pope's got back for 2.
Yeah, good running from Foakes and from Pope, just clipped it into the leg side. It probably landed just past the umpire. Jadeja ran round, but just not quick enough this time.
Patel in once again, Akshar, and that's pushed to Shubman Gill, who's he's fielding at forward point, not silly point. He's sort of 10 yards, 12 yards away from the bat, wearing a helmet, so close point. Akshar in once again. Ollie Pope plays this one very late, down into the ground. It spins away from him, picked up by Shrika Bharat, the keeper.
It's just gone on, and it gone on with the arm, and it's bounced a little bit. Just caught Ollie Pope by surprise and on the crease.
Akshar in again, and Ollie Pope once more not frightened to expose his stumps. Gives himself a little bit of room, plays it off the pitch, pushing into the offside, no run.
No, I don't like that, Ollie. There's no value in that shot. There's a man at slip, there's a man at sort of short third, there's a man at catching at point.
Akshar in. Oh, and he's down the wicket is Ollie Pope, and he's struck on the pad, and it's good work from Rohit Sharma at slip. The deflection went to the Indian captain, who picked up and flicked at the stumps very quickly. Ollie Pope suddenly having to regain his ground. I also think that's very iffy, that approach.
Yeah, it is. It's not the greatest shot in the world. Yeah, that's twice now he's had a little bit of a brain fade. He's tried to reverse sweep with 3-man and behind square, 4-man behind square. Oh, India have gone for a review. I think they've gone for a review for LBW. Ollie Pope came down the wicket to Akshar Patel. I think they've gone play a review. Yeah,
sneaky one, that, isn't it? They've managed to get that. They've done that under the table.
Yeah, I thought
nobody noticed apart from you.
I thought they were just checking on Rohit Sharma's hand, because he dived and threw the ball back to the stumps. Pope's come down the wicket, so it's not hit the bat.
Well, it's hit him outside the line, and it's probably going too high as well. With that's really peculiar. It's like Rohit said, well, we've still got 3.
They've just brought up a review of Joe Root's dismissal. That was Joe Root batting, so they've had to redo the cameras and redo the replay. Akshar Patel's having a laugh. All the players have seen the first bit and thought, no, there's no chance this is out.
Just waiting for outrage.
Wrong batsman.
It was wrong batsman, yeah.
So just to talk you through it once again, Ollie Pope's gone down the wicket to Akshar Patel, and it struck him on the knee roll. He's, I'd say, 2 yards out of his crease. I'm almost certain it's going to hit him a long way outside the line of off stump, but we'll see. Oh dear.
Well, it's given not out because it's outside 3 meters down the wicket, but I'd suggest it was given not out 3 meters outside off stump of the wicket. He was miles outside. I don't know who the earth decided to go there.
Akshar in again. Ollie Pope pushes it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Do you know, actually, that felt like he's called for a review as a timeout. It's almost like he just wants to have a break. I mean, I just completely. There was barely an appeal from the bowler.
I don't understand that one. Rohit Sharma had gone off to dive for the ball, so he's not in a position to have comment on the review. But it was very bizarre bit of cricket when pressure was just starting to mount. Ollie Pope was getting a little bit more fidgety, and the pressure was just starting to mount. They've just released it there by taking some time out of the game. Good for England, that.
Peculiar, to say the least. Anyway, India are down to 2 reviews remaining. England still have their 3. They are 188 for 5. They are trailing by just 2. Here is Jadeja slipping a silly point in. Forward comes Ben Foakes. Opens face of the bat, lets the ball spin off it. Fielded by Jaiswal at backward point. Slip, silly point, just in front of square, a yard in front of square. Sweeper on the boundary, deep backward square. That one is driven by Pope, again into the covers. Good fielding from Jaiswal. Sun-hatted, dives to his left. Another excellent crowd in, by the way. Maybe not quite as full as it was yesterday, but it's well over 30,000. That one is, again, nicely played by Ben Foakes. Again, that tentative prod forward, and then once he picks up the length, goes back, allows the ball to spin. Because of the slowness of the spin, you can back yourself to play the ball off the pitch. If it's short enough, you can go back and watch the turn and then play the ball. It's not fizzing and biting it. Well, occasionally it does, but for the most part it's not. That's tucked nicely off his pads by Ollie Pope for a single. He moves on to 77. Ben Foakes has 10. A reminder, Crawley 31, Ben Duckett 47, Joe Root 2, Johnny Bairstow 10, Ben Foakes 6. They're the men out. Here's Ravi Jadeja again, and once more back and across. This time it's Ben Foakes picking up a leg by out towards the square leg. The significance of Joe Root's 2, by the way, is that he became the all-time leading run scorer against India in Test matches.
Yeah, and that's another tick in the box of the greatness of Joe Root.
Jadeja in, drive from Ollie Pope, hits the outside half of the bat and scuttles off to backward point, and there's no run. 191 for 5. The lead, Darren Gough, has been achieved. India will have to bat again.
Wow, good. All good for England. I think one thing we're going to have to watch and manage throughout this series is, but we keep talking about the greatness of Joe Root, which he is, and how well he's bowled, and probably our best spinner, let's be straight. But when he is bowling those amount of overs, we've just got to remember he's in the side mainly though to bat. He's our best player, and we need him to be fresh, and we need him to score runs if England are going to have any chance of winning a series. So we're just going to keep an eye on that.
Goughy, Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum and a few others have actually gone out of their way to make the point now that actually sort of they've tried to say, you know, that he is a bowler, he is an all-rounder now. That's the way we're looking at him, and he is going to have to bowl, may have to bowl a lot. He knows that, we know that. He sits in on the bowling meetings now, so it's almost like they preempted what you're saying by preparing us to to treat him and talk about him as an all-rounder.
Well, he is an all-rounder, isn't he? I think he can bowl. I mean, we mentioned before, a lot of what you supposed part-time bowlers can bowl. They do tend to turn it more than the normal spinners. You go back to Michael Vaughan, you go back to KP. KP could spin a ball.
Because they think like
a
batter.
He just didn't like bowling.
Because they think like a batter.
Bowl,
yeah, but I'm saying they think like a batter.
I'm a big fan of Dan Lawrence, and he gives it a proper rip as well. Jasprit Bumrah is back in the attack, and he's running in from the pavilion end, and he bowls to Ben Foakes, who drives sweetly straight to mid-off, though. Fielded by Rohit, no run.
You just like Dan Lawrence's, you know, his approach to the approach to it, because one of your favourite songs is the Okie Kokie, and you watch him coming into bowl, and it's brilliant. It is, and it'll be interesting to see if Dan Lawrence gets a run out in this series, because he's an aggressive middle order batter who can bowl a bit. But when you're mentioning about Joe Root and being classed as an all-rounder, England named a team and they said we're going to play 1 seamer and 3 spinners. They just went 3 spinners. They didn't mention Joe Root.
True. A slip and a 4th slip. Bumrah in, bowls. Foakes forward here, pushes it out to Jaiswal at he's on the drive at short mid-on, Shubman Gill rather. I think it's the Indian fielders, there's half a dozen of them now, all with long sleeves, all with shirt buttons, shirts buttoned up to the neck, collars turned up, sun hats on, and if you can't see their numbers on their back, an identity parade from 100 yards away, where we are, facing us, it would be tricky. Shubman Gill at mid-wicket with the pads on and the sun hat. Here's Bumrah, bowls again, folks. Forward and steers it to backward point. This time it's fielded by Jadeja.
There are three or four of them that are very, very difficult to, Iyer, Shubman Gill, and I think it's Jaiswal.
Yeah.
They've all got the brim hats on, but they've all got the same boots on, so you can tell which one's KL Rahul. He's got the white brim hat on, but he's got the different boots. I think the Sirish Iyer and Shubman Gill have got the night boot, which has got an orange streak to it. So you can see from the boots, but there's 4 or 5 of them do look the same with that white brim cap on.
Bumrah in once again, and Foakes is forward, pushing this back towards Shubman Gill again. He's on the drive at short mid-on. I tell you what, if if these two can put on 50, then I wouldn't say that in itself would cause any consternation, Goughy, for the Indian team. But they'd be thinking, well, apparently these other 3 can bat. Rian Ahmed, Tom Hartley.
Yeah, they can bat, mate.
India will be thinking, well, we don't want to take any chances here. We don't want to be chasing 150 in the 4th innings. So this is a really, really big partnership. Bumrah in again, bowls, and Ben Foakes drives at a Yorker and drives over the top of it, misses it.
It's just always keeping that hope, isn't it? And I think you try and give yourself a chance. And it can happen in cricket. We were talking about it yesterday. Low scores do happen when the pressure is on. Home game for India, the pressure would be on to win from the position they've been in. But England get another 150. That's a lot, by the way. It's like getting 250, isn't it? Realistically, get another 150. They get a chance. It gives them a good chance of putting up a fight.
Yeah, and a couple of early wickets in the run chase, and there could be a wobble on. A little bit of inexperience in the middle order. Bumrah in again, bowls. Foakes drives. Rohit does the fielding at mid-off. The Indian captain immediately wipes some perspiration from his brow, rubs it onto the ball, trying to get more and more encouragement for Jasprit Bumrah's reverse swing. England are 191 for 5. That's effectively 1 for 5. But they've got 5 wickets left. More from Steve Harmison, then it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, one run lead, and as Goughy said, you just never know. We build a partnership, and somebody comes and flares the bat, and pressure goes on to the Indian bowlers. There's a no sort of lose situation here from an England point of view. Bat some time, try and sort of hang around there from Ben Foakes. Ollie Pope's going nicely against Jasprit Bumrah and Jadeja. So while these two are going, the scoreboard's ticking over. England still live in hope.
Jadeja around the wicket is an absolute beauty to Ollie Pope. 77 not out from 113 balls, brings him forward, turns and bounces and spins past the outside edge through to the keeper, Barrett. And he takes another one. Arguably may have done too much, that one, actually. Jadeja in once again. Now, that one definitely did too much. He's bowled it hard into the pitch, gives it a rip, and it stands up, and Ollie Pope allows it through to the keeper.
We're talking about 150, and we've just seen them 2 balls spin and bounce. Yeah, good luck with that.
Jadeja in once again. Pope, bat and pad close together, pushes back down the pitch to the bowler. No run.
He's played really well, Ollie Pope. At times he's looked a bit fidgety, but he's looked to score in areas which.
He comes forward to Jadeja's next ball, pushing out on the offside, no run.
When he's been given a chance to score, the ball's been a bit straighter, the ball's been a bit wider, he's capitalised on it. So that's the good thing. He's defended quite well. That was always the worry from a Pope situation.
Jadeja gives it a little bit of air. Pope actually plays sort of a low full toss, swept through mid-wicket, and, he'll get 4 for it. That's an absolute shocker from the Indian fielders. Ashwin has gone for it, along with the 12th man, and they've ended up leaving it for each other, and it rolls into the rope. Pope goes into the 80s. 81 he is. England 195 for 5. They lead by 5. And Rajat, the 12th man, is the man who's going around the edge of the boundary. Ashwin's running out to the boundary, and they both just left it.
For me, it's Ashwin's ball, because Rajat's, I think he could stop it, but I think he's seen Ashwin thinking about a dive, and he doesn't want to be tackled. Ashwin might have got a yellow card if he had gone through with that.
Jadeja is in once again. Ollie Pope pushes forward out on the offside, no run. The best thing to do is neither of them make eye contact with Jadeja, because he's got a face like thunder after that. 50 overs have been bowled by India. England 195 for 5 in their second innings. They lead by 5, Goughy.
Well, it might have been slightly different if Virat Kohli would have been skipper and he'd been on the field. I think he would have given the death stare. And you got to remember, in this game, there is no Virat Kohli. Now, we know in any chase, when you got Virat Kohli in the side, he has that determination about him and skill to see India home. But he isn't playing, and they have got an inexperienced middle order, and Bharat coming into the side, played quite well. Ashwin coming off the back of getting run out for 1 in the first innings, but you just never know. But there's still a long way to go. As I said, it's like, might have to get another 150, but it'll be like getting 250, wouldn't it? That's what they'll have to get, really.
You're just giving yourself a chance, isn't it, Goughy? You try and build in 10s now, and if you keep giving yourself that chance, the longer you're on the surface, the worse the surface is going to get. So if Ben Foakes and Ollie Pope, and well, we're living in a bit of dreamland a little bit, but if you can get through to the close of play, then all of a sudden you're 60 in front, 70 in front, 60 in front, and you've got another sort of hour's war on the pitch.
Bumrah is going to start his 9th over. In he comes. Foakes batting and just pushes out on the offside. They will take a single to bring Pope down on strike. 2 for 21 for Bumrah before that delivery. It was another off break, well read, and Foakes just pushes out quietly on the offside and takes a single. 196 for 5. It doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come.
Big innings this for Ollie Pope. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about his batting and the nervous energy he brings to the crease when he first comes in. But he needed this, didn't he? Poor first innings, but 8-1.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Vice-captain of the side, of course. Stands there, waits for Jasprit Bumrah to come in, go past umpire Gaffney, and he's played outside of that one, and it's kept down, and Ollie Pope has ended up both knees and both hands on the floor as he's played this particular ball. It's a seam delivery that's cut in, stayed down a little bit, not massively.
Yeah, it's nipped back. It's the ball that Bumrah bowls quite well, which is a sort of angled seam going back on towards off stump, and it hasn't bounced. Ollie Pope's trying to cut that, and it's bounced twice nearly to Bharat. So again, he's playing these these sort of horizontal back shots where he stands up when after he plays these normally and makes a mess of them, tends to play a nice comfortable straight back shot down the ground.
Bumrah on his way once again. Ollie Pope gets a straightish one. He's looking towards mid-on. There is a very straight, short mid-on, 3/4 of the way down the pitch, and it's that fielder who ambles in, picks up the loose ball, Shubman Gill, and there is no run. After the completion of this game, it is Visakhapatnam for the second test, starting on the 2nd of February. Then there's a little bit of a break before the 3rd game in Rajkot, that's the 15th of February, and Ranchi on the 23rd. Then another little mini break before the final test in Dharamshala, which starts on the 7th of March. So 5-6 weeks worth of cricket coming your way here on talkSPORT 2. This one's down the leg side, and Pope will be disappointed with that. He wasn't able to get anything on that. Anything on a ball of 141 kilometres down the leg side was surely disappearing away for 4, and instead it's well taken by the keeper down the leg side.
Yeah, Bumrah's gone for the Yorker, hasn't he? The big booming leg stump Yorker, and excellent take from Bharat behind the stumps. But yeah, Ollie Pope just thinking, right, a little tickle on there, takes me to 85. Take some pressure off. Not another dot ball.
Barrett and KL Rahul that slip have just had a little fist bump at that moment. Of course, 2 keepers enjoyed that. In goes Bumrah once again, and another ball goes through to Barrett behind the stumps as Ollie Pope is trying to play an expansive off drive and getting nothing on it, and again ending up on his knees, resting on his knuckles on the floor.
Yeah, Ben Foakes could do his Surrey teammate a favour here by just going down the wicket and having a quiet word with Ollie Pope, just to sort of calm him down and get him to get that solid base back. At the minute, the last 3 or 4 balls, it's been like a cat in a hot tin roof as Ollie Pope. He's flying, he's throwing his hands at everything while outside off stump, and there's not consistency of bounce. It's not looking good.
Bumrah comes past umpire Gaffney. That one he stays in line with, just plays it out quietly through points, and they will amble a single to finish the over. 197 for 5. England leading by 7, so effectively 7 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2 as the first test between India and England continues apace. Don't forget, of course, it's FA Cup weekend. Plenty of football coming your way over the course of the weekend across the network, and I'm sure you've got plenty coming your way throughout the day. And then, well, will we? Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow morning for day 4. It'll be a very good sign if we are.
Yeah, it will be. It means that these two have batted for a considerable length of time. England will inch closer and closer to a total they feel as though they can, you know, compete with, and that's the main thing at this minute in time. Can they get a total to compete 4th innings with India and put India under pressure? Even if they don't win the game, take a couple of battle scars with them.
Jadeja to start a new over to the right-hander Pope. Clips to Ashwin at mid-on and will take a single. 198 for 5. Ashwin gets his hands onto that one safely enough. And it means that Ben Foakes can take his place at the crease once again. Speaking of taking his place, Kevin Pietersen's moved back in alongside as Steve Harmison moves out. Jadeja in off the back foot is Foakes, punches into the covers, and there's no run. Good afternoon, Kev.
Hello. It's a nice position, isn't it? A lead of 8 now for England. These batters don't look to be in any sort of strife at all. Bumrah has...
Jadeja bowls outside of off stump. Foakes guides into the covers and takes a single.
Bumrah has got the ball to talk, but the ball is now very, very old. 51 overs. It's into its 52nd over. This ball, and that ball there that Foakes just played, it bounced, spun, but Foakes was able to just knock it into the offside. It was very, very slow spin, and the wicket is very, very slow.
Jadeja around the wicket. Pope deep in his crease, pushing out on the offside. No run. Yeah, there's still another 28 overs at the end of this one before there's a new ball available. So, as you say, it's slow, it's more predictable now. You've got time to play it. Get yourself set. No rushes of blood. The previous one was a no ball. Well, England will take him any which way. It is amazing how many no balls Jadeja bowls. I mean, there's a bit of a theory, isn't there?
Yeah.
If spinners bowling no balls is a criminal offence. Jadeja is in once again. Pope pushes out on the offside. No run. But he does get the odd one overstepping. In fact, that's his 4th in the match.
Yeah, it is. It's something that you don't want to see because you don't want the wicket off it, especially off a spinner.
Jadeja. Shorter, a little bit of bounce on that one. Pope pushing out on the offside, no run.
But very, very slow. Pope was able to guide that into the offside. These guys just have to bat and 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 bat. You have to. It's such a nice time to bat right now.
Jadeja in once again. Pope from the crease turns towards square leg. Barrett will whip the glove off from behind the stumps, go out and collect that and prevent the run being taken. 200 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2 at the end of the over, so England leading by 10. And it's worth pointing out when we're saying it's slow, the pace that Jadeja's bowling is still the same. He's around 90, 91 kilometres an hour throughout there. In fact, the last ball was 94 kilometres an hour. But it's the pace is sucking the life out of the delivery.
Yeah, it is, and it's a wicket that slowed down remarkably yesterday. It was half a metre slower yesterday, so I'd be surprised if it from day one isn't almost a metre slow. And you can see that just from the last 2 deliveries that Foakes and Ollie Pope played. The ball spun, and once it had completed all the work that it had done off the wicket, they were able to just knock it into the offside that Foakes did, and then onto the leg side from Ollie Pope.
It will be Jasprit Bumrah, of course, to continue from the far end, the Yadav Pavilion end, running towards us with Ben Foakes waiting Foakes clips, it's fielded by the man at short, straight, mid-on the bounce, and there's no run. To ask you a question about that, you say potentially this could be now a metre slower than where it was on day one. At this level of batting, how much more time do you feel you've got? I mean, can you kind of describe that for the listeners to how much of a difference that would make?
It's split seconds, but what it allows you to do is check and see how much it's moving off the deck. And if it moves too much, you have enough time to move your hands. And if you're going to follow it, you have enough time to hit it. If it's a little bit quicker, you have a lot less time, which means that you ordinarily nick it.
Bumrah in once again. It's in towards the toes of Foakes. Clips to mid-wicket, no run.
So you have more time to make a decision. And you wait for the delivery. And you wait for it to spin. And if you're playing off the back foot, as these two have started to do now, it makes it really, really hard work for the bowler. Doesn't make it look that hard as old Jasprit Bumrah, who's running in here now, who's bowling reverse swing, and he's bowling beautifully. He's got his 2 for already, 2 for 23. Speeds are up in the 140s.
Off his very short run in comparison, but he is in and delivering outside of off stump. Foakes just guides to backward point, and of course Jadeja is there, and of course Jadeja stops it diving away to his left-hand side. He doesn't make those kind of mistakes. Oh, the TV cameras picks up on someone having a little doze in the crowd. There are a few actually who've got a nod on. It is a warm afternoon. I mean, you're sitting out in this heat, it will sort of sap the will a little bit. But, oh dear, they've been done dirty by the TV crew there. It's half a dozen of them. Ah, you see, they realise they're on the TV now. Now they've woken up. 200 for 5. Bumrah in once again, and it's again a ball that's sort of homing in middle and leg. Foakes looks to whip it through mid-wicket, can't beat the fielder, no run.
Yeah, it's nice, Foakes. He's getting deliveries that are just at the stumps at the moment from Bumrah. He hasn't made him play outside off stump. He hasn't dragged him across. He did that with Joe Root early. He bowled some beautiful outswingers with a reverse swinging ball, and then he just nipped one back, and Root was still thinking about something that might have been wide of the stumps, but it came back. And he did the same to Ben Duckett. He went away from Duckett, and then those stumps were everywhere. He's bowling one way at the moment to Bumrah, straight at the stumps of Foakes, and he's playing it nicely.
It's always the threat of the other one, isn't it? That's the thing. Bumrah in once again, and again it's solidly defended by Foakes. 43 balls he's been at the crease now for 12 runs, and he plays and continues to bat. 5 balls of the over gone, no runs so far in it. And Foakes has 100 in this part of the world. Of course, he made his debut down in Gough in Sri Lanka in 2018, live on talkSPORT 2, made 100 down there. Played beautifully, played really, really well. Gutsy innings. Can he find something similar again? Bumrah goes in. Drive with no real timing from Foakes on this occasion, though. Up to mid-off. Rohit will do the fielding, and that is the end of the over. 53 gone. It's talkSPORT 2, 200 for 5. Jarrod Kimber's going to give you some words of wisdom, and I'll make way for Harsha Bhogle. Take over the ball by ball.
Yeah, at the moment, Ollie Pope is in control of about 74% of the balls he's faced, which is quite low for someone who's on 83 not out. But he's actually been in complete control against Jadeja, Ashwin, Akshar, and even Mohammad Siraj. But against Bumrah, he's faced 15 balls, and 7 of those he's played a false stroke. That includes the lofted cover drive off the slower ball earlier, a lot of plays and misses. One ball from the outside part of his bat, another one from the inside part of his bat. So he's really, really struggled with Bumrah. But with everyone else, he's actually played them quite well.
Thank you, Jarrod. Great to work with KP again. Working very hard here. Few minutes here and a few minutes there. You got to do that when you want to buy Chelsea Football Club. How far have you come on that, KP?
Oh, you can get a good deal on them at the moment, Harsh. Their value is dropping every single day. Cameramen rolling around the ground, picking up all sorts of things around.
Especially the shirts.
I was saying things, yeah, those shirts. They are things, aren't they? So colourful, greens and yellows. And
I think Dinesh Karthik reported a suitcase missing. That's where they've all gone. Right, Ashwin is back. England lead by 10. This partnership is 37. It's been around 16 overs now. Looking increasingly like England will take the game to the morrow. 24 overs remaining. Oh, goes through the defence of Ollie Pope. Goes through Kona Bharat as well. 4 more runs. Lead goes up to 14.
Yeah, that's spun from outside off stump. Ravichandran Ashwin has decided to bowl over the stumps this time. He's not starting around. And he gets real big spin. Pitches about a yard outside off stump and goes over leg stump. Misses everybody.
It's quite an achievement. Someone's been in 130 balls, 83 runs, batting well. Got through bat pad, beaten him comprehensively. Next ball from Ashwin, it's much fuller. And the sweep shot is pulled out, and he'll get just a single as the ball goes deep to Akshar Patel down at backward square.
Surprise, surprise, the sweep. And the previous ball spun as much as it spun. You're edging your bets there that the ball's not going to hit the stumps unless it's extremely full, but we're seeing a replay now of the bounce and the spin that Ashwin did get. Brave umpire to give an LBW at the moment.
Long on comes in to mid-on. Still loyal to your football club?
Of course, yeah. You look after them and you make sure that you're there when they not playing their best.
Through the onside, he might have found the gap on its way to the boundary, but will be cut off. With the younger feet of Shreyas Iyer chasing it this time. And they'll pick up 2 more. This partnership is looking good. Sometimes, KB, you look at Ben Foakes and you think, he's just a keeper who comes out with bat in hand sometimes. Averages 39, 12 first-class hundreds. Far too often in the England setup, the discussion is about whether the batting gets compromised if Ben Foakes plays. He's got a test 100, averages 31. Now playing the sweep shot and finding the gap on the onside for 4, picking up from outside off stump. It's a good shot by Foakes.
Yeah, it's fantastic, this. It's a nice partnership that's putting itself together here. 48 from 102 deliveries. England are leading by 21. It's 21 runs that India are going to have to get. How long can these two back together? A new ball is not due today, it's due tomorrow. Can these two back for the rest of play?
Square. Another man drops back, deep backward square. There's one in front of square now. In every run, this is showing that this is not a minefield at all. Ashwin very close to the stumps, and Foakes gets behind the line of the ball, pushes out on the onside for no runs. I used to follow Chelsea. Mourinho, Drogba.
Yep. Terry, Lampard, Cole. You name him.
Down the wicket to one that was tossed up. With Ashwin, it's always variation in pace, variation in line. Finishes that over with the figures now of 2 for 70 from 16. England going just under 4 and over. 2-1-1 for 5 after 54. This is talkSPORT 2.
Have you got a football club?
Bengaluru FC.
In England?
I don't know. It always seems to evoke strong reactions. My brother follows Arsenal. So
you're not allowed to follow Arsenal.
No, fraternal obedience.
No, they're poor.
Arsenal?
Yeah, rubbish.
Look who's talking.
No, they're rubbish.
What?
Yeah, they're rubbish. Going to annoy a lot of people that are listening to the broadcast, but they're rubbish.
Well, the one thing you have managed to do is get a lot of irate people to send in messages.
Yeah, they're a poor football team.
Kimber, you
they offer so much. Offer so much. We're going to win the league. You don't win the league in December or in January. Jarrod, are you Arsenal?
I only support Collingwood, mate.
Collingwood, okay.
Which also completely ruined your conversation.
Yeah.
Paul's here.
All the Collingwoods.
Oh, he's there. There's Aussie rules, isn't it? There's only one Aussie rules football club anyway, and it's not called Collingwood, it's called Geelong.
Oh, come on, mate.
Come on, Harsh.
Look, when you come from a distant country that doesn't follow those sports, it's easy to be provocative.
You've been enough in Melbourne.
There's Mohammad Siraj now replaces Jasprit Bumrah. And as he does so often with the older ball, the ball's angling in. He's got 2 right-handers in front of him. And the first one's played out by Ollie Pope down to mid-wicket. He's been the one big plus for England in this test match. especially given how nervous his start was in the first innings. He converts this to 100. It's a big plus. Even if victory still seems a little distant. It's not entirely out of sight, but it's distant.
No, and you want your number 3 feeling really good going into the rest of the Test series. I mean, when England won in 2012, got hammered in Ahmedabad, but came back to do the business in the series.
Slightly fuller, driven on the offside, well stopped at cover.
It's all about having players with confidence coming into the game and believing that they can actually make runs. I mean, you get runs here just in this innings, and it doesn't look like England are going to get up in this game. Well, you never know. I'll never say never, because these two, they don't look troubled at all. I mean, you could bat here now for another long time. Pope has batted. He's got a good record in first-class cricket. He's got Test 100. Foakes got a Test 100 in Gough. Put on a score here, you just never ever know in this great game.
It's square driven, the next one. It might find its way to the boundary. Now it's just pulled in. And they'll come back for 2, but the scoreboard is moving again. England are breathing again. Pope goes up to 86. The partnership is now 50. Came in at a time when England were rocked. Stokes had gone. The score was 163, still 27 behind.
Yeah, it's a very important partnership, this. Seeing visuals here of all the Barmy Army up on their feet. They're applauding it, they're cheering it, but there also are some that are just sitting there anxiously waiting and watching.
They're anxious. Maybe they support Chelsea. 2, 1, 3, 4, 5.
Not Chelsea. We're not winning the league. You're anxious if you're supporting Arsenal.
Here comes Siraj again from right arm over, just drifting into the pads. It's played away down to long leg by Pope for a single. Goes up to 87. He's English, so he won't be nervous.
Correct. The Aussie number, isn't it?
Jarrod might be. 2-1-4 for 5. But KP makes a valid point about that 2012-13 tour, the last time any team beat India in India. And the wins in Mumbai and in Kolkata in the second and third test matches came on the back of that second innings in Ahmedabad, when England batted a long time. Might have been in a losing cause. It batted a long time and showed it was possible to get in and bat. Siraj again, drifting into the pads again, just beats the keeper down on the leg side. More runs. India need to be careful here. The runs are just starting to flow again. That'll be buys too.
Yeah, the runs are starting to flow here for England. It's good signs. They were behind. Everybody thought that England were down and out. I, for one, thought that this was going to be a monumental effort to get to where India were, and now we're in a position where they're 28 ahead. They've still got 5 wickets left. And we all know what happens in the 4th innings in a test match.
Just wonder that flicked a little something on the way, but it's extras nonetheless. Back with Mohammad Siraj. Hasn't had a great game so far. It's driven through the offside. The next one, that's fuller, square driven out to the boundary where Akshar Patel is. All right, Jadeja is rather. And Siraj finishes that over, conceded 8 from it. His ball 3 overs, none for 8. It's 2-1-9 for 5 after 55 overs. England lead by 29.
Just wondering, KP, we saw early on when the ball was hard and England found it very easy to hit boundaries, and the way that it suits them. In England, they were much better playing Bazball, probably when the ball was a little bit more soft and it wasn't doing anything. But when it gets a little bit harder to score the boundaries here, that was when India got some pressure back onto them. Is Bazball kind of flipped in different locations because of when it's easier to attack and when it's not easier to attack?
I think it all depends on the wicket. The wicket here has just got slower and slower and slower, so it's actually quite hard to get on top of the game. The sweep and...
Ashwin starts in the over, round the wicket. First ball played out to mid-wicket, no run.
The sweep and the reverse sweep were the most productive shots today. Duckett and the like have come out and they've swept and the reverse swept. If they didn't play the sweep and the reverse sweep, I don't know. I need to go and check the numbers. Maybe you can tell us how many runs have been scored from the sweep and the reverse sweep. Most of them.
Coming into this session, it was about 33% of all the runs off the spinners were from those shots.
Ashwin to Foakes, who just tapping the ball away in front of square for a single. Takes him to 20. England 220 now for 5. It's interesting, this whole Bazball thing. I think sometimes we're just waiting for something out of the ordinary to happen. I think Duckett did that. Duckett was very bold. He took his chances.
Yeah.
But the captain scored 6 of 33. That wasn't any ball at all. That was hanging in there cricket. Ashwin again, round the wicket. This time he's got Pope in front of him. The reverse sweep comes out and goes for 4. And played with good control along the ground in front of square. It's a good shot that takes him into the 90s.
Yeah, he's pushing hard here as Ollie Pope, and he's not changing the way that he played for anything or for anybody or for any field that's being set. He is not scared at all to turn around and bat left-handed and whack it through cover. And once again, as we're talking about the reverse sweep, guess what goes?
Sam, just a little reverse paddle. I don't mind the reverse sweep, and I know I need to move a couple of yards away from Kevin Pietersen when I say that, but I absolutely believe the switch it should be banned. It's unfair. You've become a left-hander. Should not be allowed because the bowler is bowling to a right-hander. You can't suddenly bowl to a left-hander. KP, I'm off.
Are you being serious?
Flicked away on through into the onside for a single. I think my view personally has been that the switch it should be allowed if the bowler, without any warning, is suddenly allowed to come and bowl left-handed. I've heard arguments.
Let them bowl left-handed then.
Absolutely. Then I've no issue with the switch hit. The bowler comes running in.
Why has somebody never ever done it?
Because it's difficult.
Absolutely.
And it's not allowed.
What do you mean it's not allowed?
It's not allowed. It's pushed off the back foot out to cover. For a single, you have to inform the umpire. You've got to say right arm over. You cannot come in and bowl left-handed. 2-2-6 for 5 after 56. Come on, come at me, KP.
I think this argument will be better said when somebody tries it, Harsha.
The
umpire called a no ball.
It's you can actually bowl with both arms, but as Harsha said, you need to tell the umpire. And we read a game. I don't know if you were there as well, KP. It was in Sri Lanka, England a few years ago for some one days. There's a Sri Lankan bowler who's ambidextrous, and he bowled off spin to the left-handers and he bowled left arm finger spin to the right-handers. But he did have to say every ball. There's been a couple of guys that have come through in T20 cricket as well. But the problem is, as you would know, it's hard enough to be good with one arm, let alone be good with the other arm. It's not like batting.
Yeah.
But you have to inform the batter. When you switch it, you don't tell the umpire, just hang on, hold that ball in midair, I'm switching my hands.
It's a lot harder to not inform the batter because you've got to stand as a right hand, and on release you've got to turn around and play the other way.
No, but
no, hold on. If you're standing as a left-hander, it's way easier to hit a left-handed shot. If you're standing as a right-hander, the bowler has to deliver the ball. He's bowling with his strong arm.
Jadeja bowls the next ball. It's driven through the covers, but there's support in the deep for a single. Because something is hard, doesn't make it fair automatically. It's still got to be fair. The bowler sets a field for a right-hander. He can't suddenly become left.
It's unfair to the batter because he's batting left-handed and the bowler's bowling perfectly able-armed. It's unfair to the batter.
The bowler's offering is the ball and the field. And that offering is based on whether you're right-handed or left-handed. Jadeja bowls, just gets a little inside edge onto his pad down to short fine. He can't get a run. That offering cannot then suddenly change, and you have bowling to a left-hander. If you're bowling to a left-hander, he'll change the field.
Harsha, as a bowler, I would prefer to bowl to a right-handed batsman trying to play left-handed than a right-handed batsman trying to play right-handed.
The degree of difficulty, I can understand the degree of difficulty and great skill, and you played it well, KP, and I'll grant that.
But
to
I'm
you.
I'm long time finished. Long
Doesn't
time
matter.
finished. This is about the player now.
Because it's difficult, it doesn't make it legal. Jadeja bowls, it's full, and it's played away on the onside. Embezzlement, cheating, very difficult. You don't make them legal because they're difficult.
It's got nothing to do about being legal. Nothing to do about it being legal. The degree of difficulty is there and it's entertaining.
Jadeja bowls round the wicket and it's played out on the offside. Go on.
And I never thought I'd hear you try and squash entertainment in sport.
I'm all for it as long as you allow the bowler.
And I am so happy that it's 3 local time and I'm going back downstairs because you're talking rubbish.
Are you chickening out of a challenge? A single down behind square. Oh dear, KP's gone. I now got the stage all to myself. 57 overs gone. It's 2:28 for 5. England lead by 38. And while we're talking about the merits of switch hits, this lead is now starting to look pretty good, Jarrod.
Did he just switch commentary service on you there?
It doesn't matter. I've only got a mouth. I can't speak left-handed or right-handed. Pope is on 93. But I maintain, if you allow a bowler to come running in and bowl left-handed with no warning, it's a great skill. It's difficult. It's very entertaining. I'm all for the switch hit. Otherwise, I think the switch hit should not be allowed because you're deceiving the batter. But that's just my view. How does it matter? I've also always been a very, very strong proponent of running a batter out if he's outside the crease. And for some bizarre reason that I cannot understand, people think it's against the spirit of the game.
We should mark the crease on the ground so everyone knows where it is, Harsha.
Ashwin bowls, and the reverse sweep comes out from Ben Foakes, from Pope rather. It goes up to 94. I've always felt that the spirit of the game is violated when you run less than the distance between two creases to complete a run.
When you haven't paid attention to whether you're in the crease or out of the crease. But anyway, I just want to talk about Pope. Something really interesting happened when he came out to bat today. The
single for of the next ball out to long on. Go on, Jarrod.
When he came out to bat today, the bookmakers had his run line as even money for under 15.5 runs or over 15.5 runs, essentially saying that that's what they thought he was going to score, and he's currently on 94, Harsha.
And he's taken England to 230 for 5. He's in strike on 94. Ashwin bowls, and he's played the little paddle down to fine leg for a single. While KP and me have been holding forth on the switch hit, and Chelsea and Jarrod's talking about everything. Chetan Narula slipped in and he's saying, do I have a role here?
I just want to remind you that it's forever listening to you. It's always been described as a batter's game.
Ben Foakes uses his feet wonderfully to the next run from Ashwin, who's gone round the wicket and finds the gap on the onside. No, he doesn't. Shreyas Iyer does a really good job out in the deep to cut it off. The wonder if the umpire wants to have a look at the back foot, whether it might have just touched the rope, but he's made good ground, covered good ground to keep it down to 2. Foakes goes up to 25. 2 players playing innings that are so valuable for them and for England in this series. Back with Ashwin again, round the wicket. Out through the onside. He's got a catcher at short mid-wicket. There's another at just in front of square and a slip, but no short leg around. This track is looking nowhere near as treacherous as everyone thought it would be by the end of day 3. And he bowls again, and it's turning into the right-hander, who offers no shot, takes it on his pads, high just outside leg stump. 5 came of the over. It's 233 for 5, and England lead by 43. We're having healthy debates here on talkSPORT 2.
When I said it's a batter's game, I mean any sort of thing that a bowler wants to do differently and all, that's always negated, isn't it? I mean, after such a long time, we had that 1 short ball and over, then it became 2 short balls and over, and now they're still counted, you know. The umpire is always doing that.
I mean, it's ridiculous that a right-hander can become a left-hander, that a non-striker can wander a foot outside the crease, and we all think it should be okay.
Always been a batter's game.
And the bowlers win the series. Jadeja comes in, replaces Mohammad Siraj. Don't think Siraj was troubling the bowler too much. He draws Pope forward in defence and pushes it out to field on his follow-through. Jadeja's 1 for 54 and is into his 18th. Jasprit Bumrah 2 for 23. Ashwin 2 for 82. Akshar Patel none for 52, and Siraj none for 8 so far. The 5 bowlers that India has used. This partnership now 70. What a good one it's been. As Jadeja goes round the wicket and Pope goes forward in defence. Just 5 short of 100 that he'll remember for a long time. Missed the Ashes, came out of injury, looked jumpy in the first innings, and he's turned all that around and showed us just why he's regarded as one of the brighter talents in the game. Jadeja bowls another no ball, and part of the reason is the law says that whether grounded or in the air, some parts got to be behind the line. Pushes forward on the offside, and with the spinner sometimes your foot actually comes back as you're delivering it, but by then the toe has already been grounded, and this is a millimetre, but it's a no ball nonetheless. Back again, round the wicket, just of 2-3 steps literally, and it's driven out by Pope, out to cover, can't get a run.
It's always fascinated me how Jadeja just takes that last inch, last millimetre to his advantage in the popping crease.
Just pushes Pope on the back foot and concedes a single out to the vast open area on the onside. Ashwin runs to his right from mid-on. Pope goes up to 96.
Almost inch perfect the way he lands his front foot. And very rarely that heel just stretched out. Doesn't land it, just stretched out. Jadeja coming into bowl, and this time wanted to go for an appeal there. Ben Foakes trying to cut it away. So Jadeja never landing that heel of his front foot, always in the air, just manages to drag it onto his bowling crease.
Jadeja in again, and forward comes Foakes, pushing it out to cover, fielded by Shubman Gill, and there's no run. Harsha Bhogle had to beat a hasty retreat. He's a minute late for his next commentary stint, which is actually downstairs in the television commentary box. Ollie Pope then 96 not out from 150 balls. Ben Foakes, his Surrey teammate, keeping him excellent company, and the partnership so far worth 72. And the England fans, as I'm sure you can hear, are in very, very good voice. This is as loud as they've been at any stage in the Test match, and this is the most reason they've had to be loud at any stage in the Test match. Here's R. Ashwin bowling around the wicket. Down the wicket comes Ollie Pope again, a hop and a skip, and gets to the pitch of it and then blocks it away defensively. A slip, a short leg. Indian actually not putting extra pressure on Pope on 96. He's driving at this one through the leg side, hits him on the pad. Half an appeal from Ashwin. Not out, says umpire Paul Rifle. There are men on the boundary, more. 3 on the leg side, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on, and deep backward point on the boundary, and then 2 close catches, a slip and a short leg, straightish mid on or mid wicket, man at cover, and a deepish mid off, allowing a single. Here is Ashwin again, a reverse sweep from Pope, and it hits it very, very well indeed, but straight to deep backward square leg, and they go through for a single, and Pope moves on to 97.
If our listeners are wondering why the crowd's noise has just gone up, obviously Pope is approaching his 100 here, so all the English fans are in a bit of a shouting contest with the Indian fans. A lot of Indian youngsters here, a lot of school kids here. Bit of a shouting contest going on right now.
There's a lot of everyone here. There's like 35,000.
Great crowd.
Fantastic, as it has been for the last 2 days. Ashwin again around the wicket bowls. Foakes comes forward, pushes it away out defensively to mid-wicket. Axar Patel fields.
And I just saw a picture on Twitter where, formerly Twitter, now X, where one of the English fans has...
Here's Ashwin again, bowls to Foakes, opens the face of the bat, runs it down past slip. There'll be 2 here, as Axar does the tidying up, running around from deep backward point to third man to pick up, and Foakes moves to 27.
He had biryani for lunch, and he put this picture of this huge serving container, which was now absolutely empty because lunchtime is over. All the biryani's been cooked and consumed, and a fresher batch is going to be put in tonight, hopefully for tomorrow's play.
Ashwin in again, and worked away very nicely by Foakes with the spin out to deep mid-wicket. Jaiswal fields, and they take another single, and Foakes moves on to 28, and Ollie Pope is 97. That was the last ball of the over. England are 239 for 5, leading by 49 runs. They were effectively 1 for 5. They're now 49 for 5. And there's a way back. There's a way back. England are taking it.
And yes, if this partnership continues throughout this session, and we hope it does, England will probably reach a lead of around 100, which will keep them very, very interested in this game. Day 4 tomorrow, it's not getting easier to bat, although the pitch is turning very, very slow.
Jadeja in once again, driven by Ben Foakes, out towards long off. Gough's with us. Are you believing, Gough? Do you have the faith?
You've always got to have the faith, aren't you? And but realistically, brilliant where we are, 240 for 5, but I'm realistic, you know? We're 50 for 5, aren't we?
Jadeja in. That's driven by Foakes, by Ollie Pope out towards deep mid-wicket. That might reach the fence. Oh, it's just going to be dragged back just before it reaches there. Coming back for the third, and Ollie Pope has got his 100. They've run a 3, and Pope has got to 3 figures for the 5th time in his career, his second 100 overseas, and what an effort this has been in extreme circumstances. He's reached his 100 from 154 deliveries. He's dragging England towards a competitive target for India in the 4th innings, and he has got more to go. 243 for 5, what a moment. Gough.
Unbelievable innings, really. I mean, people have been talking about him. He's nervous when he gets to the crease, which he is, and he looked it definitely in that first innings. Not played for a while.
Foakes punches out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary, and he takes another single. He's skittish by nature as a batsman, though. He always looks skittish and frenetic, but he seems somehow to have controlled it in this innings.
And that's a big knock for him. To do it in India as well. I mean, 100 off 154 balls. Superb. Give England a chance.
Jadeja in again. This time Pope drives square of the wicket on the offside, and they go through for another single. It's a crucial time now for the next 20 minutes for Ollie Pope, maybe just for the next 15 minutes. That surge of adrenaline, the emotion, sense of achievement, it so often leads to the downfall of a centurion, particularly when he really needs 100 to re-cement himself in the team, and he just needs to control that adrenaline and breathe. I was slightly surprised that Ben Foakes didn't actually take a little bit of time, even though it was in the middle of the over. Driven now by Foakes straight to Shubman Gill, short cover, and there's no run. I thought Foakes might have just come down and had a chat to him, told him, breathe, we've got more work to do between us.
Yeah, 16 overs more to go, but props to Ollie Pope here. Brilliant 100, keeping England in the game and making India think. He had a torrid time in the last tour. England were here. 4 test matches, just 150 odd runs. Those pitches perhaps not the best ones for batting. But today, he's shown what he can do as he grows in confidence. Again, the first 5-10 deliveries he faced, very nervy, just like in the first innings. But once he got those 2 boundaries flowing off his bat, never looked back.
Gough,
yeah,
the umpire's got the handcuffs out.
He got the toy out again. Yeah, he got the toy out. Army's favourite. You get these for Christmas. These, the toy. It looks as though it's not going to get through, so it looks like they're going to be changing the ball. Could be good for India, could be bad for England. But I think when you go back to Ollie Pope, I mean, he started the innings, didn't he? And it was all about, he'd seen Ben Duckett reverse sweeping and Zach Crawley, and I think he came in literally with a plan, all of them, to reverse and reverse and reverse and take out the risk option. I know it sounds daft to people listening, but it's a lot easier to reverse sweep if you're good at it than it is to orthodox sweep because of the difference in bounce and where the fielders were placed. But since he's got in and the confidence has run through him, he's using his feet, he's confident to come down to especially the off spinner of Ashwin. He's played him really, really well. Jadeja's been the spinner that's turned it the most and looked the most dangerous with some big turning deliveries. But to get 100 in Indian conditions in the second innings, you've got to take your hat off. A fantastic knock.
Gough, just to shed some more light on what you were talking about there, the ball was changed, or is in the process of being changed now. And to remind listeners and viewers on our YouTube channel, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, the playing conditions say that if the ball goes out of shape and doesn't fit through the hoop that the umpires have, then it's out of shape, and it shall be replaced with a ball of similar condition. There's a box of 12 to choose from. This ball that's just been replaced, and by the way, didn't it look like someone's been having throwdowns on tarmac with it? I mean, it just, wow.
Well, the pitch is dry though, isn't it? And it's gonna scuff up, and they're gonna have to keep changing the ball. It's just one of those pitches that really damages the ball as the game goes on. 61 overs have gone, and it did look like it had bowled 110 overs.
It was reversing after 18 overs, with India working on keeping one side shining.
Spot on.
How many of the replacement balls, Gough, do you think are in the region of 61 overs old.
None.
Yes, exactly.
It always happens though. They never have enough on there. I mean, whatever standard you play. I mean, we do it at county cricket as well, and you look at the ball and they change the ball, and you get in a brand new one. And on pitches that have got a bit of grass on it, it's not ideal.
You said that it can work. It usually works in the favour of one team or the other, and you just can't be sure, can you? Because India might feel that, you know, that they got the ball into the condition they wanted it, and then maybe it's just actually gone beyond, and it's like beyond repair. But it might swing conventionally. It might go gun barrel straight. They might have to put some work on it. It could work in England's favour.
It could also reverse as well, and say the ball is about 40 overs old. It could be the perfect timing to start reverse swing again, and it goes quicker because it's not as soft, so it's an harder ball. And then for the spinners, you might get that little bit of bounce, because we've seen it's lost its bounce, and that's why the lack of effect from the spinners in the second innings compared to the first innings, where that bounce has gone.
Right, they're taking drinks here at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium in Hyderabad, so it gives me an opportunity to quickly sum up the day for you. India resumed on 421 for 7, and they lost their last 3 wickets for the addition of just 15 runs, with, for the first time in Test history, bizarrely enough, 3 of the top 6 getting out in the 80s. Ravindra Jadeja went for 87, and Akshar Patel for 44. Joe Root took 2 of the last 3 wickets to finish with 4 for 79, and confirmed that he was comfortably England's best spinner in that Indian innings, statistically as well as in plain view. And England then made a flying start, reached 113 for 1, with Zach Crawley the only one out for 31. Ben Duckett was on 47. They were going well with Ollie Pope and Duckett together. But then Duckett went for 47, Joe Root for 2, Johnny Bairstow for 10, Ben Stokes for 6. England were 163 for 5. Still 27 in arrears when the 5th wicket went down. They are now 245 for 5, and in credit by 55 runs, with Ollie Pope having scored a quite brilliant 101 not out from 155 balls, and his partnership with Ben Foakes, who's made 30, is currently worth 82, as Ashwin is in for a new over, and a sweep shot immediately from Ollie Pope to deep backward square leg, and England underway once again after the drinks break, moving on to 245 for 5.
And we just saw a graphic on the screen right here. Ollie Pope, 70% of his runs he's been on the front foot or stepping out, and that's probably been the difference, the way he's moving forward against the spinners today.
That ball actually deflected off Pope's back leg, so it was a leg by, not a single to Ollie Pope. This one is clipped out towards mid-wicket, and there was some confusion there between Pope and Foakes. There was an easy single there, but because the fielder was Ravi Jadeja, and he's so dangerous, it went to his right, and he is, of course, a powerful left-handed fielder. But they just have so much respect for him, they didn't take the single, and there was an easy one there. There's just some confusion between Foakes and Pope. This time it's chopped away behind square on the offside by Ben Foakes, and they do take a single. 247 for 5.
Jadeja had an eye on them. He was just letting the ball run a bit, just waiting. If they run, he's going to dive, slide, and pick up and throw. Very, very entertaining, that one.
Little game of cat and mouse, wasn't it? Here's Ashwin again, tosses that one up, some more air, and Ollie Pope nudges it into the gap on the offside, but again decides against looking for a quick single. Yeah, Jadeja knows that his reputation is on the batsman's mind in the field, and this one is actually chipped past him. They knew that he couldn't get to that one, so they do take a single once again. But the composure of these two batsmen for England has been immense under the pressure of the situation. The hope, I suppose, as opposed to expectation, that they might give England a chance. Driven this time by Foakes, only as far as Ashwin, who fields off his own bowling. It's that time of day, Goughy, where a lot can happen in the last hour, can't it? You know, everyone's a bit weary, they've got heavy legs, the bowlers are tired, the batsman can also lose concentration, and there is a kind of pregnant tension in the air.
Yeah, I think that's a good point actually. But when you do get to that milestone, the 50 or 100, you tend to just relax, don't you? You feel as though you're invincible, and you start to play a few more shots a little bit looser, and you might just make a mistake. And India, you only have to go back to India's innings, and they threw at least 6 of them threw their wicket away when they were set. They were in, and then they threw the wicket away. 4 of them were caught deep mid-wicket. Just think about that. It's a test match, caught deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer, 10 minutes after the lunch break. What made him do that 10 minutes after the lunch break?
Confidence, Chetan. Here's Axar Patel, driven and a thick edge, and it's very well fielded by Shreyas Iyer, diving to his left from backward point, short third man. That was a genuine edge from Pope, but a thick enough one to evade. Was well wide of Rohit Sharma at slip. He's the only close catcher, unless you count a forward point. Forward comes Ollie Pope to this one. When I say forward point, he's again like 12 paces, I guess, at a regulation or on the line of a regular cover point, but he's in a catching stationary position. Axar Patel is in again, and that one is driven by Pope, only as far as extra cover. Fielded by KL Rahul, no run. It's interesting position. He's got the shin pads on. He's dressed for silly point or short leg, but he's fielding in this forward point position. Doesn't need all that protective kit on, but you can't take it on and off. Here's Axar Patel again. Ollie Pope pushing it to extra cover. Rahul fields again. 248 for 5. Lead is 58. And Axar Patel is in. Down the wicket comes Pope and drives through mid-wicket for 4. Used his feet very, very well. Nimble there, Gough. And of all people, you would appreciate nimble feet.
Oh yes, being the dancer I am, absolutely fantastic shot that. I mean, and as his confidence has grown, you know, and that composure, he's batting with a teammate at Surrey, Foakes, which I'm sure is helping him. Uses his feet, sets off really quick on his feet, and flicks it through mid-wicket.
Next ball from Axar Patel is a much quicker one, and it again turns quite sharply, but Ollie Pope's now, you sense, in control of his defence as much as he is of his attacking game, Gough. And you just mentioned they are teammates, Surrey teammates, and they're having a long chat now. It resulted in a little glove punch, but it may well have been, are you going to have the chicken Caesar salad on room service again tonight? But it might also have been, how are we going to go about playing these last 14 overs?
I can tell you now, they definitely won't be having the chicken Caesar salad. They're better off having the biryani, without a doubt. But yeah, look, they play together, and Ollie Pope plays a lot for Surrey, believe it or not. And they're 2 fantastic players, different players.
A little bit of change in the field. Here's Shubman Gill, who's now it will need his protective kit. He's gone in at silly point as Ravi Jadeja begins a new over, and just short enough in length to be punched through the offside. Gough, relying on you to pick up some behavioural traits of this replacement ball. It's done nothing so far, has it?
Absolutely nothing. Well, one bounce there, the last over Axar Patel, which beat Ollie Pope on the outside edge. Could have been due to the hardness of the ball.
Rohit Sharma's tinkering with his field. He's got plenty of time. England couldn't get through 90 overs in a day with Mark Wood only bowling 11 of them, but India here are up with the over rate, aren't they? Oh, no, they're a couple behind. Actually, they are a couple behind. Here's Jadeja again. Turn outside the off stump. So Ollie Pope's missed that one by enough to suggest he wasn't really playing at it. I mean, could a man on 106 miss it by 8 inches?
I think he just brought the bat a little in line with his pad.
Yeah. Jadeja in again. Reverse sweep from Ollie Pope's. Hit it very, very nicely for 4. He hasn't played a reverse sweep better than that, and he's given himself probably 25 opportunities. He's hit that really well for 4.
An unbelievable innings, really. Let's be honest about this. The way, like I said, the nervous energy came in, and we thought, well, he's not going to last very long. But the way he's played here, from changing his game, and he's adapted. He's really adapted with the change in field from the captain, Rohit Sharma. He's hit it somewhere else, and they've got no answer to it.
He's gone again, and I think it's been dropped. Akshar Patel, he's gone for the reverse sweep in the second delivery, and that one has hit the top half of the bat, and it's put down by Akshar Patel at what becomes deep backward square leg. He got his hands to it, he knocked it up, he looked to take the rebound, and he just couldn't get there in time. Ollie Pope dropped on 110, that's a massive moment. Next delivery is short and wide outside the off stump and is punched with a straight bat through extra cover. Again, he's hit it beautifully, and that's 4. That's rubbing salt into the wounds for Ravi Jadeja. Oh, Akshar Patel, what have you done? He'll be praying that Ollie Pope isn't still at the crease at the close of play. Goughy, that wasn't so hard, was it?
Oh, it was a sitter. It was a sitter for someone like Akshar Patel, a good fielder. An important position as well for India there. Backward point, just sit perfectly for the reverse sweep. Just bounced a little bit more, caught the edge, and look at the skipper, Rohit Sharma. Distraught.
This one is blocked defensively by Ollie Pope, and it's Akshar Patel who has to field it. That's a massive, massive moment. Ollie Pope dropped on 110, he's 114, the partnership's 98, and that just would have been such a momentum change and a mood shifter. But England lead by 71 now, 261 for 5. Ollie Pope and Ben Foakes' partnership is 98. And I don't think we're quite at the stage where India are going to be nervous, but they might just get a bit frazzled and a bit tetchy.
I think if they're still batting at lunch, England are still batting at lunch tomorrow, that's where India will start to get nervous. But I just want to say, India have been waiting 4.5 hours for one of those reverse sweeps to go up in the air and near a fielder. And the first one that goes, they drop it.
This one is flicked away off his pads by Ben Foakes, who calls for the single, even though it's gone straight to Jadeja, the danger man, at short fine leg. He called straight away, and Ollie Pope responded straight away.
From Crawley to Duckett to Pope to anybody else who's played the reverse sweep today, they've been absolutely on the money into the gaps. This was the first one which actually went near a fielder and dropped.
They've missed a few reverse sweeps. I mean, they haven't all come out the middle of the bat by a long way, but that was the first chance, yeah, certainly. The big gap at mid-wicket, and Ollie Pope knows it, and he goes back into his crease. We've talked about how it's possible to play the spin off the pitch with this slow spin now, and Ollie Pope there has just nudged it into the gap on the leg side. 100 partnership between Pope and Foakes. They meet in the middle. No glove punch there, but a little clasping of the fists to congratulate each other, and so well they might. Well, they might. The England fans are loving this, on their feet now, supporting, cheering. Hits Akshar Patel in again to Ben Foakes. He's back to right, giving himself a lot of room, exposing his stumps, looking to chop it into the gap at point, but it's a bottom toe end of the bat on it, and there's no run. Here's Akshar Patel again. Forward comes Ben Foakes, steers it to Shreyas Iyer at short third man, backward point. 263 for 5. There's tension in the air. I said this an hour ago. There's a buzz of anticipation, tension in the air. The test match is... Oh, Akshar Patel is through Ben Foakes there, and he's through Shikhar Bharat, the keeper, as well. I think that'll be a bye. Yes, it is indeed. Signal confirmed by Chris Gaffney. Doesn't matter how England, what flavour the runs are, they'll take them in licorice all sorts. Anything will do. That was a fine delivery from Akshar, too good for the keeper as well as the batsman. Forward comes Foakes once again, and nudges this one straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the 65th over, 264 for 5. Another word from you, Goughy, and then it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Well, can you remember the days, I mean, when the criticism used to come? Remember when I can't remember the year, I think he was in Pakistan, and he got out reverse sweeping one of the players, and the criticism he got for that shot many years ago was unbelievable. And if you forward wind it 20, 30 years now, and every single player around the world plays the reverse sweep, it's hilarious when you think back to it and watch that old footage. Every single player now can play that shot, and it's practiced on a daily basis.
Jadeja to start a new over from the Lakshman end, our end, and he's outside of off stump. Foakes puts it out to Jasprit Bumrah, who is sweeping deep cover, and they will take a single. 2-6-5 for 5. England lead by 75.
Well, Gough, it's the requirement of modern day cricket, isn't it? I mean, you're playing multiple formats.
Jadeja is in, and there is the aforementioned reverse from Ollie Pope. Got a bit of something on it. It goes for 4, very, very fine, and it is 4 runs given by the umpire. So it's 4 more to England as the Barmy Army trumpeter Simon signals away to the stands. It was a top edge in the end. It flies away, and Ollie Pope goes to 119. England 269 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2.
And runs are starting to flow for England now, in a bit of a hurry, getting boundary balls almost every over now.
Jadeja is in. Pope turns this on the leg side. It'll be a comfortable single to mid-wickets, so there's 1 more to the total. 65 overs bowled with this ball so far, so it's still 14 and a half away from a new one being available. So it feels like this is an important hour or so with this ball.
Well, you're technically right, because it was changed after 60 overs,
yes,
so it's 5 overs for this one, but overall, yes.
Yeah, we don't know the exact age of this particular ball, but in theory that is the case. That's a beauty. That is a beauty from Jadeja. Brings Foakes forwards, beats him on the outside edge, taken by Barrett. By the way, I don't think we've actually mentioned how well has Barrett kept here against the quality of the 3 spinners that he's keeping to. In goes Jadeja. Oh my goodness, how's that not taken an edge or bowled him? It's turned past the outside edge, and again straight into the middle of Barrett's gloves. That's a beauty of a delivery. 270 for 5. Oh my days.
Just past the off stump, just past the off stump, turning enough.
Foakes comes forward, pushes into the short cover region where KL Rahul is stationed. End of the 66th over. 270 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2. England's lead is 80, Goughy.
Amazing, really, when we consider where we are in this game now, where we were just 24 hours ago. England have got themselves back into it. And for anybody listening, and if you ever want to, I think this is the ultimate in, if you want to describe Bazball, but this is not coming in and just swinging. This is coming in and believing in a game plan, playing your best shots and sticking to it and remaining positive in all conditions. Any other time, any other tour, we could have, the score would have been probably all out now. We'd have been all out. This team have come out, reverse swept to start to get themselves going, and then carried on with the momentum. Ollie Pope has changed his game as the game's gone on. He started using his feet, hitting it through mid-wicket, driving through the offside, and then he's gone back now to reverse sweeping again.
He's played so well as we start a new over. And Harsha is the man bowling at the far end, in towards middle and leg. Pope turns out on the leg side. Harsha himself will field, and there's no run. Ollie Pope's 5th Test match 100. He's 3rd away from home. The previous 2 in South Africa and Pakistan. So 2 of them in subcontinental conditions, different conditions, but 2 out of the 3 in the subcontinent. In goes Harsha. Ollie Pope is down on one knee and flicking a reverse over his own shoulder. It's down to 3rd, and the fielder can't cut it off, and it's 4. Well, that's a really deft shot. 124 for Pope with his 15th boundary. England 274 for 5.
Brilliance, brilliance, absolute brilliance from Ollie Pope. India now expecting him to play reverse sweeps more and more, but this time he's decided to just flick it over the slip. Brilliant, that one. And gets 4 more runs. Moves on to 124, 111 this partnership now.
Harsha in. It's Ollie Pope coming forward, pushes to Shubman Gill under the helmet at silly point, no run.
And I just want to say, Jadeja obviously has found more turn, because I think he's bowling at the right pace.
Harsha in around the wicket. Ollie Pope pulls hard, but straight along the floor to deep mid-wicket for a single to Jasprit. 275 for 5.
Out of the 3 spinners, Akshar and Ashwin have bowled with a lot of variation in their pace. Jadeja has shown the least amount of variation in his pace. So it's its natural pace which is inducing a bit more spin on the surface.
So Akshar's first ball this over was 85 kilometres an hour. The last one was 95. He's in, and Foakes pushes out to square cover, and there is no run. So he's varied the pace, and he's put it through.
Even in this over itself, the first delivery was 85 clicks. Now he's bowling at 95 clicks for the last 4.
In he goes, and he's bowled, Foakes. Akshar has got the breakthrough, maybe one that kept a bit low. The pace was up again. Foakes walks off shaking his head. Massive breakthrough for England. 275 for 6. Foakes is bowled for 34 from 81 deliveries. The lead is 85 runs, but the partnership is broken on 112, and that could be a massive moment for India. Akshar left arm round. Oh my goodness, it didn't just stay low, it virtually rolled along the decks. How are you supposed to play that, even when you've been there for a long time? Gough, nothing the batter can do there.
No, nothing at all. That's just that little bit of luck you need. They've played really, really well. What a partnership between Foakes and Pope. But it's had to come to an end. A good knock of 34 from 81 balls. But it kept low there from Akshar Patel. You were just talking about the difference in pace, and Jadeja, being the slowest of the spinners, has found the most turn. And this is one of the reasons they ball it quicker. Because if you're going to get any uneven bounce like that and you're throwing it through at 95 clicks, it's going to be hard to get your bat down on it. It's a huge wicket for India. England do lead by 85 runs, but only 4 wickets left. Can they sneak another 100 from somewhere? Give them a chance, get another 100 runs. It's going to be more like getting 150 if they can get to that 100, and it gives them a chance. But Rehan Ahmed comes to the crease, a young man, shaped up well the first innings, but he's got to do it now. He's got to stay there for Ollie Pope.
Yeah, he made 13 in the first innings, was there for 18 deliveries, but now he has to play for his mate. Well, that was the final ball of the over, so Pope will be on strike. There are still 10 overs of the day to be bowled. We are nominally 27 minutes away from close of play, so we will be going past that. Steve Harmison's moved in alongside me. Oh boy, that just, I mean, that's a horror delivery, but it doesn't half change things, doesn't it?
It does change things, but what a body blow for England, for Ben Foakes, for the Foakes and Pope partnership. It was going beautifully, completely derailed India. India were flat. India, that drop catch of Akshar, the body language wasn't good. A couple of overs before the drop catch, Jadeja bowled a no ball. Paul Rifle standing in weird, just waiting for the sign, and you should have seen the body language, the slumps of shoulders.
Well, Jadeja starts a new over. It's short and wide. Pope slaps it out to deep backward point, and they will take a single to bring Rehan Ahmed on strike. 276 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2. So England therefore lead by 86.
Yeah, the body language wasn't good when that no ball was given, and you can just see England getting more and more confident. The running between the wickets was excellent between Pope and Foakes, and that one there, it was a good bit of bowling from Akshar. He's gone round with the arm, he's not gone over the top. It's a little bit more round arm. It's skidded on, and it's just clipped. It's kept low, but it's clipped the outside half of the off stump. A little bit of turn and it would have beat off stump, but because of the way he bowled it, undercutting it, and basically round arm, managed to go onto the stumps.
Jadeja in. Oh, that one bounces on Rehan Ahmed. It's taken by the keeper and there is no run. I just made this point a moment ago, but Barrett has kept so well. Some of these balls going up, some down, some spinning big. He's taking them, some of them above his shoulders. Oh, Jadeja's overstepped again. The ice cream van of death has struck.
Yes, another one. Yeah, so many no balls from Jadeja in this game, but I agree, Barrett has been excellent.
I think that's his 5th in the innings. In he goes again. That's another absolute ripper. It's a ripper or a no ball at the moment from Jadeja.
And it's a big one as well. Look, seeing the no ball again. Oh, I don't know. It's just over that one. And when the point of contact, it looked as though he was going a little bit further over, but then he dips his toe. And he was just over the line for me on that one.
Yeah,
but he's bowled a couple that have been big no balls.
Yeah, Jadeja in once again. Rayan Ahmed pushing into the covers, won't get a run. They changed the rule at the law a couple of years ago with the no ball, so you can have your foot in the air. It used to be you had to have something grounded behind the line, but now if your foot is like breaking the vertical plane of the line, that is okay. Welcome to talkSPORT, listeners. You join us as Jadeja bowls short and wide of off stump, and Rayan Ahmed's going to get underway with a boundary 4 through point. Rayan Ahmed coming to the crease because Ben Foakes has just been cleaned up by Akshar Patel for 34 to 1 that kept very low indeed. England have a lead of 91 now. England 281 for 6. As we're in the 68th over of their innings. They bowled India out for 436 earlier on. England have a lead. 91 it is at the moment. It's not enough. They will try and tack a few more on, but we're in a really important phase of this game. If the next 4 wickets goes down in a clatter, or if England can bat it out a bit longer, Jadeja is in. It's Rayan Ahmed punching down to mid-on, and there's no run. Steve Harmison.
What a beautiful shot that was from Rayan Ahmed. Just fainted to come forward, waited to bounce in, hit it on the top of the bounce. Beautiful square cut.
Jadeja is in. Well played by Rayan Ahmed. He's strongly forward, keeps the ball low, plays it under his eyes, and it's safely defended away into the offside. End of the over here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, and of course the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England 281 for 6. Pope 126 not out. Rayan Ahmed 4 not out. Our analyst is Jarrod Kimber.
So, Macca, since that new ball has been used, or replacement ball, the harder ball, the non-dog toy, although it's about to become one, by the way it's getting chewed up by this pitch, I would say that we've had about 5 or 6 balls play up more than we had in the hour or so before that. So that ball being a little bit harder is meaning that some balls are bouncing and some, well, as Ben Foakes might argue, some balls are not bouncing. But just something from CricViz that they sent through on Pope in this innings. Off the front foot, he's played 21% false shots. Down the track, 20% false shots. And off the back foot, only 4% false shots. The difference is now, he used to stay on the back foot all the time because that's what he prefers to do. But he's actually coming down the wicket to put pressure back on the bowlers, which is much better than what he did before.
Akshar starts a new over and Pope is playing out on the offside, no run.
So if you look at his record before and after McCullum, he was averaging 22 against spin before McCullum became coach. And in the Bazball era, it's now over 60. Might come down a little bit if he goes out to spin here, but it's better.
Pope is taking this one on the body as Akshar is in from the far end, not able to turn it onto the leg side, and there's no run. There's a noticeable difference, as Jarrod was pointing out there. He gets a lowish full toss on this one as Akshar slings this one in left arm around the wicket. Square drives it out to the deep cover fielder. England pick up another run. Every run almost counts double at this stage. It's 1 more to England and 1 more that India have to get.
Absolutely, and Pope's been excellent. 181 balls he's been out there. He's rode his luck a little bit, but he's gone for his shots, and I think because he's gone for his shots and been sort of positive in the mindset and the mentality, I think he's deserved the luck that he has. There's a couple of times he's reverse swept and the ball's gone over the top of slip or gone just past the fielder or just beyond the fielder in the air, and Akshar dropped him.
Akshar is in. It's Rayan Ahmed staying low to the ball. It's a square cut that beats the man at point, but there is a deep cover sweeper that it means it will just be a single. 1 more to the total, 283 for 6.
But his boundary options have been good. The way he's utilised both sides of the wickets. When he's coming down the wicket, he's come down the wicket a couple of times and gone straight over the top. He's come down a couple of times and made it on the full and hit it through mid-wicket. He really has tried to score as much as he possibly can. You wouldn't think that it was the same player 48 hours ago. He was cutting a hot tin roof. He was very frantic, very fidgety. I think his highest score in India is 34.
Correct.
On the last tour, so he has a coming of age, and this kid hasn't batted. He hasn't played a competitive match for 6 months, so it's fantastic from Ollie Pope.
And goes Akshar from the far end. Pope turns it around to deep mid-wicket and will take 1. That takes him to 128, which means he's 7 away from his highest Test match score away from England. His highest is 135 not out. As you mentioned, his highest in India was 34. His highest score against India in England is 81, so he's blown those two out of the way, and he's closing in on his highest score away from England. That's how important this knock has been. In goes Harsha, and is playing a big expansive shot off the back foot, and it turns and bounces, beats his bat, and it's through to the keeper. No run. End of the over. England 284 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2, leading by 94.
And you can see why there was people when talking that seven sort of spots available, 8 players potentially if you add Harry Brook to this, because Harry Brook definitely would have been one of the sort of leading contenders to be in the starting 11. And you can see why with the numbers that had not played for such a long time, whether it was going to be Ollie Pope, whose highest score in India was 34, and you can see why people had the assumption that Ollie Pope might have been the one that missed out. But he's been given responsibility as vice-captain. He's been given, obviously, the responsibility to bat at number 3, probably the most challenging position that England have had in recent times. And he's took them both on, and he's tried to be aggressive each time. It hasn't always worked for him in the recent past. In this Test match it hasn't, because in the first innings it didn't work, but this innings, the times he has tried to go with the reverse sweep or go with unconventional shots, this time he's nailed them, and this time he's built himself some confidence as he's gone on, and he's made a magnificent 100.
His highest score in Test cricket is 205. If he beats that, I tell you what, England will be delighted. Jadeja starts with the first ball of a new over that spins and bounces, but from a very long way wide of off stump, and it's through to the keeper, no run.
If he beats that, England might have a chance of winning.
I tell you what, then all bets are off.
Just might.
Jadeja in, and Pope is forward, playing out on the offside. Will be fielded by Shreyas Iyer, and there's no run. And it's significant now that when there were 3 or 4 around the bat earlier on, there's now Rohit. Single slip. There's no man under the helmet. When it's Pope, it's all about attacking at the other end at the moment. England's lead 94. Ollie Pope has got down to play the sort of reverse paddle. It's got something on it, and it'll go away for 4 through fine third. And it's 4 more runs. Ollie Pope gets 4 more, takes England to 288 for 6. He's on to 132.
That is a phenomenal shot. That is a phenomenal shot. There's a few times he's gone for the reverse sweep and he's top-edged it. I think he's meant this. He's definitely meant this.
Oh, that's brilliant.
He is he's gone down to reverse it. He's seen it's gone a little bit wider, so he's uppercutted it over the top of the wicketkeeper's head in full control. He knew exactly what he was doing there, Ollie Pope.
Jadeja around the wicket for the next delivery, turns and bounces and spins past the outside edge of his bat, no run. That previous one, he's put it dead straight over his own eyebrows. He's flicked it up and over.
That's the Dill Scoop, which I don't think we've seen anyone play in about 10 years. And certainly I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it off a spinner.
The reverse Dill Scoop.
It was the reverse Dill Scoop, you're right.
Jadeja, it's another ripper to Pope. It's actually turning too much. Pope is playing the line of the stumps, and that's gone about 10-12 centimetres wide of his bat. It's ripping that far.
That's fine. From an England batter's point of view, that's fine. You turn them big, I'll miss them. Don't worry about that one.
Final ball of the over from Jadeja. Again, Pope is on the reverse. There's a man at short third, and it is fielded for just a single. 289 for 6. 70 overs gone. England lead by 99. 1 more run and it's up to 3 figures. We'll keep ticking them off. We'll keep seeing how they're going. Saturday morning back in the UK, 10:45. We've got another, what? Where are we? 7 overs remaining, so about half an hour's worth of play. So we'll take you through to about 11:15. You then start getting yourself ready for the day's football. Everything that'll come. Pretty sure Adrian will be on duty today with the FA Cup, guiding you around the grounds on talkSPORT. There'll be more commentaries on talkSPORT too. Of course, it's NFL Championship playoff games this weekend. I'm sure they're on talkSPORT too. And yeah, we're all over the world this weekend, quite literally.
Yeah, and when we're all over the world, but when we're in India, you're looking at the pressure situation that England have been put under. You can see that the resilience and the character has been shone out in abundance in this group.
Akshar Patel to start a new over, and Ollie Pope is just playing this quietly out on the offside. Rahul will do the fielding, and there is no run.
Because walking off the field this time last night, England were in a real sorry state.
Harsha around the wicket. Pope is trying to guide this, but can't get it wide of Shubman Gill at short third, and there's no run.
And it's been a great day for England right from the very start. Wood and Root set the tone, and then from there they've built and built and built, confidence after confidence after confidence, culminating in a great 100 from Ollie Pope.
Harsha in. Pope pushes to short extra cover, and no run. I mean, it has been a fighting performance today. They really have dogged it out.
And they've done that many times under McCullum and Stokes.
Harsha in. Pope gets a lowish full toss, hits it up to deep long off, and they'll come back for a couple. That's been something else that's been noticeable. England really have run well. It sounds an obvious thing to say, but in this heat, at this time of the day, when you've been out there as long as Ollie Pope has, he's now faced 192 balls, the lead up to 101. It's easy to just go, all right, I'll take one. But he's pushing hard, he's still going. Harsha in, Pope again, this time looking towards long on. There's no possibility of a second there because he's hit it straight to the fielder. 2-9-2 for 6.
It's easy to score 2 off that last one though, Macca, because that was hit to a wicket-keeper. Jarrell's out on the field as the 12th substitute. None of you wicket-keepers can field once you don't have gloves on.
Oi. Steady.
Soft arm.
Yeah, let's move on. Right. Now then, with Rayan Ahmed on strike, all of a sudden he's got a lot of company. Silly pointing 2 slips. Harsha goes in again. It's a ball that bounces. He's playing off of the back foot and he misses it. Barrett takes it, whips off a bail. There's a lot of standing around. They've not reviewed that, have they?
No, Rowett thought for a second there was a noise.
Right. So he's just now standing there shining the ball. End of the over. And
Macca, I just wanted to talk about Ollie Pope, just a small technical change that we've seen. I'd say that generally he likes to play more off the back foot against spinners as much as possible, and he's got trapped a lot, especially when he's been Asia trying to do that. Cricketers have just sent through that in his career he plays 30% of his balls off spinners off the back foot. It's only been 21% in this game. And I think the main difference there is probably about 10% of the extra sweeps and everything, because they're all obviously front foot shots. But it's clear he's trying a different method because previously some of his other methods haven't worked in Asia.
Well, he's on strike as Jadeja starts a new over, running away from S. Is that an edge? No, there's an appeal for a LBW. Now, Rohit's going to walk down and have a conversation with his bowler. He gets as far as the wicketkeeper, Barrett. The DRS timer is at 5-4-3. Rohit does like a dramatic last second, say, T-shape, but he doesn't make it.
No, I think this is going down. I think this was going down the arm, plus it's pitched miles outside leg stump.
Actually, it's a brilliant delivery. It's turned a long way, but it pitched 4 inches outside a leg stump.
Going miles down leg.
Bowling left arm around. In he comes once again. Pope's down on the reverse. There is a man at deep backward point on the boundary. And so it will be just a single. Rayan Ahmed comes on strike. 2-9-3 for 6. The lead for England, 103.
And just to sort of carry on from what Jarrod's saying about Pope, I think he's made a big change, because he was getting caught in between no man's land. You know, he didn't go forward, didn't go back. And I think that is, you know, culminating in some really soft dismissals. So in this innings, I think he's made a conscious effort. If when he's coming forward, he's more or less smothering the ball. He's sometimes a little bit off balance when he's coming forward, and then when he's going back, he's going all the way back. So he's giving him, he's making sure whatever decisions he's made, he's giving himself the best chance to utilise the ball. I mean, to get to the ball and utilise the best way of scoring from that ball. I.e., if he's going to go on the reverse sweep, he's going all the way forward and getting down and reverse sweeping it.
Jadeja to bowl to Rayan Ahmed, left arm around. Always gone at this one into the covers. Ashwin didn't pick up the ball initially. It was aerial. He's on the deep cover boundary. It bounces a couple of times out there and he gets around to it, gathers it in. It is a single taken. 294 for 6. Rayan Ahmed goes to 6.
Well, this is the modern way, because forget about a tail end, a lower end batter or lower middle order batter coming in and playing for the guy at the other end. Rayan Ahmed has just given himself some room there and crashed it over the top of extra cover.
Jadeja around the wicket to Pope, a long way forward, just gently guiding it to backward point, taking the single, takes him to 138. 295 for 6, the total.
And that's the example we're making of that last delivery. He's come all the way forward and smothered what little bounce there could have been, where in the past sometimes he gets caught between two and pushes it from the crease, and he tends to get the outside edge then.
Jadeja goes in once again. This time Rayan Ahmed allowing it to go through to the keeper. No run, as there was what he decided to be too much width and not enough danger, so allowed it to go past without any event. Rayan Ahmed on that occasion. Now that one keeps low, but it does turn. It beats the outside edge of his bat, and it's through to the keeper, Barrett. There is still something in this one if you put it in the right places. 295 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2. England's lead 105. More thoughts from Steve Harmison and Harsha Bhogle will pick up the ball by ball.
Just before Harsha comes in, Harmy, I just wanted to say that today Ollie Pope has played 17 reverse sweeps in this innings.
17?
Yeah, but he also played 17 reverse sweeps in his career up until the time Brendan McCullum took over as coach.
Again, it is an amazing stat, and a lot of stats have gone out the window since McCullum and Stokes have come into the game.
Shows how much they're different.
We talk about football in England, you know, the football starting after 1992 when the Premier League starts. I think some of the cricket stats and some of the cricket averages, especially strike rates, should start after McCullum and Stokes have come into power. But you're right, Ollie Pope, he's always been quite proactive in trying to, you know, drop it and run and being busy at the crease, but he's used the reverse sweep very, very well in this innings.
So back with Jasprit Bumrah. 10 overs, 2 for 23, has bowled really well. There's 5 overs left. India would really like 1, maybe 2 wickets. But at the moment, the ball is disappearing to the boundary and disappearing a little too frequently as Bumrah just slips into Pope's pads. And with the ease and fluency of someone who's batting 142, he picks up another 4. England lead by 109. We were talking, it seems such a long time ago, about what point hope might spring anew in England. And the number that Darren Gough and Stephen Harmison said was 130. England will hope to get more than that from here. Here's Bumrah again, into Pope. He's off the back foot, trying to play the pull shot into the vast open spaces on the onside, doesn't time it well.
Yeah, 130, Harsha, was somewhere a score where we felt, can England give themselves some hope? And some hope would be, you know, see if we can get some squeaky bum time. If we get 130, 125, 130 and try and put some pressure, you never know. Didn't think that would be a match-winning score, but it was something a long, long way away when me and Goughy were having that conversation earlier on this morning, or even contemplating yesterday when England were a long way behind the game. So, look, I mean, it's been a brilliant day from England. I thought the first session was theirs, and they've just, you know, cracked on from there. And Ollie Pope, you know, Jarrod will tell us more, but we're probably more in first-class cricket. When Ollie Pope gets to 100, he tends to go big and gets big hundreds.
I've come armed with numbers for Jarrod.
Is one of those numbers that this is now the most reverse runs from the reverse sweep for England in a test match?
No, my numbers aren't as interesting as yours, Jarrod. This is the first instance, first time in 21 tests that a visiting side has come to India and scored more than 200 in both innings of a test match. And just tells you how difficult it is to come here and score consistently as the track starts to turn.
And it comes from the last time when England played. Ahmedabad got 500, got 200 I think in the first innings of the next test match, and then never got above 200 in the series when India beat them 3-1. So the mindset, come with a positive mindset to score runs. Yes, it can sometimes backfire, but it's certainly worked out for him in the third innings of this test match.
That team was Sri Lanka at Delhi. Made 373 and 299 for 5. In the last 5 years, there's only been one second innings 100 scored against India. That was the vastly underrated but very under-talked about, dare I say, but very consistent Dimuth Karunaratne.
Was he the opener in the Team of the Year, I think, again this year? He's won that a few times.
He was, because I don't know if you do that exercise, Jarrod. I do that every year. And the openers are so difficult to pick. Only Usman Khwaja picks himself and then just won't pick anybody after that. Brathwaite keeps scoring runs. Karunaratne keeps scoring runs. Right, here's Bumrah again. He's popped in a tablet. And that's why we were all waiting. 299 England. Who would have thought 300 was within grasp? And 300 is up here as Pope pushes that ball out in front of point and runs across for a single to go up to 143. And doubtlessly it will be greeted by applause from the not insignificant number of England supporters here and in the dugout, and a lot of you watching. From the morning is a lot better than it seemed it would be.
A lot better than what it was first thing this morning when they sang Jerusalem. First thing this morning, they were singing in hope that they'd still be here at this point of the day, let alone coming back for tomorrow. But what a difference a day makes, and that's the beauty about this new era of England's Test team. Because of the way they play, the aggressive manner, even though if they have a bad day, they show great character and resilience to come back.
Rehan is on 6. Gets solidly behind the line of that one from Bumrah, who's now just about early 130s in speed, and plays it out to mid-wicket. Got out to him in the first innings to a slower ball that hit the deck and gripped and produced the inside edge. How many times has the joke been cracked about England searching for hope and getting Pope?
Yeah,
I hope I'm not the first. I hope I'm not the first.
Hope and getting Pope, but they've definitely had hope today, and hopefully, really hopefully, that they can sort of stay there and still have that hope tomorrow. And Pope's there for tomorrow.
Here's Bumrah. Bowls and goes through Rehan, whose feet are planted, nailed into the ground. All hands, all bats, swishes at it, and it goes through to Kona Bharat. 2 for 28. And the interesting thing is, you would have thought England are hanging in there and saying, right, can we stave off defeat for a little longer? 4.12 and over.
Yeah, England. I've got no doubt that at the England dressing room, at the end of first innings, both innings, would still feel as though they could win this game. No doubt whatsoever. They'd have been talking about how they win the game rather than how they just sort of stay in the game or survive in the game.
If they don't think that way, there's no point playing it, is there? Here's Bumrah again from right arm over, he bowls, and right behind the line of the ball on a track that's getting slower and slower is Rehan Ahmed. And he just taps it back down the ground. Bumrah finishes his 11th over. 2 for 28 for him. And England 300 for 6. The lead is 110. It's not that long ago that we were talking about the deficit. It's a lead 110. Here's a sobering thought for you, though, amidst all this rousing talk about England. If a team makes 436, and in reply in the third innings you make 300 for 6, and you've still got batting to come, how much is enough to win?
How much is enough to win? Well, I think England would, if you, from an ideal point of view, the number would start with a 2, wouldn't it? Anything over sort of 200 fourth innings tells you that it's very, very difficult. So I don't think England will be wanting to get ahead of themselves.
Jadeja starts a new over, and Pope pushes out on the offside down to Ashwin, just trotting in from the deep mid-off, and he'll get a single. 144, Ollie Pope. Who would have thought this was the player who was jumping around and fighting for survival in the first innings?
Unbelievable. Two different players. He was fidgety at the start, and I think he has rode his luck a little bit, but you have to ride your luck when you've got 100. He's been brilliant in both defence and attack.
Jadeja bowls again. Rehan Ahmed off the back foot, punches hard. He's playing his part too. Single down to deep cover. Just saw a stat come up on the screen in front of us. Jadeja's beaten the bat 28 times and taken 1 wicket. Right, 2 bowlers in front of us here. What does that mean? Neither of whom bowled a mean spinner, but maybe Darren Gough can tell us as well as we go along. Jadeja bowls his overs very quickly. Just a slip. The other catcher's shot mid-wicket. And Pope goes forward. Again, there's a bit of turn, but he's got it covered. beaten 28 times and got 1 wicket, Goughy.
Well, we've all done that, haven't we, Army? We've
Yeah,
done it a lot more than 28 times on seaming pitches.
Jadeja flights the ball and invites the single that Pope takes quite easily down to long off, goes up to 145, 303 for 6.
I think you would have used more swear words than me at the opposition batter if we had beat them 27 times.
Absolutely. I don't think he's bowled badly, Jadeja. I think they've played him really well.
I think the reverse sweeps not snookered him a little bit, but I think the reverse sweeps put him off a little bit.
And again, this time it's Rehan Ahmed, goes off the back foot. The slowness of this pitch and the old ball is allowing him to play it quite easily out in front of him to point for a single. And 304 for 6.
I think England have used the reverse sweep well against both Axar and Jadeja, and I think that's possibly just put them off a little bit of getting into a rhythm.
Jadeja bowls again and Pope goes down low and smothers the ball out to mid-on. 74 overs gone, 304 for 6. England lead by 114 with 3 overs left, and I'm not quite sure which team is waiting for those 3 overs to end as on the ground. One tired fielding side, the other saying, look, let's play for the morrow. What's happening?
I think England would go off now. I think they'd take that. I really would. 114 lead, 4 wickets left. I mean, when we started yesterday, we were talking, if England can just, by miracle, give them 120 to bowl at, now we're saying 200. I mean, are we all getting carried away? I think realistically, I'd take a 180. If they can get to 180, we all know what it's like. They play a few shots, some of these Indian batters. There's no Kohli in the side. You just never know.
You just never know. Yes, in sport and in life, you just never know. 74 overs gone, 304 for 6. The new ball is 6 overs away, but there's only 3 left today. Bumrah can bowl another couple, put his feet up, get a massage, get into an ice bath and come back fresh tomorrow morning with a new ball. He's got Rehan Ahmed in front of him, a slip and a wider slip, and gets a ball that jags back and hits him high on the thigh pad. It bounces out to gully for no run. 135.8 that one. India have used 5 bowlers. Ashwin 2 for 88 from 20. Akshar Patel 1 for 69 from 15. Jadeja 1 for 95 from 25. And Mohammad Siraj, who's just had a little walk-on part in this movie. None for 8 from 3.
When you look at it, and we've been watching it, I mean, what's been interesting watching is one end you had more spin and the other end you've had more uneven bounce, so it makes it even more interesting.
Back with Bumrah. Can he snaffle one more? Gets the ball to jag back in. And right behind the line of the ball is Rehan Ahmed and plays it to mid-on without getting a run. Chetan Narula joins us. Tell us your thoughts. 114.
Well, if England is batting till lunch tomorrow, then India might just start to get a bit finicky. But very impressed by what England have done today. Indian batters spend a lot of time at the wicket. I think the English batters have done that today, along with a variety of sweeps that we have seen from them.
It's wonderful what hope does in extending our horizons from time to time. Here comes Bumrah again, bowls to Rehan, who's just pulling his bat out inside the line of the ball as it leaves him on its way through to the keeper. I know some people who were calling up travel agents when Stokes got out. And now suddenly we've got young Chetan sitting next to me saying, bat till lunch, will the game go into a 5th day? There are people who didn't give their clothes into laundry today thinking, oh, I might have to leave before they come in. What a great game this is.
Well, I'm not sure it's going to go into day 5. Not that hopeful.
It goes into day 5. It's in England's corner.
Absolutely.
As we said on day 2, if India bat through, then the game is in India's corner. England have just unleashed a couple of pickpockets, little burglars, to try and take the game out of India's pocket. Here's Bumrah in again, down on the pads, and it's flicked away, well flicked away by Rehan Ahmed, but it's a good stop. That's Shreyas Iyer once again, I think it is, down at mid-wicket. In fact, it's Shubman Gill.
21 deliveries Rehan has faced now. And that was the point I was trying to make, Harsha, that all of the English batters have today spent a lot of time at the wicket. At least they've looked to do that. Didn't curb their instincts at all. Attacked at every opportunity possible. In fact, someone like Ollie Pope, he became comfortable at the wicket because he was playing those shots.
I'd give a lot of credit to Ben Duckett. I think the innings that Ben Duckett played, I know Crawley got them off to a bit of a start too. Here's Bumrah again, still two slips as he bowls to Rehan Ahmed, punches out the back foot. There's a misfield at backward point, and that allows them to take a single. Went straight to Mohammad Siraj, the fielder, went straight to him and straight past him. And Rehan will go up to 9, Pope 145, England 305 for 6. When you're coming in with that kind of deficit and you see someone playing fearlessly and scoring those first 80, 90 runs, getting the deficit into double digits so quickly, just creates hope. And I think Ben Duckett played a crucial little innings. Just a single of this over so far. 2 to come after this. Bumrah from right arm over, bowls. That's the slower ball that had Rehan in trouble in the first innings. He spotted it early, waits for it and dabs it in front of him for no runs. England lead by 115. It's 305 for 6. We're on talkSPORT 2.
Harsha, I said earlier, you know, but when you sum up the word a basball, and everybody has an opinion on it, and what is it? I think this innings, especially, has summed it up more than it did any at all last year against Australia, because England going to India to play like this in the second innings, 3 excellent spinners playing, have stuck to their plans. They've decided before they got there on this sort of pitch they were going to reverse rather than orthodox sweep, and they've stuck to it. Pope, Duckett, Crawley, everybody who's come in has tried, and I think that sums up the word basball more than any other innings I've seen.
My own definition of basball, Goughy, and I've been seeing it from a distance, you've seen it much closer, is the elimination of fear in the mind. Everything that follows is an outcome of the elimination of fear in the mind. It's almost like someone's given you a fear enema. Just take it all out. Jadeja again, they had a lot of bowling to do. Bowls to Rehan, who pushes rather out on the offside for no run.
Take out the fear and also the regret bit, that whatever's happened has happened, whatever decision's been made has been made.
And it's I've watched England teams come to India for so many years as Jadeja bowls again and draws Rehan forward. Taps it down in front of mid-on. A very lethargic looking Ashwin trots across, concedes the single quite easily. 306 for 6. And sometimes I thought England came ready with their stories in case they lost. It was almost as they say, oh, but the food wasn't right. Oh, the dust was there. Oh, the Delhi belly. That's why we lost. And I'm seeing this England team come here and say, no, we'll take on the conditions. As Jadeja bowls to Pope and he goes off the back foot, plays it out on the onside. And he will take a single too, little by little, drop by drop. They're building a lake. Another no ball for Jadeja. I was just listening to some stats on television. He's lost 9 wickets to no balls in his career.
Day before the game, Brendan McCullum looked at the wicket and he was really happy. And the talkSPORT team was standing there on the ground to interview Ben Stokes. And he went in, giving us a thumbs up. He was very happy with the pitch.
Rehan drives the next one, which is well tossed up to the right of cover and pinches another single from long off.
And then they went on and included 4 spinners in their playing 11. So they're taking it on. Whatever has been offered to them, no regrets, the way they want to play, taking that fear out.
Look, I've said this before, but it just reminds me so much of 2012. Jadeja bowls and Pope throws his hands at the ball out to cover. England lost that first test match, but in the manner in which they played the second innings, they told themselves that you could play cricket in this country. It wasn't defeatist. And then they went on to win in Mumbai and in Kolkata. Jadeja bowls and Pope goes forward and defends. And they won it in contrasting styles, didn't they, Goughy? There was Alistair Cook, who was just batting and batting and batting, and some people think he's still batting in a corner of India. And there was Kevin Pietersen, who batted in a completely different style.
Both great to watch, for different reasons.
Yes, for different reasons. Driven the next one out by Pope. Was full on the offside. He'll come back for 2. They're doing it in little cuts now, not with boundaries. Jadeja concedes over 100. He's 26 overs, 1 for 101. England 311 for 6, leading by 121 with just 1 over left.
But I think you both described basball exactly as it is, because people think it's just coming in and being reckless. It's not. It's actually just never been defeated. Believing in your mind, everybody who comes in, that they can do anything. They can play their natural game, have the freedom without being coming off and the coach throwing toys out of the pram when they come in and play a poor shot. Back your ability, play the shots you've trained to play, and go for it. And that's what it is. And the fearless cricket really to come out. For someone like Ben Duckett and Crawley to come out with no fear and play the way they have has been excellent to watch.
I read an interview some time ago of Ben Stokes, and he almost sounded like a philosopher when he said, does your ambition to win exceed your fear of failure? And if your ambition of winning exceeds your fear of failure, then you're doing all right. Anyway, we'll see. It's 121 runs. There's lots to happen still in this game. We're only at the end of day 3. And Ashwin comes in to bowl the last over with a slip and a short leg. He's bowling to Rehan Ahmed, who goes forward, crouches low, plays it back down for Ashwin to field on his follow-through.
Just to add on to the 2012 comparison you made, Harsha, you named Cook, you named KP, but somebody has to play the Graham Swan role as well. Is it going to be Joe Root?
We'll wait and see. Ashwin again from over the wicket. Off the back foot, punching it is Rehan Ahmed out through mid-wicket. Another boundary. Shortened the length very well, quickly onto his back foot. There's a very tired, leaden, lethargic-looking Indian team in the field now. As I said, England might say, we've had a good job, let's go and put our feet up. I think India looking on this field, on the field, like they're happy to put their feet up too.
It's been England's day, hasn't it?
2 sessions, I think, to England. The middle session probably India's, as Ashwin floats that one into Rehan Ahmed, who's got into double digits himself, goes forward and defends. He's on 15.
Didn't let India add too many runs in the morning session, got them all out very, very quickly.
Ashwin again, tossed up a little bit more. Rehan Ahmed goes forward, defends out on the onside. He can't get a run.
And since then, it's been, like Harsha said, yes, the middle session, India came back, especially with Jasprit Bumrah. But then it's been all England thanks to Ollie Pope.
Again going forward is Rehan Ahmed. He's brought it down to the last ball. Ollie Pope can take his gloves off and reflect back on a day that he will remember for a very long time. 148 not out. Last ball coming up. Ashwin to Rehan Ahmed. Drives through the offside for a single. Down to very wide mid-off. And England can go back in. Very, very happy and proud with what they've done. Remember, there were 163 for 5 when Ben Stokes got out. Then a partnership of 112 with Ben Foakes. And after that grubber had got him, this has been another partnership of 41 runs of 62 balls with Rehan Ahmed. But everybody will just stop and wait for Ollie Pope to lead everybody off the field with an innings of great majesty and class. 148 from 208. It's allowed hope to spring anew in England. The lead by 126 at the end of day 3. Darren Gough.
Absolutely, it's given England hope as Ollie Pope, and it's been a fantastic innings. Come to it a little bit frantic to start, but the reverse sweep came into play to get him going, and then he started using his feet in that middle period and playing it through the leg side and driving beautifully against the left arm spin of Axar Patel and Jadeja through the offside. And then he finished with an absolute flourish. An unbelievable innings from the vice-captain of England. One of the best you'll see on Indian soil, if you ask me, because of the situation of the game. England need to bat well and bat with positivity. England players absolutely over the moon. And Rehan Ahmed coming in there at the end to finish not out. A nice little partnership. So it's giving them a chance. There'll be hope in that dressing room, and there always has been. Nobody's ever doubted the hope. They'll believe. They'll believe tonight when they go to bed that they can come back tomorrow and finish it. 316 for 6. England, well done. Great day.
And wonderful scenes here at the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium as this wonderful crowd stands up to applaud Ollie Pope as he goes back. And it just tells you that there is a language of sport beyond the side that you support, and I thought it's good to see. Chetan, your thoughts?
Well, Harsha, all of us were very excited to see this English team play Test cricket in India. And I think I can say on day 3 of this first Test, Bazball has arrived in India. They've stood up, they've made it count. The first 2 days were all about India. This third day has been England's day. And from that sense, I think can't wait for more. Bring on day 4 and maybe day 5, like we discussed.
You never know. The one thing you've learned is you never know, and this is where the game ends at the end of day 3 with England 316 for 6 from 77 overs. Ollie Pope 148, Rehan Ahmed 16. The lead, as we've been telling you all along, 126, and so much more to play for in this test match. For the moment, our podcast coming up following on.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test match live from Hyderabad.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to the Following On Daily podcast out here in India. I'm Neil Manthorp, and we'll all be bringing you a podcast every single day during England's 5 test match tour of India, which is live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2. It's England's day in Hyderabad. Ollie Pope scores his 5th test match 100 as the tourists fight back dramatically on day 3 of this first test match, closing on 316 for 6 with a lead of 126. We'll get exclusive reaction from the England camp. We're hoping to hear from Ollie Pope, but he needs an ice bath first. As well as that, double Ashes winner Steve Harmison and another England great, Darren Gough, will join us to look back at the day's play. And we'll get the Indian viewpoint, as always, from our commentator, Chetan Narula. So plenty to come over the next 25 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. This is the Following On podcast on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. What a day that Ollie Pope will never forget. 148 not out. When England lost their 5th wicket, they were still 27 runs in arrears, and it really seemed as though England might lose the test match on the 3rd day. India may be cock-a-hoop, but it wasn't to be for them, because a partnership of 112 for the 6th wicket between Surrey teammates Ollie Pope and Ben Foakes put England right back into the test match. Foakes made a fine 34 in a supporting role, while Ollie Pope reverse swept, cut, pulled, drove, played every shot, as well as plenty of defensive ones as well, in an innings, as I said, he'll never forget. Ben Duckett made 47 and Zach Crawley 31 at the top of the order to give England a flying start. They were 113 for 1 before slipping to 163 for 5, and then came the dramatic fight back. Extraordinary stuff. And England will move into the 4th morning with a lead of 126. That in itself almost certainly not match winning. But Rehan Ahmed is with Ollie Pope for the 4th morning. He's 16 not out. He's looked very comfortable indeed. And there's some batting to come with Tom Hartley and Mark Wood. If England can get that lead up to 200, then India might well have a great deal to consider, and might I even say, Steve Harmison, be worried about.
Yeah, I think India will be concerned. I think India will be very concerned. Rohit Sharma might be concerned about where his team's body language was in that last session. They looked relatively flat. They looked devoid of ideas at times at Ollie Pope on how they were going to try and not so much get him out, stop him from scoring. You stop him from scoring, then you might put pressure on to get him out. He batted beautifully. He rode his luck in the first sort of 20 or 30 runs, which all batters do. They all do. But he just didn't look he looked a complete shadow of the person whose highest score in India was 34. Highest score against India is 81. Somebody who hadn't played a competitive match for 6 months. And he looks a complete different person to the batter that batted in the first innings, who looked all at sea against the spin. So we know how good Ollie Pope is. That's the reason why he's England's vice-captain. And today I thought some of his decision-making, especially... He was always, even when he got off balance and when he was it looked, from a visual point of view, as though it was awful. He knew what he was doing. He was either getting all the way forward, smothering the bounce, and making sure by hook or by crook there's no way you're getting past me. Or if he was going all the way back and looking to sort of score off, even if it was last ditch, last minute, and he was keeping the ball out and squirting it through to mid-wicket or squirting it through to extra cover, he was in control of his bat and his hands and his bat. And it might look as though he was sort of last ditch, but he was making sure he watched the ball closely. He let the ball come all the way as far as he needed to do. And that, for me, was a sign of somebody who, wasn't bothered about what it looked like. It was about the number at the end of it. And the number at the end of it is 148 off 208 balls. And he's got England into, well, I think, not a match-winning position, but another 40-50 runs on there, and then India will feel as though they're in trouble.
It's certainly a pride-restoring position, that's for sure. Darren Gough, let's not forget that England began the day so positively as well. They needed to take those last 3 wickets quickly. India resumed on 421 for 7, and they took them for just 15 runs. Joe Root finishing with 4 for 79, and thoroughly deserved as well. But then it was England's day with the bat, and, you know, Joe Root had bowled 29 overs, so I don't know whether that affected his batting. He was trapped LBW by the excellent, brilliant Jasprit Bumrah, who also got rid of Ben Duckett for 47, the second highest score on the day. But as I said, Goughy, this is Ollie Pope's day. He'll hope that the 4th morning will belong to him as well. But one thing we can say, pride restored.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of credit's got to go to England. And I've said a few times on comms, but when people mention the word Bazball, we know what it's about. It's about confidence and believing in your own ability. Nobody's going to get told off if they play a bad shot and get caught out in the deep. Believe in your ability, go out and play it, because you can play. You wouldn't be here if you can't play. And the way they've gone out in Indian conditions in the 3rd innings is as good as I've seen. To get to that total, 315 for 6 in the 3rd innings, when the ball has been turning and the odd one keeping low, I think it's a credit to this England side. Well done. I mean, Ollie Pope, a nervous starter, we know that, especially when the ball's turning. But once he got going, I mean, there were no stopping him. They just had no answer to him. Jadeja, I don't think actually bowled badly today, and he's gone for the gallon. He's gone for 100, and he hasn't bowled badly, and that's purely by Ollie Pope not letting him settle, kept reversing him, the fine sweeps as well, and it was almost impossible for him. And the partnership with Foakes, Ben Foakes coming in, 34 he had to the party off 81 deliveries. That was a massive, massive partnership. So well done. That's without the runs from Stokes, Bairstow and Root. England are still in an unbelievable position.
Goughy, just stay with you. It's a question to both you and Stephen Harmison, but let's start with you. Do you think that India's bowlers were put under pressure or felt the pressure? England were scoring at 6 and over for the first hour and a bit of their second innings. And you said that you didn't think Jadeja bowled badly, but this wasn't India's best bowling performance, was it? And I just wonder whether England's scoring rate did have them a little bit unsettled.
Yeah, I think it did. I said that they'd come with a plan. I know we have KP talking about the sweep shot. Take it out, you don't see India doing it. But England, it's one of their strengths. You look at Duckett and Crawley and Pope, the top 3 there, got us off to a flyer by... We were talking about it earlier, weren't we, in comms, but the reverse sweep brought so many runs in that first 60 or 70 that England got off to a flyer, and the momentum was with them, and they just kept going. Jadeja beat the bat over 30 times today. But he didn't get a wicket because they also scored off him because they were playing unorthodox shots. Well, you could call them unorthodox. They're pretty orthodox these days, especially for the England batters, to play them. And I don't think India have come up against anything like that before, especially in Indian conditions.
I think the reverse sweep was massive for England. I think that was the big shot that really upset the rhythm to Jadeja and to Axar. I think the Indian bowlers really struggled to know how to combat the reverse sweep. We've seen early on when Axar Patel was bowling to Ben Duckett reverse sweeping hard, because that was the safe shot. You know, the safe shot was reverse sweep because of there was nobody from sort of deep point just behind square. They were the only one that basically in the eye line of Ben Duckett. So when he comes to do the reverse sweep, there was nobody in front of him in his face. So he's thinking, you know, where's the gap on the field? That's the biggest gap on the field. Even if I hit it in the air, I'm not going to hit it hard enough for him to be in the game. So at the end of the day, it's an easy single, and if I connect with it properly, I get 4. And he absolutely nailed it, did Ben Duckett. And from then on, then it worked for England. And the turning ball, when Ollie Pope come in, he utilised the reverse sweep, and because it was turning that much, he was actually hitting it with the spin. So a couple of times on commentary, I was like, "What are you doing, Ollie? There's a deep point. There's a short third. There's a backward point." There was 3 men behind the line on the offside behind square. and he's still nailing it through the field. But when you look at how much it was turning, he was in his eyes, it was a safe shot because he was playing with the spin. He was going hard with the spin and keeping it down. So, look, I think that did upset the Indian bowlers, the rhythm of the Indian bowlers, and I also think one of the big factors of what was upsetting the Indian bowlers was the rotation of strike. I thought the rotation of strike was absolutely brilliant. You know, when the two different types of batters was in, Ben Foakes, a lot taller, looking to get out down the crease and hit the ball down the ground, and Ollie Pope hitting it square of the wickets, who were also rotating the strike. I think that upset the Indian bowlers as well.
Goughy, Rohit Sharma is a very fine cricketer, and but as a captain, he is known to be reactive rather than proactive. And I just want to pick up on that point that Harmy was saying there, is that his approach appeared to be, by and large, they're playing all these shots, they're attacking us, they will make a mistake soon. The pitch will do the job for us. And I just thought, at least for a time, try and block off that reverse sweep. The shot, all the batsmen were playing with freedom and largely without any attacking fielders there for the catch.
I think that's going to be a conversation for India, without a doubt, in that dressing room. The coach is going to be saying, look, this is the way England are going to play. We've seen their plans now. We've got to address it. We've got to stop their scoring shots, make them do something. That's the idea, isn't it? Make them do something different. And the way they have played has been an eye-opener for everyone. And I think it's took India by surprise how comfortable on this pitch, with the ball turning and the odd one keeping low as well. I still think the scoring rate today is remarkable. It's blown me away today. For England to go out and play that way, at the scoring rate they have in the third innings, I'll tell you what, there will be a few worries there for India.
Yeah, play on the ego in a big way, and that is something I think Rohit Sharma is going to have to learn, that playing against England, the way he would normally captain, and there was a couple of times that Axar Patel, when Ben Duckett was sweeping him, reverse sweeping him and sweeping him hard, Axar Patel was asking, can I have a man across? And Rohit Sharma's like, no, his hands were going as to say, calm down, no, let's not react, let's do it our way, as opposed to, well, I think by the end of this series, if England have a good series, India will be spread out. They'll just block them off. Just block them gaps off. Make sure that you stop the boundaries, and sort of say to England, play on England's ego, which would be, well, we've stopped we've stopped that reverse sweep, we've stopped the conventional sweep. So you're going to have to do something different, as opposed to, well, what has been, I think, the biggest mistake by all the teams that have played against Bazball, can't do it against us. That's what I think a lot of teams have fallen short of. Fielding captains, fielding bowlers, you can't do it against us. You can't do it against us. South Africa had it when they first came over. You know, Pakistan tried it when they were here. India, for that one-off test match, have tried it. Even Australia, when Australia got to the sort of crux of what was happening, then they readjusted and then they performed. And I think because of that, I think Rohit Sharma's going to have a serious think about how he sets his fields against this England batting unit.
Chetan, Narula, England won the first session. They had a very good first session. I think India bounced back with the second session, but they lost the third session heavily. And I wonder, I couldn't help feeling that Rohit Sharma was waiting for something to happen. And I have to say that history suggests that that's a perfectly reasonable approach to an India captain. He was saying, they'll make a mistake, calm down everybody, just keep it as it is. And he wasn't proactive.
Yeah, that's the right word, Neil. Proactive. He wasn't really proactive. I wasn't very impressed with his captaincy today. But that happens when you have somebody like Ashwin and Jadeja and Akshar to bowl together. When you have those kind of three spinners, then you tend to wait for things to happen. But again, this was not a pitch where a lot was really happening, because it had really slowed down. Akshar and Ashwin were having a little of a tough day, and Jadeja was the only one who was really turning the ball. So a bit more proactive approach from Rohit Sharma perhaps would have helped. But look, I think the day belonged to England, absolutely. And you know what? I said it live on air, and I'll say it again. Indian cricket fans have been very excited about this approach from England, how it's described as baseball, attacking cricket, this, that, etc. And we were all wondering how it would work in India. And today, on the third day of the first test, baseball has arrived in India. And let me tell you, India is flustered. They may not be worried at all, because unless England is still batting at lunch tomorrow, that's on day 4, that's the time to get worried. But right now, they are flustered. They've sent their bowling coach for the press conference. That tells you a lot. They haven't sent Jasprit Bumrah, who's taken absolutely brilliant 2 wickets. He's bowled brilliantly. They haven't sent Ravindra Jadeja, who's batted brilliantly, and he's also bowled well. They've sent the bowling coach to defend that kind of a bowling performance, which wasn't too bad. But it's baseball, or the way England have approached it, they have been second best today.
I have to point out that Ollie Pope was dropped on 110. He just hit a beautiful reverse sweep against Ravindra Jadeja, and then he repeated the shot. That one went for 4. He repeated it the very next ball, got a top edge to Axar Patel, who was the only man at backward point, became backward square leg, who was there to dissuade Pope from playing the shot. He got the top edge, a straightforward catch, and he dropped it. That was on 110. He's now 148. So Goughy, I can't help thinking of Rehan Ahmed. He's just so confident without being cocky, or maybe, you know, cocky in a cheerful way like you were at the age of 20. He just really looked the part, and he backs himself as a batsman. He tells people he's a batter who bowls part-time leg spin. So, I mean, if he can stick in there with Pope and another 30 or 40 in the first hour tomorrow morning, then England can seriously contemplate the seemingly impossible coming back from a deficit of 190.
Yeah, I think the plan tomorrow is to come in and be positive again. I think Ollie Pope play. It'll be hard to start again. India will be fresh. Like I said, they'll have had a night's sleep. The plans might change. They'll have had that good chat. It's a big day for him tomorrow. Well, big first session. But Ahmed can play. I've seen him a few times playing for Leicestershire. He's definitely can bat. He's got hundreds. And he's a young lad. He's full of confidence. In fact, like most players now coming into this England side, they all believe, they all get backed by the coach and the captain, and he'll come out and be positive. You saw a couple of shots tonight, not afraid to hit over the top and try something different. And Tom Hartley will be the same. We saw a couple of good strikes from him as well in the first innings. So, and we know Woody's not going to die wondering, is he? He can hit a long ball. So there we go.
Yeah, you're just looking at can Ollie Pope maximise and bat through. If he does bat through, you'd expect him, if each of the batters to come in can get, on average 10 runs each. And you're close in England being 180, 190 runs in front. Well, fourth innings needing 190 runs. I think you would have took that before the first Test match. Talking about coming into this series, and a lot have been talk about England's youthful bowling attack, the preparation, everything that goes with it. I think if you had said to Ben Stokes, you've got a 190-run fourth innings lead, I think you would have snapped your hands off.
Andrew McKenna is speaking to Joe Root and to Zach Crawley, and we'll have those interviews for you just before the end of the podcast, obviously. But Goughy, you said during the day that you were concerned at Joe Root's elevated status as an all-rounder and how it might affect his batting. He bowled 29 overs. He finished with 4 for 79. I've absolutely no doubt that he'd be pleased as punch and proud to bits of his performance. But you did say that, or expressed a concern that he can't carry on being England's best spinner and their best batsman.
I know, it's going to be a very difficult job for him. We saw he's a better bowler than he gets credit for, but England never mentioned him being an all-rounder when they picked 3 spinners and 1 seamer. That's what they said, right, at the start. So he's come in and he's proved again in Indian conditions he can bowl, Joe Root. But I would be a little bit concerned when anybody, no matter who you are, to bowl 29, 30 overs, if he's going to be the main spinner, if he bowls 29, 30 overs, then has to go out and bat. If they're 2 down within, 3 or 4 overs, it's going to be very, very difficult for him. So it'll be something they'll have to manage throughout the series. But I'm really pleased for him with the ball. He was brilliant. But I want to see him getting runs. That's what Joe Root gets paid for, to get us loads of runs.
Well, let's hear from the man himself. Here's Joe Root.
Joe Root, a wonderful day of Test cricket, and England have fought their boots off.
Absolutely, that's what we're about as a team. You know, it's for the last couple of years we've been in some similar situations, and we've always found a way to get ourselves back in the game. It took some real brilliance in Popey, some of the partnerships that they put together, but him in particular, the way he's played today has just been an absolute masterclass of how to bat in these conditions. To go and take down that attack the way he did, to manoeuvre the ball, manipulate the field, everything, every aspect of it was just phenomenal. And the fact that he's still there to go tomorrow as well is put us in a brilliant position in the game. There's obviously still lots that can happen, but it just shows that the attitude of the group and of the individual as well to put something like that together and to put us in this position going into the rest of the game.
You've scored big runs in this part of the world. Describe what it's like and the effort that you have to go through. You know, it's hot out here, it's hard. How hard is it to make 100 like that in these conditions?
Yeah, it's tough. It's even tougher when I've never got 100 like that. Not as good as that, not in these conditions. It's generally been a lot flatter, a lot better for batting when I've gone on and made big scores. That was a once in a generation kind of knock, if you ask me. To go and play in that manner, be as ruthless, as clinical as he has been, it's been an absolute joy to watch and an exhibition. And any young players watching or listening, that's how to go about it in this part of the world in particular. So yeah, it's not just that, you add on the heat, the humidity, what it takes out of you physically, still continually make the right decision time and time again, and keep finding ways of putting pressure back on the opposition is I feel a little bit speechless, to be honest. I'm so pleased for him. He's worked bloody hard to get back from a really difficult injury, to miss out on half the Ashes series, all the stuff that he's had to go through to get back and play Test cricket, and then as vice captain of this team to stand up as a leader and lead from the front like that it's great to see. And you know, the whole dressing room absolutely buzzing for him.
The lead is 1-2-6. Ollie comes back with Rayan tomorrow, and all of a sudden we start wondering what is possible. I mean, it's a different wicket today than what it was yesterday. It's certainly not going to be any easier tomorrow. What are you guys thinking in terms of, well, look, you want every run you can get, don't you?
Yeah, we're thinking win. You know, that's what we think. That's our mentality as a team. We feel like we can win from most positions. We know we're going to have to play some good stuff, but we're more than capable of doing that. And as you say, there's a lot of things that can potentially go right for us. We just got to keep playing in the manner that we always do, which is on the front foot, being very aggressive, looking to take wickets when we get the chance to bowl, looking to drive this lead forward as much as we can when we're batting. So, you know, it's been a phenomenal day's cricket, I think, for the neutral, for both sets of fans, and, you know, in particular an England fan.
I've got to ask you about the bowling. 4 for. You love this part of the world. 5 for 8 in Ahmedabad 4 years ago. 4 for today.
Yeah, I didn't see that on the cards at the start of the series, but like, if you get the opportunity to contribute, you've got to take it. And you know, it's nice to pick up wickets, but it was nice to just get the job done today. I thought we were really good from ball one, to keep them as quiet as we were, to be as consistent we were, to be as challenging as we were. I think it's a really good marker for how to approach the second innings. So. Again, other good things to take forward into the rest of the game and in the rest of the series as well. It's a long old fight, this 5 Test matches, and I think we've laid a good couple of markers down for whatever happens now moving forward.
Rest up well, big day tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Joe Root there chatting to Andrew McKenna. Darren Gough, I'm having to pick my jaw up off the floor there. He scored 30 Test hundreds, and he said he's never played an innings like that, and he rates Ollie Pope's 148 better than any of his innings.
It's typical Joe Root, though, that if you know him as well as I do, he's he loves other people doing well, and credit to him. It was a good innings. I think Joe's played some brilliant innings, by the way. I think KP played a couple of brilliant innings as well in those conditions. So there's plenty of them, but in the competition, third innings, when the ball was turning and the odd one keeping low, I think it was a fantastic innings today. I think it was right up there, but there has been a lot of good innings over the years in Indian conditions, but probably not as many who have scored as quickly as Ollie Pope did.
Steve Harmison, you enjoyed Joe's interview, didn't you?
To be honest, I've enjoyed every interview England have come out with so far in this game. They've been absolute corkers. They've given us some talking points. They've given us a line, and Joe didn't disappoint there. I'd beg to differ with Joe on that one because I thought the one in Sri Lanka that he played was an unbelievable knock in Harsha. From a weather point of view, the harsher humidity conditions, but fair play. Gough's right. Joe is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He wants his team to do well, and he's always happy for other people to be successful. He's got 30 Test match hundreds. He's an absolute great of the game, and if he says that Ollie Pope's innings was one that he was a special one, who are we to argue?
And finally, Goughy, Ben Stokes' insistence that people enjoy themselves when they play in his team means that as much as Tom Hartley might look at the match situation and Rian Ahmed when he comes out to bat tomorrow, as much as they might be thinking we need another 50-60, looking at the scoreboard, doing all this mental, you know that Ben Stokes will send them out there with, have fun, lads.
Yeah, it'll be don't worry about it. Just go out and play like you're playing for your club side on a Saturday and Sunday. That's what the energy they bring. That's what they'll be doing. It's a totally different mindset to what it was under Joe Root and probably Chris Silverwood, and that's no discredit to them. I'm not discrediting them whatsoever. I think they're a good coach and a good captain, but it's just a totally different mentality. This team, on the way they play, Stokes, he'll be arm round them both tomorrow and say, just go out and have some fun. Get it slogged. Hit 4s and 6s. Job done.
And he'll say the same to the bowlers. Whatever India need in that fourth innings, Ben Stokes will make his bowlers feel like they're 8 foot tall when they walk out there.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll feel as though they've got, they've got all the protection and all the backing and all the belief to go and get 10 wickets to win the game. Ben will have a huge job on to do to captain the team and marshal and the fielding positions and in-outs, whatever he goes about. He's always looking for wickets. If England can get up to that 180, 190 slot, you'd back Ben Stokes to captain a group who can go on and win this match.
And there you have it, another completely compelling and absorbing day's Test cricket. We can't wait for the fourth morning now. England will resume on 316 for 6, leading by 126 runs with Ollie Pope on 148 and Rian Ahmed on 16. We do hope that you'll join us, if possible, for the first ball, live and exclusive on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT from 4 AM UK time. And until the next following on daily podcast, we thank you for your company and look forward to more of it in the future.
And it's 29, big shout there from Jarrod, and the finger goes up. Jadeja is going for the DRS. This one was turning it, bit more loop to it.
He's nicked it. He's nicked it. Get on with it.
It's umpire's call.